Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this incredibly impromptu stream that I've literally thrown together at the last minute, despite all of the obvious really nice visuals that you can see. Yeah, we're doing Pokemon Yellow for Christmas. It's going to be really good, and joining me tonight on this very impromptu stream is the very impromptu Triv. How are you doing, man?
I'm not doing too bad. I do enjoy a good impromptu stream that's slightly prompted, but not really.
Yeah, I was saying to Triv just off of the stream that basically I'd planned to do a stream where I'd played Pokemon Yellow for like the last 2 weeks, and I built all of this that you can see on screen, and then it hit me that I didn't actually know when I wanted to do it, and tonight the planets just kind of all aligned, where it was like, shit, right, we're going to do it now is Pokemon night. So I messaged Triv, who apparently is like literally buried into a house at the minute because of various snow and blizzards that you're having out there. It sounds like it's pretty crazy out there, to be honest, but
It's cold as hell. There's actually not a terrible amount of snow, but the way that the wind is blowing, it keeps blowing everything shut.
oh shit. Jeez.
So all kinds of fun.
No, I can imagine. That sounds like it's pretty, pretty intense. I mean, I know that you mentioned that the worst of it might be tomorrow, but still, I've been hearing about like even essential services being cancelled because of the fact that it's so deep.
It's more. Well, it's the cold. It's the fact that because it's a very fine snow, and the winds are going to be very, very high. So it's kind of like every time they open up the road, it keeps drifting shut. So it's making it very slippery. So it's more so the chances of slippery with the combination of the extreme cold, which like I think the temperature right now is like about -8 Fahrenheit, which would be -22-ish Celsius.
Yeah, that's pretty cold.
Yeah, it's not really warm. Well, especially, people are trying to do last minute stuff for Christmas and all kinds of, I mean, that's the same everywhere, but, yeah, lots of fun.
I was going to say up north we'd call that big coat weather. It's we'd say it's cold. It's -26, so put your big coat on.
Yeah, that's basically correct. You put on your big coat, but then you make sure to layer underneath big coat because layers is better.
Oh yeah, definitely thermos weather. You want to get yourself a nice hot drink on the go.
The other thing you could use, if you do find yourself outside in the cold, if you catch at least 5 Pikachus, skin them and use their hides. That'll give you enough layers to really help you.
And it's at this point that we say that Nintendo is incredibly litigious and very protective of their property.
Okay, fine. So you take your pretty small, say under a meter tall, yellow, adorable raccoon/cat/lightning hybrid. You skin 3 or 4 of those, and particularly good is the color of yellow with black stripes. And you layer those underneath your big coat, and the combination of their fur and the fact that they're slightly static charged works to your advantage.
Very much so.
Is that better?
Yeah, that works perfectly. The lawyers are very happy now.
Good.
I actually have my lawyer with me tonight. He sat just behind me and he was shaking his head until you changed the exact description of the creature that you were referring to. Now he's giving me the thumbs up.
Good.
So we're in a good place. Before we get started on the stream, do just want to also take a minute to say thank you so much to everybody who supported the channel over the years. We hit 1,000 subscribers literally last night. Completely lost my mind about it, to be completely honest. When I set up the channel in the first place, I only ever really had 2 goals, which was 100 subscribers and 1,000 subscribers. I never in my wildest dreams thought I would hit 1,000 subs out of this, to be completely honest with you. So, I just want to say thank you so much, everybody who has supported the channel over the years. You really have helped to make it such a wonderful thing, really. And, thank you as well to you, Triv. You've really helped, keep law and order during these streams in the past. And, you've always kind of helped out to try and keep me sane in a world gone clearly mad. So thank you, everybody. And thank you to you too, Triv. It's very much appreciated.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. It's been such an honor to watch you grow and, see you on your journey. And the stuff that you put out is always so good. And I'm glad that you made it to the point where you can say, you know what, I hit one of the big numbers. Because, you can hit 500, you can hit 600, but 1,000 is like that. I don't know, there's something about that number.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I know what you mean. It's weighty. It feels like, to most bigger channels, your 10Ks, your 100Ks, it probably doesn't really matter. They get 1,000 subscribers a month. But the first time you hit that milestone, it is a really unique sensation. It feels, like you've I don't want to say you've made it, because obviously, like I say, there's a massive ladder still ahead of you, but it feels like you're kind of legitimized a little bit more.
Oh, 100%. You kind of fall out of that, not that 1,000 subs, it depends on the perspective of the channels you're talking about. By and large, under 1,000, people kind of look at you as a micro channel when you're talking in most cases. When you get to that 1,000, you're obviously still a small YouTuber, but you get to that point where people look at your stuff and go, even if it's stupid and ridiculous, there's a little bit more legitimacy that comes with that 1,000 in some cases. And not that those people should matter, and they most certainly don't. Your base are the ones that keep you rolling, not the random folks that come along. But there is that thing. I felt the same. It's just like, it's that you're in 4 numbers instead of 3. And that first 1,000 just, it can be such, like you say, it's a ladder. It's such a ladder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is the thing, it's, in a way, it kind of takes a bit of pressure off as well, because, once you hit 1,000, you kind of, it's kind of like a YouTube recognition level. It means that, 2,000 subs can come whenever. It's that hitting that 1,000 is kind of the big one. The next big one is like, was it 5 or 10K maybe? So, it's nice to be able to kind of...
YouTuber, really, how fast you grow and everything else.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. For me now that I'm kind of there, I kind of feel like I can kind of go, well, okay, numbers are numbers now. It's just we're on a straight level. It's kind of, however I grow now is just kind of how it is. Whereas previously there was kind of like, got to get to 1,000. It would be nice to hit that kind of goal. Now, until I get to like 9K, if that ever happens, by the time I'm at 80.
Hey, you never know. Look at but before I say what I was gonna say, the classic says, "Great, you can retire now and become a tax exile."
Yes, absolutely. That would be really nice. Please support me on Patreon. I don't have one yet, but if you can find it, please give me all your money now. Yes. Do you like porn? If you like porn, you can buy our After Dark collection. That will be money too.
We do love TYTD After Dark. So. What I was going to reference was like a channel that we're both familiar with, Nightwatch Zone. Like his phenomenal growth in the past 2 weeks. So you never know when the algorithm is going to smile upon you, or all of a sudden people are going to start recognizing what your channel has and how amazing it is.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. This is the thing. My favourite description of YouTube as a platform was best summed up by Yahtzee Croshaw. He did a program called Zero Punctuation, and he described YouTube as being a bit like writing a message and putting it into a bottle and throwing it into a sea made up entirely of messages in bottles, and expecting to be rescued. I was like, yeah, actually, it's not that far off. And I just kind of, that's the mentality I always sit with. If you just keep writing messages and keep throwing bottles in, statistically, eventually a small portion of the ocean will be yours. But,
yeah, true.
It's...
and the more, if you get those shorts out there, too, that'll help as well.
yeah, no, absolutely. It still makes me laugh.
Classics also says he'll make sure to put his life savings into OnlyDance.
Yeah, of course. It's me and Markiplier. That's the big thing. It's just I can do, sexy stood next to a tree, sexy stood outside a McDonald's, sexy sat on the hood of my 1997 Nissan Micra. That's good.
The classiest, sexiest car known to mankind.
I used to have one, and I used to call it the Green Hornet because it was this little emerald green. One of my friends also used to call it the Mirthmobile, for anybody out there who gets the reference.
Oh my god, that's awesome. You know what? I've driven a Murph and I've driven a Micra, and it was a fun experience.
Yeah, they're nice little cars, and they're built like tanks. You can flip those fuckers, and they'll still work. So it's, they're built to last. So that's one of the main reasons I tended to go for them in the past. But yeah. So, thank you everybody so much again, and shall we get this party rolling?
Absolutely. Oh, so Classics also says that's some top danning, and Raymond Smith says congrats on 1K.
Hey, thank you so much, Raymond. It's much appreciated. And Raymond's been with me since the very beginning. There was a connection we had, a chap called Alan Spicer, who initially put us together, and yeah, I think I met Ray when I had, I think it was something like 150 subs. And Ray's great. Do go and check his channel out. He puts out so many fantastic video reviews. He covers, you think I cover obscure shit? Like, Raymond is like, he goes to IMDb and just rabbit holes that shit until he finds, films that have got like 2 ratings and then just covers them in depth.
Nice.
In fact, he's got a new video up today called Quiet Little Neighborhood, A Perfect Little Murder.
By the way, he just referenced that too. You guys are in sync.
Yeah, nice. I can live with that.
Yeah, I need to check out your channel. Thank you so much. I'm excited to check it out.
Absolutely. Oh, he's so fun. He's so much fun. He's actually doing a collab with us next year. We're covering Best of the Best 4, and that's going to be fun. If ever a film series made me want to turn to drinking, luckily Raymond has saved me on those films, because Jesus Christ, they're just terrible, terrible movies. And we're hopefully going to get a collab together as well at some point on his channel. So,
where can I what's a good way to search him out so I can pop his information in chat?
Oh, probably best if he linked you, Raymond. If you're still here, would you mind just chucking your link to your channel in the comments so that all of our lovely people can check you out? And whilst he's doing that, we will begin. So you may be wondering why we're not playing the iconic Pokemon music soundtrack, and the main reason for that is Nintendo, I jokingly said Nintendo are very litigious. They are actually very litigious, and have been known to sort of strike videos down, like for really inane things, like using their game soundtracks. So to circumvent that entirely, we're currently listening to music from CFAX, which is like a teletext service. I think they had it in the States for a while. It's kind of like a digital message board thing you could access through your TV. It was very big in the 80s and early 90s. So I've pulled a selection called Christmas Tree from CFAX, and we're going to be enjoying a lovely bit of that whilst we play some Pokemon. And we'll start a new game now. I will be reading the voices, by the way. Hello there!
Are you gonna have different voices for every character?
Well, I'll do as many as I can be bothered to do. If you want to jump in and do some as well, feel free.
Absolutely.
So I got, hello there! Welcome to the wonderful world of Pokemon! My name is Oak. People call me the Pokemon Professor. This world is inhabited... I don't like that colour scheme. That's better. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokemon.
No way!
I know, right? For some people, Pokemon are pets. Others use them for fights. Yeah, there's going to be like Cannibal Holocaust by the end. Myself? Oh god, somebody tearing a Blastoise apart. Jesus Christ. I study Pokemon as a profession. First, what is your name? Oh, Channel 83's just dropped in as well. Congrats on 1,000. I saw you a while ago. The one with White Glove Massive. You guys commented on your video. Did you ever end up getting more info about that? Yeah, so I. Yes and no. Basically, the director of White Glove Massive left a couple of comments on my review of that video, and I think he was a bit upset because I was very blunt about my feelings about the film. But I tried to kind of talk to him from the angle of, this wasn't me just slagging your film off, this was me kind of trying to break down what worked and what didn't work, and trying to explain to them that even though I don't necessarily think their film was good, it does still have an audience. There are people like myself, like Triv, like anybody else who I've managed to show this film to, who've really enjoyed it for how it ended up, basically. And I don't know what his ultimate feelings about it were, because shortly after kind of trying to explain that to him, he sort of sent a message back kind of saying, that because I'd been so polite and civil in the comments that he would answer any questions that I had about the film. And then he deleted all of the comments and disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know whether he basically just thought, fuck this, it's not worth the effort of that, or whether he just, didn't feel like he wanted to do it. But yeah, it's fair enough. These things happen, and I don't begrudge him or blame him for not wanting to particularly get into that kind of thing, because if you make a film sincerely thinking you're making the best thing ever, yeah, Raymond hits the nail on the head. He offered me an AMA and then ghosted me. Basically, that's what happened.
That's the quality of the movie,
Yeah, because I did have some genuine questions about the film. Like, there's a load of shit from that film that was cut out, that was in trailers and was in scenes on Facebook and stuff like that. He did a Woody Harrelson AMA, yeah, basically. And you know what? Like I say, I don't begrudge him for it. It can be hard to kind of accept and realise that your film isn't necessarily, the greatest piece of work in the world, and it can be even harder to kind of accept that audiences like it for its infamy rather than its for me. But look at people like Tommy Wiseau. He made The Room and put it out there, and the audiences laughed at it, and he got very defensive about it and was basically like, this is supposed to be taken seriously. And it took him ages to actually kind of realise that it was being appreciated more for its infamous nature than for it being a masterpiece work of drama, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so I hope that he didn't take what I said too much to heart, because, obviously, nobody wants to hear that their film is crap, nobody wants to hear their film is bad, even if it's just an opinion,
Yeah.
But I hope that he learns to embrace it for what it is, and that he... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that is the hope.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I hope that it does find its audience, because it is a funny film. It's not necessarily train spotting. It's just a daft film that looks silly, and I had really good fun with it. I mean, I bought 3 copies of it. I'm not ashamed to say I own it on DVD twice, and I have the Blu-ray. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But thank you so much for the congrats on the 1,000, man. Like I say, it's been a pleasure to have you around, and being on your podcast as well was fantastic. Dark Crystal, I believe it was, we covered, and you can go check that out as well, Channel 83's podcast. Sadly no longer in circulation, but yeah, we did Dark Crystal, and I think he covered The Tingler as well at some point, which was a recommendation on my part, both of which are very, very good episodes in a very, very good cast. Also, the classic says Neil Breen somehow did a talk about his films at Mensa. Oh, Curtin as well. Star Crystal, not Dark Crystal. Apologies, Channel 83. Kurt says, hey everyone, congrats again, and thank you very much, man. Classics also said you didn't purchase it on HD DVD. I was a fool. I had the opportunity and I let it pass me by. We should probably get back onto the game. Sorry about this. So we've got to come up with a name for our new character. Triv, would you like to name our character? Are you there, Triv? Ooh, we have a technical difficulty. 1 second. Let me try and...
Did we lose you, or I think you're back, or maybe it was me?
I think it was you, man. I think you dropped away.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, it's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. I was literally just chatting with Chat. They're a great bunch. I love Chat.
Oh, well, absolutely.
No, I was saying we're going to name our character, so I'll let you choose our name. What do you want us to be called?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. What about Mad Al?
Mad Al? That's pretty good.
In honor of White Glove Massive, or Champagne?
We could do Phyllis.
There you go. Let's do Phyllis.
Okay, Phyllis it is. Phyllis. I am playing on original hardware, by the way, guys. I'm on the original SNES. I've got it hooked up to a VCR, which is running through a capture card into my computer. Yeah, we're going retro, bitches. Right, right. So your name is Phyllis.
You look like a Phyllis.
This is my grandson. He's been your rival since you were a baby. What's his name again? Okay. Okay, we'll go for Chat this time. Chat, tell me what our rival's name is, and anybody who puts Asshat is gonna win, just instantly.
How about King Asshat?
King Ass... I think we've only got like 7 characters.
Oh, well, that's pathetic.
Anus Hat. Anus Hat it is.
Or Kurt said Matt Berry.
Let me try Anus Hat and see if it fits. If it doesn't, actually, you've got to be careful with Anus Hat because that'll look like Anus Shat.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Right. So it's Phyllis and Anus Shat.
Or you could go the route of what was it? I reviewed it. Office. Oh crap! It's like the Oh, I'm not making any sense. It was a movie that starred Zach Levy. It came out a couple years ago. Office something or another, and there was Anus Balm, but it was A. Nussbaum. So it could be A. Nuss Hat.
We'll go with Anus Shat. And we'll see where we end up. Okay. That's right. I remember. Wait a minute. He's his grandson. How did he forget that his grandson's name was Anus Hat? Phyllis, your very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dream and adventures with Pokemon awaits. Let's go. Now, here we are in our bedroom. As you can see, very sparse. We've got a video games console, television on the floor, plant pot up in the corner. Perfect. First thing to do is in the computer, there's a potion. Just going to grab that.
Nice.
Now, Triv, you told me before the stream started that you actually haven't ever really played any Pokemon games and only sort of know the basics about how it works. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Alright. So, basically, the way that Pokemon works is you kind of build a team based on different types. So there's electric, fire, water, flying, normal. And you use them to battle other people's Pokemon, and they then level up and evolve into bigger, stronger Pokemon. And the main aim of the game is you collect badges from each region of the map. And once you've got all of the badges, you can enter a tournament. And once you win the tournament, you win the game, and it's over, and everything's great. It is a bit quirky in places. For example, if you go to this television here, it says, "There's a movie on TV. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. I better go too." So, there's just loads of nice little bits in there. So the first thing we need to do is get our Pokemon, and we walk into the red grass here, and Oak will say, "Hey, wait! Don't go out there!" Classic says, "I remembered everything when he took his hat off and saw his head was an arse."
Kurt says, Classic says it's obviously a Rob Reiner's masterpiece, The Finishing Line, and Kurt says he watched the movie Time to log it on his letterbox.
4 stars!
Ah! Oh, Pikachu! No!
Get my gun. That's not a gun.
I will still never forget the robot chicken sketch that had or I think it was Pikachu went into a Pokeball and it was like I Dream of Genie, where he had like this like club inside and he had all the pictures.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, there's a lot of contention around what happens with Pokemon when they go into Pokeballs. Like, there's a theory that they basically just become data, and then there's another one that is the Robot Chicken style thing, where they just kind of, inside a Pokeball is like the perfect world. Okay, so this is the nephew. How am I going to do his voice? Do I go low? Do I go high?
I'm fed up with waiting!
Nailed it! Ain't a shat? Why are you here already? I said for you to come by later. Ah, whatever. Just wait there. Look, Phyllis, do you see that ball on the table? It's called a Pokeball. It holds a Pokemon inside. You may have it. Go on, take it.
Hey, Gramps! What? About me?
Be patient, Anasat. I'll give you one later. Ooh, careful.
That's what she said!
Bit noncy, but we'll work with it.
No, wait, Phyllis! I want this Pokemon!
Anashat snatched the Pokemon. Anashat, what are you doing?
Gramps, I want this one!
But Oh, all right then. That Pokemon is yours. I'm going to drink some neat bourbon. I was going to give you one anyway. This is incredibly rude. Phyllis, come over here. Classic says go full on Bobcat Goldthwait.
I wish I could. Oh, hey, Horror and Hellfire. Hope you're doing well.
Hey,
she
thanks
says,
for dropping by.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, we're hoping to. We're doing funny voices over Pokemon. It's going quite well.
Now we got Phyllis and Anus chat. So if you want good names for Pokemon, if you ever want to rename your Pokemon.
Phyllis, this is the Pokemon I caught earlier. You can have it. I caught it in the wild, and it's not tame yet. Phyllis received a Pikachu. Do you want to give a nickname to Pikachu? Of course we do. Okay, guys, we're going to let chat decide. What do you want to call our best buddy Pikachu?
That's a good question.
He's our best friend. He's going to be with us through thick and thin for most of the game. So we want a fitting name.
You could call him a Sholey, which is spelled asshole. You could call him Shafid, which is shithead.
Let's have a look and see if we can put that in. We will take any requests if people do have a nickname for a friend here. A Sholey. Aww. Look at the little guy. Going once.
Hello, asshole. I mean a Sholey.
Have double S. There we go. Nicely done. An excellent choice. Oh, here we go. I'm going to go now.
Wait, Phyllis! Let's check out our Pokemon! Come on, I'll take you on! Take on me. Take on me. Classic says a small friend whose ass is one of holiness. That would look good on a t-shirt.
Oh, God. Why did
Classics also said, sort of like how Mr. Bean is described in the theme as a man who is a bean.
Oh, God. So this is a Pokemon battle, and it's all very intense, let me tell you now. This for 1999 was cutting-edge shit, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm pissing my pants as we speak. I'm so scared.
I know, right? It's properly intense. So the idea is to basically just twat the fuckery out of them until they fall down. In later games, there's kind of strategy. Oh, we died. Oh well, these things happen.
You let Anus Hat win?
Yes. And I'd do it again.
Kurt says all the intensity of a D&D party. Smelly scrams! Smell you later!
Oh, so 90s. I'm gonna get some orbits. What?
Fox says his ass wasn't holy enough. And Kurt says, speaking of, I'd love to get a D&D party going.
Oh, fantastic. You know, I've been meaning to get into D&D for years. It's just I've never had the people. So, if there's an online version of D&D, then we can do it. Why not? We could do it on the channel. I'd be down for it. I don't know about you guys, but, we can make it happen. Oh, it's my turn. Would you look at that? It's odd, but it appears that your Pikachu dislikes Pokeballs. Don't we all? You should just keep it with you. That should make it happy. You can talk to it and see how it feels about you. Oh yeah,
Clearly it's gonna eat your guts because you called it Ash Sholey.
So this is the big gimmick of the game, is that you can periodically turn around and talk to your Pikachu and a little box pops up with his face on it.
Aww. He doesn't want to talk to you though.
No, he's turned his back on me.
That bastard.
Not happy about that. No, he's still not happy.
I don't blame him. You're treating him like shit.
He'll perk up. He'll perk up. Right.
Oh,
so...
Kurt says you can play online. I just need to learn how to be a DM.
Classic Cerasi scratching his arse with his tail.
Hey, we all wish we could do that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right, so this is the first mission of the game. We've got to go up to the market, get a parcel, and take it back to Professor Oak. And that will give us a Pokedex.
So we're errand boys?
We are. Yeah, in the first mission of the game, we literally are just errand people. We're just here, just running the course. Ooh, a Pidgey. Okay, let's try and kill this one if we can. We'll get a little bit of experience, which will give us a nice level up.
Wow, I'm on the edge of my seat.
I know, how's it gonna go?
I don't know. Kurt says, oh, Pidgey!
The first of many, I can assure you. Pidgey is one of the most common Pokemon in the game. It turns up pretty much everywhere.
Oh, so you're saying I shouldn't have spent all my money on Pokemon cards with Pidgey on them?
Yeah, that's gonna be a loss, unfortunately. His Oricated, will you take it to him? Phyllis got Oak's parcel.
Yay!
Yeah, that's how it works in this game. Just people will randomly give 10-year-old boys other people's parcels and just tell them to, like, do what they want with it.
I mean, you're being followed by a Pikachu. What else would you expect?
What do you think the cashier was like? Oh, he's got a Pokemon. He's legitimate. It's not like there's millions of those hanging around out here.
Classic says everyone knows that Pokemon Yellow was sponsored by Every, aka Hermes, hence the Errand Boy subplot.
Your parcel is with Phyllis and will be delivered at some point next year.
I mean, that's not that far off if we're being honest.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Right, let's kill this thing. So this is just, it's cool. I can never remember whether it's pronounced Ratata or Ratata or Ratata. It's one of the two. I won't be catching one of these. I just want to kill it. It's basically a small mouse.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
I know, it could be like the kind of main villainy guy from the last not the last VHS anthology, but the one before that. What was it, VHS 4?
Yeah, 90. Yeah, it was 94, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rattan, I think it was.
Yes. I can't remember, but we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up. How is my old Pokemon? Well, it seems to like you. It doesn't. It turns its bleed back on me. You must be talented as a Pokemon trainer. I'm not. What? You have something for me? I finally got delivered. This is child labor, I should also point out.
Hey, you gotta earn money somehow.
This is the custom Pokeball I ordered. It has bitches written in sort of rhinestones on the top half of it. It's very good.
Nice, nice. Is it the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch?
It is, it is. Thanks, Phyllis. By the way, I must ask you to do something for me.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're...
Gramps!
Oh, God, he's back again.
Gramps, my Pokemon has grown stronger! Check it out!
Enoshak, good timing. I needed to ask both of you to do something for me.
Oh, no.
On the desk is my invention, the fleshlight. I mean, the Pokedex. It automatically records data on Pokemon you've seen or caught. It's a high-tech encyclopedia.
What's an encyclopedia?
Shut up! Phyllis and Enoshak, take these with you. Phyllis got the Pokedex from Oak.
Kurt says, I'm sure my memory will be jogged tonight from watching this. I haven't played Pokemon since I was a kid.
I've periodically played every single one through the years of the classics. This is the greatest invention since the Tamagotchi. To make a complete guide on all the Pokemon in the world. That was my dream. But I'm too old, I can't do it, I'm 35. So I want you two to fulfill my dream for me. Get moving, you two. This is a great undertaking in Pokemon history.
By the way, Dan, this portion of the live stream brought to you by Fleshlight. Fleshlight. Go fuck yourself.
That's good, Fleshlight.
Alright, Gramps, leave it all to me. Phyllis, I hate to say it, but I don't need you. I know I'll be Burrow Town map from my sis. I'll tell her not to lend you one. Ha ha ha.
What a dickhead. I don't like him.
I'll screw you too.
I know he's only 10 years old, but I don't like him. I study Pokemon as Professor Oak's aide. Good for you.
Wow.
That's all he has to say.
Much?
Yeah. What about this guy? What's he got to say? Technology is incredible. You can now store and recall items and Pokemon as data via the Oh, nerd. Okay.
Sounds like an infomercial.
It does. I'm just going to pop in here. I'm going to do her voice. Grandpa asked for you to run an errand. Here, this will help you. Yes, that's my girl voice. Phyllis got a town map. Kurt said industry, science, and technology.
No, you gotta say it right. Industry, science, and technology.
Oh, who's this? Another bloody Pidgey?
Oh,
Another
no.
bloody Pidgey. It's okay, we'll get rid of this one. We'll get rid of this one.
Dude, he just called your Pokemon, or you just called your Pikachu assholey.
It's because he is. It's alright, he doesn't know how to speak human.
Well, that's good. Unless he's Ryan Reynolds suddenly.
He thinks I called him cuddly.
Aw. That's terrible.
It is. It is. Right, I'm going to go heal him up. So the majority of the game is basically just training your Pokemon to get stronger and then taking them into battles. We need to get my Pikachu up to about I'd say level 10 maybe for the first fight. There's also one I want to catch. So we'll go and catch a Pokemon in a minute. So we've got a team of 2 at least, and then we'll actually start having some proper battles, which will be good.
Nice.
Mm.
Do you train them up on steroids?
Yes, we give them hardcore drugs. It's the only thing that stops them from sort of turning on us, their owners. It's basically slavery, but with a cute face on it, so it's okay.
I mean, isn't that all slavery, really?
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, womp womp.
I see you're spending the big bucks there.
We are. We're spending.
Kurt says they call... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we spent a whole 2,000 Poke Dollars. That's the currency in this game on 10 Pokeballs, so that we can go and catch ourselves a good Pokemon. I'm just gonna go over here to catch it.
But do your Pokeballs hang low? Do they wobble to and fro?
I can tie them in a knot, but unfortunately my bow tying days are over.
That's fair.
Kurt
says they call it the Barry Bonds treatment for going steroids.
Oh, monkey! I don't want one. We'll do one. No, I don't want one of these.
So is he like the missing link, being he's called a Mankey?
He's a Mankey, yes, and he evolves into a Primeape. Yeah, he looks like a little marshmallow in the animated TV series, but he's very angry all the time.
So typical Mankey.
I can't remember if it was Mankey or his evolution, but one of them, their Pokedex entry, their encyclopedia entry, basically says something to the effect, "Yay, we leveled up." Basically says something to the effect of, "Yay, he learned a rubbish move that we won't use ever in this game." Basically, it says something.
You never know.
Mankey's Pokedex entry basically says something along the lines of, if it's constantly angry, but it can get to a point where it gets so angry it dies.
Wow.
Which is just incredible.
That is special.
I'm gonna shock this one. I might try and catch it. I think it might be useful, but if I kill it, I'm not gonna cry about it.
Wait a second. He used a growl. And that took care of your Pokemon?
Yeah. So, in Pokemon, there are two types of moves. There are physical attacks and stat-related attacks. Physical attacks are ones that I've just been using to, like, murder all of these cute little animals. Stuff like Thunder Shock just fucking kills them dead. But Growl and Tail Whip lower the computer's stats. This is the Pokemon I was looking for. Lowers the stats of the Pokemon so you can kill them quicker.
Okay.
As a rule of thumb, I never use these, at least in the early ones, because it's just easier to just, like, flat out murder them up front rather than try and make them weaker and then murder them up front. Shit, I just murdered that one up front. Didn't want to do that.
Kurt says 2,000 Poké-Dollars when adjusted for inflation is more like $5.
He just said, "Smooth move, Dan."
Yeah.
God damn it.
Okay, this is a random question, but is that Pikachu's eye on the side of his face looking at us, or is that his cheek?
That's one of his rosy red cheeks.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't like the fact he was staring at me in weird ways. It's kind of freaking me out.
One of the... Oh, yay, we caught a Nidoran. Okay, that's good. So we can get that into a Nidoqueen at some point. And that's really strong defense Pokemon. So basically it can take hits like a motherfucker, which is exactly what we want. A mild-mannered Pokemon. Should I do a robot voice? I think I should do a robot voice.
Yeah, I think you should.
A mild-mannered Pokemon that does not like to fight. Beware, its small horns secrete venom. What do you mean it doesn't like to fight? It just fucking tried to murder us.
Oh, you totally have to give him a nickname.
Yes. Chat or Triv, what are we going to call this female Nidoran?
I named the last one, so I think it should really come from chat. Oh, Prince, you've got Shatner.
I think... Let's see if we can put Prince Shatner in.
Classics also asks, how much would a taxidermy Pokemon go for on Gumtree?
It could be haggled down to 50 Poké-Dollars, but it could go as high as 20.
Prince Shat. Well, it's a very fecal related game tonight.
I prefer to think of it as Prince's Hat. He shall go to the ball. See, the thing as well is now that we encounter these ones, it's actually a better thing to just murder them than let them live, because we get experience from killing them, which means we get to level up quicker. It won't do us any good to raise Asshole's level too much in this first instance, because the first gym leader we have to fight is a rock type, and rock Pokemon are strong against electric Pokemon, so they basically can just murder us like in 2 seconds.
Oh, that's not fun.
No, it's not. So I'm going to get him up a little bit because he is strong against pretty much all the Pokemon in this area. He's just really shit against rock types. But we need to catch ourselves a couple of Pokemon that are good against rock types so that we can just go in and murder everybody. I know that they say it's fainting. That was another thing. Because it was a childhood game, a game for kids, they didn't like the idea of them saying that you just murdered Pokemon. The one that we wanted. So they say they fainted.
So now here's a question: when you face like your I guess big bads, can you use one Pokemon and then switch them out for a different one, or do you pick one and go?
You can swap them out. We're on level 7. So if somebody throws out a Pokemon that's strong against you, you can swap out to another Pokemon, and they can fight for you, but you do lose a turn, so they get the first attack.
Okay.
So, like, say for example, if you have a fire type on the field and someone throws out a water type, water's strong against fire, you can swap your fire out for an electric type, which is strong against water, but water will get the first move on you, so they can kind of hurt you first.
I get you.
So.
Classic says hat or shat, like a category on Bonsai.
That sounds like one of the greatest sort of long-distance car trip games. You know, the kids are in the back seat jumping up and down. Go, Dad, can we play hat or shat? And they're like, Trilby, the Bristol stool chart, pork pie.
There was a poster over here of all kinds of different poopies, and it was like, Toast poopy, the kind where you push and push and push, but when you look in the bowl, there's nothing there.
Oh no, not a phantom turd.
That'd be a good name, Ghost Turd.
The son of Ghost Rider.
I mean, it depends on what version of Ghost Rider we're talking about. Ghost Rider 2 Phantom Turd could be his kid.
Ah, fuck. I used the move I didn't want to use on him. At least he's not going to hurt me as much now. Hey! Oh, he did it right back. Okay, so we're back on even levels.
Back to 0.
Oh, fuck. I misjudged this fight tremendously. What am I even doing with my life? Right, I'm just going to swap out to Assholy.
Damn it, Prince Shat, we had faith in you.
You disappointed us, you let us down, and now you must go into the blender.
Oh no! Yet another game on Bonsai, or category on Bonsai.
Will it blend? The sister show to Will It Fit, my other favourite TV show.
Oh god. That sounds so bad. It's like the beginning of a porn. Oh, will this fit? I don't know.
Welcome back to Will It Fit. Today, 12 AA batteries. Kurt says he was just about to make that joke.
If you want, I heard a story like Tales from the ER at one point, and I heard a story that will probably make any gents in the crowd cringe hardcore.
Crush like gents.
Do you want to hear it?
By all means. This is the stream for that kind of thing.
So there was a guy that came into the ER and he was very, very high on meth, and he had taken Viagra and it didn't work right away. So he decided that he was going to make it work quicker by going directly to the source. A tiny piece of Viagra, and he had a tiny, tiny drill bit, and he attached a piece of fish line to it, and he shoved the piece of Viagra up his urethra with a drill bit. And then
matchy.
he went to pull it out, and the fishing wire broke.
I told you gents to cross your legs. I told you gents to do it.
Oh, damn it, Classics. Next on 24 Hours in A&E, a patient has arrived with his dick broken.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny that we're talking about Will It Fit in all its sort of cosmic horrors that come with it, because I think it was in the last sort of 2 or 3 months there was a news headline that an elderly again, everybody brace, that an elderly gentleman had been rushed to hospital with something lodged in his anus, and
oh no!
When they investigated what it was that he had stuck into his anus, it was, and there's no real easy way to say this, it was a World War II mortar.
Oh, I saw that!
Yeah. I'm just thinking, the questions. Classics, damn it, I thought it was going to be a hat.
I mean, in theory, it probably could be a hat.
Yeah, I could see it. But yeah, like, the questions that started, like, did he buy the mortar? Was it something he'd saved from the war? Where did he get the mortar is the big question on my mind, ultimately. What possessed him to put it up there? There are toys for that now. You don't have to fall back on your World War II military artillery to get your rocks off anymore. I mean, I remember back in the 90s you had to go and sort of dig in some trenches and find landmines and bayonet heads to sort of use to satisfy your sexual urges, but we have Love Honey and AdamandEve.com now.
Well, you know, if you think about it, though, they don't make sex toys the way that they used to. You know, if it's not made of metal and rusted out, with giving you the potential of giving you tetanus, what is the point?
Yeah, I tell you what.
Raymond says using a dildo would be gay. A mortar is manly.
Oh God. Do you think that was the excuse that he used when he got to the A&E department? He was just like, I'm a very straight man. I use mortars as God intended.
Well, as long as he doesn't make an excuse like, oh, I fell on it.
Hey, can you imagine if it had gone off? Talk about going out with a bang.
Classics does ask, was he trying to detonate it? And Raymond also says, in America, we have a show called Sex Sent Me to the ER. Lots of broken dicks on that show.
Oh, God. Yeah, I can imagine. You know, that banjo string is not a particularly thick muscle, and when it goes, you're in trouble, my friend. It's a bad time all round.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't want to go into familiar territory of broken dicks with you, Triv, to be completely honest, but...
Kurt says, strange enough, shoving a mortar that hasn't exploded is how Henry Kissinger used to get his rocks off.
Talk about Dr. Strangelove. Womp womp.
I didn't realize that Henry Kissinger was still alive.
I know, the fact he outlived the Queen and, like, most people is astounding to me. It's proof that there is no God.
It's certainly a thing. But you talk about, like, weird stuff getting shoved up your rear. My sister works in the ER, and some of the stories of things that get shoved up there, and the fact that people are like, oh, I fell on it, or I accidentally sat down on it. It's like, dude, that's not how that works.
It's okay if you wanted to shove a World War II mortar up your butt. Just make sure it's not lethal first.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Classic says Henry Kissinger is now just a mortar wearing a skin suit.
Was he in an elderly man's rectum? This is the question we need to answer tonight.
You know what? I'm sure that stranger things have happened.
Comes out in the newspapers tomorrow. Elon Musk found disguised as mortar in elderly man's rectum. Like, shit, we were so close.
I mean, considering the way that his skull is shaped, I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually a mortar.
Well, you know, that's the thing. He'd be one of those space-age modern mortars, though, that doesn't, like, shoot shrapnel. It just fires lasers. I say fires lasers, it would misfire, but... Did you see that court case that came out yesterday about that Tesla car that caused, like, an 8-car pile-up because the driver was playing Steam?
I didn't see that one. I did see an interesting court case that we can talk about after this one, though.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, it's pretty quick, really. The driver basically put the car on full driving mode and went on Steam on his main console dashboard. And I don't know if he was playing, like, the dub on one of our streams or something, but, like, basically he caused an 8-car pile-up because he was too busy playing video games on his main console than actually, you know, driving like you're supposed to do in a car.
Oh my god. Holy ball! Oh wow! I didn't. Damn. Kurt says, did anyone see that picture of Elon Musk at the World Cup? Dude looks like his skin is falling off. Well, that does back up the idea that he is a mortar wearing a skin suit.
I reckon that he is AI, and that's it, basically. That's what AI looks like when it sort of gets out of the computer.
And AI is ugly as sin. Holy shit.
I forgot to update my little Pokeball thing. I'm going to do that now. Hang on 1 second.
What?
I'm going to get around to that now.
Daisy joined us in chat.
Hey. I figured. Because my voice got silenced the other night because of my crappy internet.
It got fixed though?
Oh, it got fixed. It wasn't even at our. It wasn't even at our our line that connects the utility pole to the internet. It was at a substation that's about 2 blocks from my house. That our ISP has. The technician never even came to the house. So it was definitely on their end because it was throttling the shit out of the internet.
It sounds like it.
Oh god, it was like getting like 5 megabytes, per second. It was just I guess it was a trickle.
It sounds terrible.
But I'm here.
The court case that I thought you were gonna reference was there was a set of people that sued Universal because they were watching a movie that they thought Ana de Armas was in. And it turns out that she wasn't actually in it. Like, she was in the trailer. Or I think it was yesterday or yesteryear. It was
yesterday.
Was it yesterday? And it got cut from the final movie. And they sued for like $5 million, and it got put through.
Jesus.
So now it's like technically illegal to show a trailer that is is deceptive. Or quote unquote deceptive.
That's not a bad way to go about doing it, in fairness. If it means that we don't get any more fucking instances of Kangaroo Jack, I'm fine with that.
Well, and the thing specifically said that if it couldn't show, like, scenes of, what was it, people that weren't in it or scenes that weren't in it. And it's just like, on one side, I get it. On the other side, it's kind of like, okay, really, guys? Do we have nothing else to talk about?
I mean, the only downside that I can see really from making film trailers 100% honest. Oh, by the way, I put little cute Pokemon in the Pokeballs now for what we caught. We haven't caught a Spearow yet, but we are going to catch him. The only thing I can think is it means that those Marvel trailers that they used to do where they'd put like fake scenes in to make people go, oh my god, and then it would turn out that it wasn't actually the case. I think they did it with Endgame and one of the Spider-Man movies as well. Can no longer happen, which is a bit of a shame, but if it means that we don't have to like sit through, fake trailers for Romeo and Juliet again, I'm in favour of that. I can live with that.
Well, I mean, you could always go the route of the last Venom movie. They showed Michael Keaton being in it, and it turned out that I guess I should say spoilers for those that haven't seen it. So you have 3 seconds. But the fact that he turned up in the post-credit scene, and that's the only place he shows up.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, I remember the end of that. And I don't even know whether they're going to follow up with that anymore now because of sort of changes that are happening with the MCU's kind of structure. I have got so much exhaustion for the MCU universe at the minute. It's like basically after Endgame, I just got so fatigued. I was like, okay, this is the end. I'm done with this now, and I've been meaning to watch them all again for so long, and I'm so behind now. It's just so much effort to go and do it, and I've got 5 Silent Night, Deadly Night films to rewatch at some point in the future. You
just watched them. You're gonna watch them again?
Well, you might as well. You only live once. Of course, I got to watch Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 again. That one where
boy,
the greasiest, nastiest, just least sexually attractive film I've ever sat through. Or Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, the biggest ball of twine in Minnesota of movies. Just.
Hey, let's not forget, you actually want to go see the ball of twine, though.
I do. The ball of twine fascinates me. Ever since Weird Al did that 10-minute parody song, I want to spend a night at the Twine Ball Inn. That's my big dream.
Wasn't Silent Night, Deadly Night 5 the one with Mickey Rooney in it?
Yeah, playing the weird toy maker called, his literal name is Joe Petto.
Just don't call him Joe Petto. Raymond says Rogue One had the beach scene in the trailer that wasn't in the movie. And then he says we could watch BOTB 3 again.
Oh, Best of the Best 3. Jesus Christ. So, Best of the Best 3 had good intentions, was terribly executed. It was basically an anti-racism film, and you know what? That's a great message to put across in your movie, but here's a great idea for all you budding filmmakers out there. If you are going to make a film that has such a strong subject, 1, make it interesting, and 2, have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the viewer. The whole film was just a guy wandering around a small sort of backwater town, occasionally fighting racists, but the problem is the guy fighting the racists was like an Olympic-grade martial artist, and he was having trouble fighting Billy Bob.
Billy Bob's a strong man. I'm telling you, I know a whole bunch of Billy Bobs in that little rural town.
They do seem to reside in small places, don't they?
Yeah.
Do you reckon he could take down an Olympic martial artist?
I don't know, man. You give him enough meth, he'll do whatever the hell you want him to do.
Oh my god!
I mean, they're prone to shove things up one's penis, so why not? Raven says Gina Gershon dodges a missile launcher, though.
Yeah, there is a scene where Gina Gershon does jump out of the way of an actual, full-blown missile shot and explosion, which is quite cool. It does not make up for the 90 minutes beforehand of just some hillbillies wandering around going, we're gonna take care of that guy, and then them being knocked over by the martial arts Olympic champion. Yeah, that film is something else. Jesus Christ.
Hey, you stuck around with gangsters to see Champagne in a giant-ass wig, so I don't want to hear you judging movies on one scene that makes you stay around.
I tell you now, I could not be more excited about Gatwick Gangsters 2. That film is now currently being written. I can't wait. I genuinely am so excited. I might actually do a live stream review of it when it gets live and just go through it scene by scene with people.
Nice. Classic. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say what makes me laugh the most, and God bless Champagne. Like I say, she tries her absolute best. Similar situation to White Glove Massive is Gatwick Gangsters. It's not a good film by any stretch, but you believe the sincerity of the people behind it are doing what they think is the best thing for it. What makes me laugh is Champagne's official YouTube channel started off as a Gatwick Gangsters promotional channel, and for about 5 years she posted nothing but Gatwick Gangsters content, and in the last 2 years it's now suddenly swapped to what can I only assume is her husband, who is doing boiler repair Q&As. so it's like trailer for Gatwick Gangsters, behind the scenes of Gatwick Gangsters, music video for Gatwick Gangsters, World Cup anthem for Gatwick Gangsters, how to repair your boiler 10 steps. Q&A, how to check your thermostat.
I mean, the two do go hand in hand if you want to be honest about it.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, I appreciate it.
So, Classic says, I watched Thunderbirds Our Go last night, and Jerry Anderson somehow thought Alan Tracy dreaming about wanting to bone Lady Penelope and a puppet Cliff Richard music video was a good idea.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That sounds like someone was huffing meths.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, let's make them horny. You know, like from Blue Velvet.
Raymond asks, is the Fifth Dimension coming back? Yeah, we filmed one episode, and the next one we're going to be doing here this next week. The plan is to bring it back after the first of the year, or right around the first of the year. So, yeah, definitely stay tuned for that. And this guy that's doing the stream just got all 5 seasons of the original on Blu-ray.
I'm a cool convert.
And actually know the ins and outs.
Absolutely, you guys turned me on to it in a big way, and now I need to catch up, unfortunately. So
absolutely, it's a great series.
Oh, I love that. I love the Twilight Zone. That's good horror writing.
Very good.
No, absolutely.
Oh man.
I need to go and heal up because I've just realised I've got like no life left. I need to catch this Spiro before I can move on because I need a flying type that's badass. I just want to look cool.
It's not all about looking cool. Let's see. Classic says Gatwick Gangsters 2 sponsored by British Gas.
I could believe it.
He
They're going to do a Kickstarter that includes a £500 tier where they'll give you a Blu-ray copy of the film, and the guy who does boiler repair will come round to your house and check all your sort of meters and stuff for you.
Nice.
I'm going for that option.
Classics also says, I have the Twilight Zone Blu-ray set, but I haven't watched any of it yet. He just finished season 1 of Classic Who.
Oh, nice. That first season's a little bit up and down, but there's ultimately a lot to love. Reign of Terror is I think, one of my favourites of that season. Possibly that and the Daleks. The original Daleks is good.
Nice.
Oh, fuck, it's that monkey again. All right, let's get rid of him.
Emmett Mankey.
That Mankey.
I'm the shock the Mankey.
Okay, that's a little too kinky to say on stream.
Oop.
I believe this was the mascot for Primal Scream, but
again, I didn't get a chance to be perverted the other night, so I have to release my perversions now.
By all means, if you want to drop links in the Discord chat, I am here for that kind of atmosphere tonight.
Raven says, I watched the January 1st and July 4th Twilight Zone marathons as a kid.
Oh, I love those July 4th marathons Sci-Fi used to do.
Oh, yeah.
The Twilight Zone. Oh, back when it was actually called Sci-Fi and not Sci-Fi or whatever the hell they call it, or however it's spelled now. There's actually just a Sci-Fi channel.
Oh, back in the day.
Yeah, that's they actually showed good movies on it.
Twilight Zone as well, so...
We're hoping to catch at some point over Christmas the Rod Serling adaptation of A Christmas Carol. I think it's called A Carol for Christmas or something like that. And it's basically apparently like A Christmas Carol by way of Threads, which I am here for. Let's have something cheery. It was funded by the Xerox Corporation, who basically treated it as a write-off. They were just like, here's the money, go and make it, because they wanted to try and avoid nuclear conflict, because it was made in 1963, I think, at the height of the Cold War. So they were like, shit, things could actually go nuclear pretty quickly. So they were just like, here's a ton of money, Rod Serling. Make the most depraved, depressing Christmas special you can to warn people not to nuke each other.
Then he made Threads the Christmas special.
Yeah. It's like ordinary Threads, but with more tinsel.
Yeah, the mushroom cloud actually comes decked out with a Christmas hat.
Right, we've got him. I'm not going to fuck this up. I am not going to fuck this up. Guys, we need utter focus in the chat here. We are going to catch this fucker.
Hey, Dan.
Don't die.
Don't fuck this up.
I'm going to try not to fuck this up. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, the stream's gone full Three Stooges.
Yeah.
It's basically Disorder in the Court, but Disorder in the Pokemon, the Pokemon Yellow.
Nothing wrong with that.
Rebel,
No.
Classic says, I seem to prefer pure historicals. Marco Polo was my favorite despite it all being lost.
Oh yeah, Marco's a classic. I like Marco Polo. I just wish the visuals were there because apparently it was like the nicest shot. It was the one that had the most money thrown at it. And then the BBC basically went, well, we know we spent most of our money on it, but, you know, that paper shredder sounds so good when you run film through it. So...
I was going to say they had to pay Jimmy Savile a lot of money for Top of the Pops, but...
Oh, it's a terrifying fact that he invented modern disc jockeying. The idea of the DJ he was responsible for.
That's what when I watched that when I watched that Jimmy Savile documentary Netflix put out when my best friend and I watched it. I'm like, son of a bitch! It's like this guy did everything awesome in the music industry. He met some of the best groups who ever lived, and it's like, and he's a giant monster. It's like, son of a bitch.
He's the worst of people. We used to call them Savile jockeys, but unfortunately, you know, nowadays you can't say that because of the wokerati. Am I right, guys? So yeah, join my Patreon. Give me all your money. So
Which mean only Dans?
My only Dans as well. I'm going to be naked in the middle of... Oh my god, sorry, no, hang on. I nearly said I was going to be naked in the middle of a Toys R Us, but two problems with that. And
you were supposed to bring those back.
First and foremost being there isn't one in the UK anymore. But the second one, if we're talking with Jimmy Savile, we cannot be talking about being nude in Toys R Us. This is bad comedy.
So, catching up with Chad, here in the UK, Legend, formerly the Horror Channel, will be showing Twilight Zone starting in January. There's also Horror Extra, which you'd think would show exclusively horror, yet they show endless repeats of Airwolf.
The
Raymond
truest
asks,
fear.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's like BBC America not showing anything actually British outside of Graham Norton.
I mean, they do show Next Gen. I mean, Patrick Stewart's British.
I don't disagree with you on that point, but it's
uniquely Next Gen's uniquely American.
It is very much. Let's see. Raymond says, Dan, have you subjected anyone to Scream 1980 yet?
I have not, Raymond, but if anybody in the audience wants to be subjected to arguably the most boring film ever made, and I mean that sincerely, it is the most boring film ever made. It is an hour and a half where 45 minutes of the film is a black screen because they underexposed the film so much that it's like basically a black screen with the occasional swish of an arm, and that's about it. Wow. And the other half is people sat in a log cabin going, I think there's something out there. It's a very boring film. Raymond's watched it 3 times. The monster.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, you know, he's reviewed it twice on his channel. Definitely worth going to check out Raymond's channel on that, because he's got some really very good thoughts. He actually had me on to talk about it at one point, and yeah, it's a terrifying film. I'm going to call this Spiro Raymond. I've just made the executive decision.
Oh, let's see. Classic says the Reign of Terror looked not very nice budget-wise, too. On that note, the animation for the story is terrifying. Reminds me of the video game Facade. Or Facade?
Yeah, so they did I can't remember the name of it, but so the Reign of Terror was the last Doctor Who story of season 1 of the original Doctor Who in 1963, and 2 episodes of it are missing. So to reanimate it, they did a new style of animation that I've never seen done before or since. I can't remember what it was called. My brain keeps saying it's Super Marionation, but that's not it. That's Jerry Anderson, Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, and the likes. But it was basically what they did was they took marionette puppets and they animated over the top of the puppets in very heavily stylized computer animation. So, like, imagine, those wooden puppets that you use in art classes to kind of get the idea of people's form and poses. They sort of used them. I'm just going to train here for a little bit to get my Spiro up. And then they literally, like, painted animation over the top of them so that it looks kind of real in movement, but not really. It looks really weird. It's really good, but it's very strange. Like I said, I've never seen anything like it before or since. And then after that experiment, they basically went, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. And just went back to doing normal animation. That's the BBC to a T when it comes to animating Lost Doctor Who. They keep saying over and over again, oh, Doctor Who is our heritage. We absolutely must preserve it. And they'll announce a new animation project, and they'll say, we're announcing this new animation project, and we're going to get all of the main Doctors and all the main companions animated so that we can animate all of the missing Doctor Who stories over a number of years. And then they do 2 stories, and they go, the money has run out from animation, we're not doing it anymore, and the project gets shut down. And then a year later they go, we've signed up with a new animation studio, and they're going to do all of the Doctors and all of the companions, and we're going to animate all of them. And then all the money runs out again, and they go, yeah, we can't do that anymore. And it's basically repeat that for the last 12 years. The amount of animation studios they've had to animate Doctor Who, where they've done like 2 stories and promised they're going to do them all, and then after the second story gone, we've run out of money, there is no more money, Doctor Who cannot be animated, goodbye. And then it sort of vanishes for 6 months, and then comes back again.
Let's see here. Raymond says, don't forget the 10 minutes of sailors talking about nothing from Scream.
Oh, yeah. There's like an entire 10-minute segment where this sailor basically does the shittest version of the SS Indianapolis monologue from Jaws you've ever seen in your life. I just imagine him saying, I sat on the chair, and the chair was hard. Too hard. Or maybe too soft. It was wood. Or was it metal? And just, like, for 10 minutes, just... Such a boring film. Scream 1980. Check out Raymond's review before you actually watch it, because you probably will end up petrified into salt if you do sit through the whole thing unaided. But yeah.
Let's see here. Channel 83 says, and it must be talking about the Doctor Who animation, I guess it's just rotoscoping, but puppets instead of humans, ?
Yeah, basically. It's basically that. But yeah, it's an interesting style. If looking at screen grabs for it doesn't really do it justice. When they're in motion is when you kind of see the best sort of aspects of it. I mean, for my money, the best animation that I've seen for Doctor Who is probably a toss-up between... They did one for The Invasion, which is an 8-part Cyberman story set in 1960s London. They did 2 parts of that, and that was done by Cosgrove Hall, who did Count Duckula. Which I love Count Duckula. I think they did Danger Mouse as well, if you've ever seen Danger Mouse.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they did 2 episodes of Doctor Who, which is great. And the story's great in and of itself as well. So The Invasion, I'd say, is definitely worth checking out. And they did 2 other Patrick Troughton stories really recently. They did Evil of the Daleks and Fury from the Deep. And the animation on those 2 looks incredible, just really, really good quality. Especially if you watch them in black and white, because they've kind of shaded it to suit the black and white. They do a colour version, but they also provide black and white as well. And the black and white version looks gorgeous. So they're the ones I would recommend. I do also know Web of Fear Part 3's animation, as the Classics mentions in the chat, is very dodgy. They did literally just sort of do PS1 style graphics for it. So if you can imagine like how this looks on this screen now is not that far off for how the Web of Fear Part 3 looks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Well, Raymond is getting back to us with what's on BBC America. Ghostbusters and Spaceballs over and over for the next 24 hours.
Nice. Is that the real Ghostbusters or the original Ghostbusters? Or the film Ghostbusters? Or Ghostbusters 2? I won't imagine it would be Ghostbusters 2016 or the new Ghostbusters Afterlife. Let us know, Raymond. I'm actually quite curious about that one. I think Spaceballs speaks for itself. Oh, the original 2 movies.
That's Filmation's Ghostbusters. Hell yeah.
Then wasn't that the show that had an ape as a companion? Like when Ape
No,
was
that
part
was
of the team.
Filmation's Ghostbusters. Yes, that was because there was a live action TV show the anime show is based off of in the 70s with
right.
Forrest Tucker and Larry Storch from F Troop, and they had like a talking, like not really a talking gorilla, but some guy in a gorilla suit.
Oh,
I've seen
damn.
like one episode of this play. It's pretty funny because again it's Larry Storch and Forrest Tucker, so it's F Troop. So
Funny you think about it, at that point in time, you had like all of the oh, what are their names? They did like Land of the Lost and
Sid and Marty Croft,
yeah, they did all that stuff. They did all, and
HR
the
Puffin stuff, and
yeah. So imagine that that whole bit was probably pretty big then.
did he really classics? He played the guy in the gorilla suit also played the gorilla in Ratfinka Boo Boo.
Nice.
I was going to say Ratfinka Boo Boo is the next up on my Ray Dennis Steckler set to get round to. I've watched all of his really crappy early films. The only one that I've really enjoyed so far out of all of those is The Incredibly Strange Teenagers Who... What was it? The Incredibly Strange Teenagers
Strange Creatures
who stopped
the
living
Incredibly
and became
Strange
mixed-up
Creatures who
zombies.
stopped living and became mixed up zombies.
That's the one.
That's hilarious and terrible at the same time.
Get your tickets here, get your tickets here. Did I see that?
An agile Pokemon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. It likes fighting. We need to give this one a Ritalin and a pat on the head. So we got Mankey here. Anybody want to name Mankey? Kurt, you're new to the stream. You haven't named one yet. What would you like to call this Mankey?
Ooh. Cute. Ooh. Mike Tyson.
Let's see if we can fit Mike Tyson in here. Let me just get
He
the
doesn't
little...
have a giant tattoo on his face.
Mike Tyson, like when he was actually boxing, like before he bit off that chunk of Evander Holyfield's ear.
Jeez.
Oh, by the way, his the Adult Swim show that he did.
Oh, Mike Tyson Mysteries.
Oh my god, those are hilarious. I never knew how good they were.
Oh, those are I love that shit. Norm Macdonald as Pigeon.
All right.
Classic says with Ratfinka Boo Boo, Steckler just realized partway through production that the film he was making was a load of shit. So he must have thought, Batman's popular right now.
Remember the Bat 2C?
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Hard to
It's like
forget.
was it Wild World of Batwoman? I think that was the same philosophy. Was that hey, Batman's popular, so let's name our movie that is totally unrelated to Batman. Let's just call it the Wild World of Batwoman, and maybe audiences will get confused.
Well,
Turns
it's
out,
still happens today, so more power to him.
Yeah.
I'm still astounded that there is an actual town called Batman in Australia.
That's hilarious.
You can go and visit Batman,
Yeah.
which technically means you could make a film called Batman Returns and just make it a documentary about that town in Batman called Australia that's having a bit of a comeback.
There's a guy called Internet Historian, and he does like all kinds of like random internet stuff. But he was doing things based on polls. So they did like this poll that was done by, I think it was Trojan Condoms or a condom company, and they launched this thing where if you needed a condom, it could be delivered to you via like Uber delivers or whatever. That's the idea. So they launched it in some big city, London or Paris or something, and it worked great. And so they decided to leave it up to a poll to see where it was going to happen next. And the decision, one of the big ones that was almost chose was Batman Australia, but it went to this like super conservative town somewhere in the Middle East instead.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's where they would probably never use them in the first place.
Right, it tanked pretty hard, but just the fact that, that was a terrible story because it didn't really go anywhere, but,
Hey, you know what? We lived, we laughed, and most importantly, we learned. And I think that's the important thing at the end of the day, is that we grew together as people.
We did.
We did.
Did you grow so much that you need a condom, or are you okay?
I got an Uber driver. He's coming from Ubu Java, and we're gonna party the night away.
Nice.
Yeah, hopefully things will be pretty good from now on.
Hopefully things will go hard.
Yeah, with a bit of luck. Hopefully I will be able to move away from this area in a bit. I do realise I've spent about half an hour here just literally murdering a small, like, nest of animals to try and make...
You made them faint. You made them faint. There is a difference.
Well, this is the thing. I'm trying to make Raymond the best Spearow he can be, and he can only do that by murdering his family. You know, so it's just how it's got to be. You know, no hard feelings.
Oh, Classics brings up, it's like how 4chan rigged a poll so Pitbull would have to perform at a Walmart in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yes, I remember that happened. And he did as well, fair play to him. I think he turned up and was like, a few people did turn up and he sort of signed autographs and stuff.
Yeah, he did. I was like, that was awesome.
Yeah.
As one that is from kind of the middle of nowhere, I appreciate the fact that he would go the distance for that.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's good to see that level of dedication, especially, you know, the folks. I think there was it Taylor Swift did a competition where she would perform at a school, and 4chan intervened and made it a school for the deaf. And she learned. I can't remember whether she actually attended or not, but basically she put out this thing where it was like, I will perform at your school, and they rigged it so that a school for the deaf won. And I can't remember whether she just sent a load of merch or whether she actually turned up and, you know, tried to do something for the kids. But yeah, that was.
They do have like sign interpreters to do sign language. I think like Eminem concerts, like he has an interpreter do sign language.
Oh yeah.
So I hope that she got to do that.
That would be nice. I mean, I'd like to think they did.
That snow band that's moving through the Midwest is almost on its way out of here.
Is it? Nice.
Well, at least out of there's a little bit of snow out towards like Chicagoland, but it looks like that's going up towards like South Bend and shit, which is about 50 miles north of where I am. So we're getting heavy stuff right now, but you know.
Does this mean that hopefully by tomorrow you guys might be able to sort of leave the house without literally freezing to the door?
Hell no, it's gonna get colder here. It's supposed to be like 7 degrees Fahrenheit on Christmas Eve and like 5 degrees on Christmas Day.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not leaving the house for anything.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That sounds horrible.
Tomorrow it's supposed to be worse because like the winds are supposed to be gusting to about 50 miles an hour, which blowing snow.
Yeah, that's never fun.
No.
Oh no, no.
We didn't actually get that much snow here, but yeah, the winds and the cold are just making it awful.
It's been like winter weather mix here pretty much all day until about 6 o'clock our time. It started snowing really good, or before when I was eating supper, it was snowing pretty good. About 5-ish.
Yeah.
This is the thing, like over here, at least where I am, we don't have that much snow, if ever. Like if we do, we get just like an annoying dusting, you know, where there's like enough that it's a problem, but not enough that it's like fun. That's basically
you gotta see the South. You gotta see the South whenever it snows down, like in Florida or like in Georgia or whatever. It's like literally the apocalypse.
Jeez.
Yeah, but the snow they get tends to be pretty heavy too and slushy.
It's true. That is. Yeah, I was gonna say because it is a warmer climate, so they get that heavy wet shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say.
I mean, I've seen.
I was gonna say. I mean, as a plucky British man who has never set foot in America before, we have heard some horror stories over here about people in Vegas who aren't used to driving in like wet or snowy conditions, and the 1 or 2 days a year they get rain or snow, it's just like the highways around the area are fucked. It's just nobody knows how to drive in snow or rain, so it's just abysmal. I don't know.
We get that even here. There's people who forget how to drive in the snow, especially in the snow. Like a couple years ago, we got a nice little nasty little snowstorm, and I got hit by somebody who was coming over a hill. He plowed into my car and then he took off. I was a victim of a hit and run because some jackass forgot to drive in the snow.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Yeah, Yeah, that
It's
was a
terrible.
hoot and a half. Yeah.
So Classic says, I'm now imagining Closer by Nine Inch Nails with sign language.
Oh God.
And then
Oh
Kieran
no.
says, what on earth is this? I thought the real horror of Vegas was Nutbag being shot there.
You know, some horrors are best left unmentioned. Yes, Kieran, we're doing just a chat stream. I hit 1K recently. I thought this would just be a nice thing to do. We're playing Pokemon Yellow, and we're just sort of shooting the shit and just having a nice time. You know, Christmas is coming, everybody's busy. I thought this would just be nice to kind of just chill and have a good time with. Yeah, Nutbag is something else. If you haven't seen Nutbag, try and find the UK cut if you can. So the US cut is it's alright, but it's a bit boring if you ask me. Basically, it's like a really misogynistic, like it's what I imagine Ben Shapiro dreams about, as far as a film goes. And the US version,
Sleeping with her sister.
yeah, well, this is pretty much, you know, and this is the thing, that the US cut is really gory and unpleasant and misogynistic and horrible, but when it came to the UK, our British censors basically went, oh, we'll have none of that, and sort of demanded that, like, 40 minutes of the film get cut out, and rather than just go, oh, alright, we just won't release the film in England, either the director or the distributors just went, okay, and lopped 40 minutes of the film out. So the UK cut of the film is 60 minutes long, and is basically just a neo-Nazi driving around, just saying horrible things but not doing anything. It's like in the US cut, like, you'll see a prostitute and you'll go, that bitch has it coming, and he'll kind of drag her into an alleyway and murder her. In the UK cut, he's just driving and he sees the prostitute on the side of the road, tuts disapprovingly, and continues driving.
It's like 60 minutes of just like they just put a camera crew with a neo-Nazi just driving around.
Yeah,
Nice.
basically.
It's like neo-Nazi diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Kieran also says 1K bravo, mon ami.
Hey, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
He says, I'd still rather watch the uncut version. A little badly made gore should spice up an otherwise tedious train wreck, right?
Normally I would completely agree. Normally I would say yes, because, you know, boring films are greatly enhanced with nudity, sex, or violence. But the thing about Nutbag that makes it so hilarious is that it's how frustrated the lead character is and how little he does. So it's like he literally is all talk and no trousers. The entire hour is just him getting angrier and angrier and angrier and doing nothing about it. I'll have to show it on the Discord at some point. If you guys are ever... I don't know whether, Kieran, whether you're on the Discord. I know we have a few users who are under different names than what they are on YouTube. We'll try and get a screening in the new year of the 60-minute cut of Nutbag, because it is amazing. And then what makes it even funnier is in the extra features of the Nutbag DVD, because this thing has only ever been released uncut in the US, but on the DVD extras in the UK, there's an essay written by the director called The State of Modern Horror.
Oh God!
And it reads like some kind of Columbine-esque manifesto. It's this guy basically saying horror movies stop being good. Read it in the voice of Dale Gribble is probably the best advice I can give. You're not that far off. It's just like him saying horror movies stopped being scary as of 1985, and it's because woke people got to the cameras first. Everything since 1985 has just been absolutely terrible, and horror is gonna... And you know, he cites... What was his name? Angus Scrimm. He cites Angus Scrimm from Phantasm as being a person who champions the true voice of horror because Angus Scrimm said at one point that horror stopped being interesting after Day of the Dead. I was just like... Weren't you in most of the Phantasm films after the first Phantasm? Because I'm pretty sure most of those happened after
I was going to say, he's like in all 5 of them, I think.
Yeah.
He was also in Munchie.
Oh God!
Crap, he is in Munchie.
True horrors we have not met. I mean, it comes to something when Phantasm looks like a fucking kids' film compared to Munchie. Jesus.
Actually, it's not the worst animatronic guy semi-voiced by Don DeLuise I've ever seen.
I have seen the Skateboard Kid. That's
Oh god,
yeah.
I've always seen the Red Letter Media guys cover that. I've never seen Skateboard Kid, but I know of it.
It's one that I would love. Right, there's only a handful of kids films that I would love. Some boutique like Vinegar Syndrome or Severin to get their grubby meat hoops on. Skateboard Kid is one of them. They got Rad, and I missed Rad, and I wish I'd got Rad when they put it out. They did a 4K release of Rad, and it went out of stock, and then
Oh.
Yeah, I was so gutted because I really wanted to own that one, but it was wrong place, wrong time. I wasn't in a good place with money, and it went out of stock, and I missed it. Now it goes for stupid money. Yeah, but I'd love to see. I'd love to see Skateboard Kid. I'd love to see Robot in the Family or Robot Called Gold Digger. That film is fucking insane. I don't know how much you guys know about Robot Called Gold Digger. My favorite anecdote.
I've never heard of it.
So my favorite anecdote. It's a film where a guy builds a robot to just do stuff, and the robot gets loose in the city and just starts doing stuff. And it's got what's his name? He played Gimli the dwarf in Lord of the Rings. John Rhys Davies. John Rhys Davies plays an angry antique dealer who tries to steal the robot. My favourite anecdote from it was the film was produced as part of the Martin Scorsese Film School. And that's not the best part. The best part was Martin Scorsese apparently actually got a chance to see the film. He sat down and watched it with the director, and apparently he sat in stony silence for the full hour-and-a-half runtime of the film, and once the credits had finished, he sat there in stony silence for a further 5 seconds and then turned to the director and went, "So, you wasted 2 years of your life, what are you going to do next?"
Oh my god!
Oh!
And that was all Scorsese could say. Oh, God, just...
God! Oh, that is cold.
Yeah, just utter silence followed by that, and then he just got up and left.
Wow.
Yeah. And to have been a fly on the wall during that screening, I could only imagine it would be the equivalent of making George Lucas sit through Nookie and then telling him that, like, Star Wars helped make this.
Let's see here. Poncho says Kieran says I'm only on YouTube and Facebook. Classic says reminds me of when Troma filmed Period Piece. Reminds me of the Troma film Period Piece, which I insist is the worst film I've ever seen. Kieran says Plumbo didn't foresee things like Bone Tomahawk, which is a pretty good movie, frankly. Classic says both director and positive reviews say it's deep, significant commentary on society, yet Giuseppe Andrews was inspired to make it after seeing his grandparents naked. Oh,
damn. Well, that would trigger some responses, presumably. Naked elderlies are low on my list of priority of what to see naked, to be honest. Yeah.
Yet you're willing to see Jimmy Savile inside of a Toys R Us.
Oh, God. Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day. Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day. Kieran also says, props to Vinegar Syndrome for releasing Don't Open Till Christmas on Blu-ray recently. One of my truly guilty pleasures. I completely agree. I saw that quite recently on Joe Bob's Drive-In, and I picked up the Blu-ray as part of the Black Friday sales. It turned up the day that Joe Bob's thing was playing, so I didn't even get to open it. I was just like, oh, well, I'll watch it with Joe Bob and see what happens. I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good fun. I think it kind of straddles the line between Black Christmas and Christmas Evil. It's not as serious as Black Christmas, but it's not as daffy as Christmas Evil. It just kind of perfectly sits betwixt the two. And if you're into your sort of British cinema and you like British accents, it's a great film for plenty of London-y vibes. We just caught a Caterpie, by the way. Does anybody want to name it? Anybody in the chat or here want to name it?
I mean, mean, I feel like you need to name it, the guy that directed Nutbag.
Oh, we'll call it Palumbo. That's not to be confused with Columbo.
Just one more thing.
Kieran says, I feel sorry for the director, though. Put in an effort to make a movie, show it to your idol, and he tells you it was a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, if he'd have, like, properly gone off, you know, you'd have a story, but just the total numbness of a response. And Scorsese loves cinema. Like, I don't know if you've seen any interviews with him talking about just film broadly. That guy, like, lives, breathes, and dies by film. When he's not making films, he's just sat watching films, like, literally all day. So, to imagine him sat watching Robot in the Family, God. I mean, if you guys haven't seen Robot in the Family, it's on YouTube in full, for free. Definitely recommend checking it out. It's... The best way to describe it is, imagine if the ethos of Tom Green, circa the Tom Green Show, was a movie. It's just screaming for an hour and a half.
Wow.
Just screaming and slapstick humour for the full runtime. I was lucky enough to be able to grab a VHS copy of it. It's notoriously out of print, and because the director charges a fortune for the rights, I don't think he'll ever make the jump to digital, but yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. If you've got an hour and a half of your time and you can sort of stand just effectively endless screeching.
Hey, one of the videos that pops up when I search for Robot in the Family is your video for it. Dan.
Hey, well, I'm very flattered, YouTube algorithms. Thank you. And if anybody wants to search Robot in the Family and watch my review first, maybe, you know, I'd be more than honoured. Please, seriously, give all your money to my Patreon now. Yeah.
For the really super early cinema too, like, a lot of the reason that it still exists, like, you're talking pre, like, 1930s, a lot of that is due to Scorsese saving a lot of those movies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the guy did a lot of work for cinema, and it's really a miracle. A lot of the films he managed to save, you know, have lasted.
Focus on the family.
Oh my
Nice
God.
reference. Nice reference, Karen.
Yeah, very much so. Let's see. Classic says there's a clip of Robot in the Family on a YouTube channel called Representation of Hare Krishna in Media.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've seen those people's videos. Like, they have, like, the clip from Up in Smoke with Stacy Keach, and, like, the DEA agents are, like, they're dressed as the Hare Krishnas during the concert scene. They're all stoned out of their minds.
Awesome.
Eating the pizza, just stoned off their gourds.
I assume the clip from Airplane will be in there.
Oh, thanks. We gave up The Office.
Oh god.
No, the whole of those the one Hare Krishna was the dude who was in these old Isuzu commercials in the States in the 80s. I can't remember the dude's name. We talked about him when we did our Airplane 2 review for it on Geek Salad. I can't remember what the guy's name is. Oh shit, this is gonna bother me. Now I gotta have to look this
I was
up.
gonna say, I've recently started to check out the Geek Salad stuff, since you very kindly
I've
pointed me
recommended like
towards
4
it.
of those live streams because I am on 4 of them.
Appropriate.
The Caddyshack 2, the Airplane 2, the Star Wars Holiday Special, and Jaws: The Revenge.
Nice.
And Geek Salad guys are pretty cool.
Oh yeah, well that one time was a couple weeks ago. We were doing the back and forth. You, me, Andy, Mike, and Thomas from Perpetual Cinema were just quoting the year 2000, the movie, back and forth. Like for 30, like for 100 tweets, we're all just quoting the MST3K, the movie.
You say that like
the guy's
it's a
name
bad
is David
thing.
Leisure. The guy's name is David Leisure. He was the Hare Krishna zombie. Or the Hare Krishna zombie. I think of Dawn of the Dead. He was the Hare Krishna in Airplane. And he's in Airplane 2, the sequel.
I just
Which is
I just think of the Shat whenever I see that film. Just William Shatner. Just
that movie was bad.
yeah.
It was bad, but it had moments that were super funny.
Yeah, until they got like up until they got on the spaceship, that was really funny, and then once they got in the spaceship, it stopped being funny.
I will say, like, when they go to the door and it looks like it's a TV, and then the dude opens up the door and it's just a screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, guys. I don't know how successful this is going to be, but we are going to try our first gym and see how we get on. I think we're under-leveled, but I'll give it a go.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Kieran says, man, what I'd do to be able to actually get into the film industry. Sadly, I live in a city where cinema isn't particularly represented well.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat as you, man, to be completely honest. My city's kind of... It's the Midwestern equivalent of the UK, and we don't really have a film industry. I mean, we have a very sprawling coal mining industry, but...
Not quite the same thing.
No, it is not, unfortunately. There are a few places that do stuff, but it's all very corporate. There's no, like, studio level stuff. It's all very much commercials, things like that. And I did do commercial editing for about 5 years in the industry, but it gets very samey very quickly, and it was a mixed experience for me. I mean, I would love to get back into actual filmmaking at some point, because my last film that I made was, I want to say 2015, 2014. It was about 5 or 6 years, basically a couple of years before I started the YouTube channel. I mainly started the YouTube channel because I just wanted to keep my skills sharp, because, you know, there was bugger all going on in the city in terms of filmmaking, and I didn't want to lose everything that I'd sort of learned. So, yeah, I feel you on that one, man.
Yeah. I just want to be a gaffer.
Oh. You know, the gaffers are some of the best technicians I've experienced on a set. I used to have a gaffer who was a tremendous alcoholic, but he was a very good laugh.
Well, you know, if you can get into like there's, and I don't know if they've done them so much post-COVID, but if you can get yourself into 48-hour film challenges, that's a good way to kind of get your name out there.
Yeah, I did do a film challenge a while ago. I'm talking better part of a decade ago. It was a mafia sketch. It was like 5 minutes long, and the idea was it was this Don was visiting a fellow godfather to sort of get advice, and this godfather gave him a load of really shit advice, and then when the other godfather left, it turned out it was like a candid camera type thing, and he purposely had kind of tried to harangue him. It didn't win, unsurprisingly, but it was fun, and very tiring. We basically ran the full length and breadth of the city trying to get it made, so
Nice.
yeah. Oh shit, I forgot he doesn't live. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, we may have a slow death on our hands here. I haven't got any revives
no.
either. Yeah, I know. Hopefully he'll be able to do something. I've sent Nick Palumbo out to fight a sand shrew. Here we go. Wish me
That looks
luck.
like Kieran says coal mining. Fucking hell, same here. That makes 2 of us.
Oh shit! Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I know the Midwest obviously had a lot of very manual labor jobs available at the time, and the city that I'm in is still very much bedded into that, even though we haven't actually had an active involvement in the industry for like the better part of 20, maybe 30 years. There's still people even now who are like, yeah, we just need to go back to using coal as our main energy source for like the whole country and everything will work out fine. And it's like, that's probably not going to happen. But
That's like talking to your average Republican voter around here.
yeah.
To quote Zoolander, Dad, I think I've got the coal lung. Or the black lung? Black lung.
Yeah, black lung.
But yeah, we basically, it was ceramics and coal where we are, and even now, 30 years after we were relevant, they're still like, if we just make more coal and ceramics, we'll be fine. And it's like, mate, just Stop, please. Let's look at something else. Stop trying to make coal happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, you know what that kind of makes me think of? It's kind of like the guy that shoves a World War II mortar up his ass and expects to do something other than explode in a really weird fashion.
He just wanted to live, okay?
He just wanted to get off.
It's very quiet out there.
Daddy needs to get his rocks off.
Oh, God. Jeez.
Daddy
wanted to get his rockets off.
Mr. President, look out.
Wasn't there a deleted scene in Lethal Weapon 4 where, was it Mel Gibson basically gets a World War II mortar stuck up his arse and Danny Glover has to kind of work it out?
And then he says, I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, and then a toilet explodes for some reason.
And then Mel Gibson says some anti-Semitic shit.
Kanye West rated it 5 stars.
Oh, God.
Oh, I hope you don't mind, by the way, guys. I got you all Christmas presents this year. I ended up investing in those Trump NFT trading cards. Which one of you wants the cowboy?
I'll take the cowboy.
Nice, you can have the cowboy. You may also win a trip to Mar-a-Lago.
Yes!
Shittest version of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory ever.
He got so much shit from people like Ben Shapiro and Steve Bannon and some of these other people who have been like his biggest supporters. For doing that. Oh, it's this big announcement. Oh, he's going to announce who his vice president is. I am selling these NFTs for $99, and you're gonna get. And then one person's gonna have dinner at Mar-a-Lago with me. You have the most delicious pizza chocolate cake you'll ever imagine.
It's just some
It's rated 5 stars by Xi Jinping.
That's just
the
some.
fact that
The nice thing is,
yeah.
Go ahead, Trev.
The fact that they couldn't even do the thing where like they don't use images that are clearly something else.
Oh yeah, they're copyrighted. They copyrighted. Yeah, they're copyrighted material. He literally just ripped them off.
Some MAGA type on Christmas morning opens his NFT email, and it turns out he's won the dinner with Trump. He starts dancing down the street. I've got a racist ticket.
Kieran, what he did was he was going to make this big announcement. He's already announced he's running for president in 2024, so he's going to make this big announcement early this week. And people are like, he's going to announce who his vice president is, or this or that. Instead, he comes out with these NFTs. You pay $99 for them per card, and you get a trip to go down to Mar-a-Lago, which is his residence in Florida, for the winter, and have dinner with him. That's literally it. It is literally just a grift for him to make money.
Well,
That's
actually,
everything he does.
I did see something.
Yeah, he's a grifter.
I was going to say I did see something on that great expert-rated website TikTok, where somebody explained that basically the NFTs are limited to $99, and you can only purchase $9,900 worth of NFTs from his website in a single transaction. They won't let you do anything over 10 grand. And they explained that basically the way that it works, the way that it's been capped like that is because the IRS don't investigate any exchanges of money over 10 grand or over. And there's basically this big theory that Trump's using it to sort of funnel money from nefarious sources, just by being like, yeah, you can do transactions of $9,900.
They just released 6 years of his They just released 6 years of his tax returns. The House Ways and Means Committee did, and like in 2020, he paid 0 in federal income tax.
Jeez.
Not a dime of federal income tax.
Can you say jail?
They're just reflecting it off of what's really important. They're just going after Trump because they're hiding all their own shit.
Oh, I know. I know. Well, it's like that one Republican from Texas. Oh, they're going to go after. They're going to go after Supreme Court justices' tax returns next. I'm like, okay, do it. I don't care. I want to see who gives Clarence Thomas his money.
Oh my
I don't
God.
give it. Or Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, good. Do it. I don't care. Just do it. Do it. Everyone's tax returns. I don't care. Just every politician's tax returns. Just do it.
See,
Right.
this is where you guys are just.
Or with or people that don't want to show.
See,
What do you
this,
have to hide?
this is where you guys are just so unclassy. Like, the Conservatives over here, they do it the smart way. They just create a shell company, put their best friend in charge of it, and then give them all of our tax money to pocket and feed back to them. You guys with your NFTs, just don't get me started.
No, we just specialize in nepotism.
Nepotism is about as American as apple pie and baseball.
Absolutely.
Just ask my son, former vice CEO.
That article, people were complaining. Oh, I can't remember what entertainment magazine wrote that article about nepotism in Hollywood. And people were just bitching about it.
Oh, I think that was wasn't that Variety?
I think it might have been. It's oh god. It's I don't care. I don't care. Nepotism in Hollywood. Okay, yeah, there's nepotism in Hollywood. There always has been. There always will be.
Oh, absolutely. You go back as far as there is Hollywood, and of course that's going to be a thing. Every industry has that.
Yeah. Oh, Kieran, the difference between softball and baseball, the ball that they use in softball is a lot bigger than the baseball is. They typically, girls play softball, and they kind of underhand pitch it just instead of throwing it like a major league pitcher does. The field's shorter, the bats are smaller. It's just I don't know if it's a faster paced game, but it's a very smaller version of baseball with a big ass ball. Oh, they're huge.
Well, they're not that big. Only if you play like slow pitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've only had umpire slow pitch before, so.
If you've ever I played softball in high school, and it can be I don't know. Never mind.
It sounds like Rounders over here. We have a game called Rounders where you have a really short bat and a big ball, and it's predominantly played by women, but you kind of
Rounders was one of the inspirations for baseball was Rounders. I think it was Rounders and cricket. I think it's they combined the two together to form in the Civil War era to play baseball.
Oh damn! You learn something new every day. And now also you've got the Simpsons softball song stuck in my head. So.
I was listening to that the other night. I don't know what got it caught in my head. Oh, I think it was because I was watching the MLB network. Major League Baseball has a network over here, and I was watching Ken Burns' documentary from the 90s, his 9-part documentary about baseball on it, and it was talking about 1950s, the New York baseball teams in the 1950s, and for some damn reason, Terry Cashman's talking baseball got stuck in my head, and then talking softball got stuck in my head.
That is the thing, and as well, it blew my mind because I didn't realise that the Talking Baseball song, they did a version for every team. I didn't know that was the case. So for years, I thought the Orioles version was the only version of Talking Baseball. I was so confused when I found the Yankee version. I was just like, what? What?
Yeah, I think I've only ever heard the Yankees version. I gotta see if there's there probably is a Cubs version of it I can listen to.
I would hope so.
It's nice because it's a really generic song in the sense of it basically is just a guy listing off a load of players from between the 50s and the 70s. But it's surprisingly charming. And the softball version is probably still my favourite just because, The Simpsons, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Raymond grew! He learned to leer.
Wow.
Ooh, leering is a good skill.
It is. Use it in your home and social life.
There's a lot of people that do.
This Christmas, when you're gathering with family and friends, remember, leer. Warning, please do not get confused with lusting. That is a completely different thing. You will ruin Christmas.
So, I've got a friend that's been following the January 6th thing pretty closely, and she was talking about how they just released the 800-page like document, like kind of talking about the findings of that committee, and
Yeah.
I just said, you know what, that's gonna make some excellent Christmas conversation.
Oh shit.
Well, you see, Grandma, Donald Trump did this. Donald Trump did not call the National Guard like he said he was going to.
Turns out he did want Mike Pence dead. Who'd have thought it?
I know.
Someone
right?
I was reading, I think like somebody, there's a podcast I listen to that dissects Alex Jones's show called Knowledge Fight,
God.
and they have a subreddit, and somebody on the subreddit posted, I think, because Alex Jones is one of the people who testified before the January 6th committee. But like, he tested, yes, he did. He absolutely did. Him and a whole bunch of these other people who were like pivotal to stop the Steel movement. But he testified, and like they like showed like a little bit of the transcript, and it's like, okay, can you spell your name out for me? It's Alexander Emmerich Jones. Can you spell your middle name for me, please? E-M. You know what? When I'm stressed out, I can't spell. When I'm stressed out, I can't spell.
It's
Well,
all of
what's
those.
sad is when Kanye came on InfoWars and made Alex Jones look like semi-normal. What the hell?
That they did a Knowledge Fight did almost a 4-hour episode of that specific episode, and it almost broke me. I'm not even kidding. I almost ripped all of my hair out. I almost like threw my office chair out my window, punted the TV. It was so frustrating because it was the worst kind of shit imaginable, and Alex Jones is just sitting there, oh, okay, you know, Hitler's not good. and then like him and like Kanye and like Nick Fuentes and Ali Alexander are all like teaming up on Alex. How dare you? We don't want free speech. We want free speech for us, not for the liberals out there.
We are getting dangerously close to Elon Musk territory. Speaking of free speech, for everyone except for people.
Did you see what the new thing Twitter did now?
It was the Twitter Blue thing.
No, that, but he relaunched that, but he also designed the tweets to have like the engagements your tweets have.
What?
Like the number, like for example, I tweeted something about 7 hours ago about making fun of paying $8 for the Twitter Blue. I had 56 total views of that, and you could click on it and it'll tell you, how many people saw it, how many people engaged with it, how many people expanded the details on it, and if it gave you new followers or someone visited your profile.
Jeez.
Isn't that was there previously? They've always had.
It was, but the number wasn't visible. It was, you had to click on it and it would tell you, like in a separate window. But now the number's visible for everybody to see. Like everybody can see. Like, yeah, like I could see like, let's see here.
Where does it say that?
What, like, right, like when you like click on a tweet, it's like there's, how it used to have laid out, like it was the conversation, like how many people commented on it, the retweet button, and then the like button.
Yeah.
Now it's now the stats thing is right next to the comment button on tweets.
I don't have that.
Oh, unless I don't know if it's a new I don't know, unless your Twitter hasn't updated in a while. I have no idea, or unless it's just on mobile. Who knows?
I'm just looking at it on my PC. It might be a mobile thing.
It could very well be, but yeah, it's weird. But yeah, I'm like seeing like how many people like got these engagements, like just like the.
This isn't YouTube. It's not that important.
Oh, but what? Well, we got rid of the dislike. We can get rid of the dislike button. Is it?
It is on mobile.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's what I was kind of curious because I was looking at my phone.
I know that he recently changed the rules. He started, I don't know why he did it, but he started doing polls that were deciding like major policy. And then when a vote went the way he didn't like, he basically changed it and was like, yeah, only people who pay $8 can vote now. And it's like, okay, Mr. Free Speech, fair enough.
Well, you gotta give him money. He needs money. Tesla stock went down, was it trading at $123.46 today? So it's on a downward spiral. like literally like Tesla's board of directors are dumping stock off because they're saying that's a sign that the stock's not going to recover. They'll dump like normally they'll like dump a little stock off like if the value drops and then buy that stock back when the value increases. Mm-hmm. They're not going to do that. The stock's just is at a 52-week low. It just keeps going down.
Oh.
Who would have thought that being on one of the biggest social media platforms and just spouting absolute bollocks would make investors a bit nervous?
Well, not only that, but also, like, Twitter was, like, hemorrhaging money to begin with. Like, they were losing millions of dollars. Like, the day that he announced he was, like, the day he took over, it started losing billions of dollars.
Wow.
Jeez.
Like, the debt that they have started to accrue is ridiculous. And you know, the fact that the board of directors haven't, like, tried to kick him out as CEO or, you know, throw bricks at him is beyond me. You can always throw bricks at him. I'm not condoning violence, but, you know, sometimes. Robert Evans always said it best. That's a brickin'.
You may have your robots and your cars, Musk, but one thing you don't have, granite.
No, those stupid, those robot cars that can't even identify the stop sign on a school bus. They've literally done studies that shows that the autopilot feature on the Teslas does not recognize children, and will not recognize the stop sign in a school bus. So when you have to stop when they're letting kids off the bus.
Oh yeah, I think they did some legislation or something where they basically were like, yeah, if an automated car kills somebody, it's not the driver's fault, it's not the car's fault. It's the person's fault for walking in front of it or something like that.
Yeah, blame the victim, never the company. That's America in a nutshell.
It just reminds me of Eric Idle in National Lampoon's European Vacation, where he's like, "I'm so sorry, I appear that my leg is broken after I threw myself over the bonnet of your car at 30 miles an hour. It's all right if I drag myself to the side of the curb. An ambulance will probably pop round the corner any minute and take me to the nearest hospital. But thank you." Oh, God.
Oh, I just noticed Kieran says, I personally like Timba on toast. Goes into great detail on right-leaning media.
Yeah, Dave Rubin's another one of those people. He's such an enigma.
Is he Barstool Sports?
No, that's Dave Portnoy.
Oh, got it.
Dave Rubin's like this. Dave Rubin works for he used to work for I'm not sure if he worked for Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire, but he works for, I think, Glenn Beck's network. But he's an openly gay man who is very anti-LGBT, but he's also like a grifter. So we don't know like how much of this he legitimately believes and how much like his right-wing donors are just paying him this money to say this shit, like Candace Owens, where he just says shit because he's getting millions of dollars from fracking billionaires.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So if you ever see somebody talk about how Candace Owens, you know, is smart, or how Candace Owens is dumb, she's not dumb. She knows what she's doing. She's just grifting people. It's like Alex Jones. He's very intelligent. Alex Jones is intelligent to a fault. He's intelligent in the sense that he knows how to game people, like how to like sell them dick pills. But he is not smart enough to realize, hey, I'm going to lose a lot of money and potentially my entire network if I don't shut the fuck up about Sandy Hook.
It's bizarre, really, because depending on who he's being interviewed by, you get completely different levels of sort of cognitive response. Like, I saw him on the Channel 5 news thing with Andrew, what's-his-face? I can't remember his full name.
Andrew Neil?
Yeah, that was Ben Shapiro. That was a good interview.
Alex was on Andrew Neil's show. This is like after Sandy Hook, I think. Alex was on Andrew Neil's show.
No,
there's a clip of it. I'll have to go find it.
Right. Right. No. I was talking. There was a YouTube channel called Channel 5 News or something. It's basically it's backed now by Tim Heidecker's company, but it's basically this guy who used to do a channel called All Gas and No Breaks.
Oh, yeah.
He did an interview with Alex Jones a while ago, and Alex was a completely different level of competency to like how I've seen him in his trial interviews or how I've seen him with others. He was very much just sort of like, yep, this is how it is, and just like basically without very bluntly just talked through how his grift worked, which is surprising given that he's still doing the grift. It'd be a bit like if somebody came up to you and was like, I'm going to take $50 off you. Now, if you could please give me $50, my car's running out of petrol over here and I've got to get my kid to the hospital. Give me $50. And my kid is poorly, you know. It's just very odd.
But there's still people who still send him lots of money. Like, he's still, I need money. The kangaroo court in Connecticut sent, I have to pay $1.2 billion, but I don't have $1.2 billion.
It's just the idea of him when he was charged all that money in the lawsuit, and he was just like, "It's okay, I'll just declare bankruptcy. You're not going to get any money off me if I do that because there's no money there."
Yeah, Alex, you're saying the quiet part out loud, buddy. You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
Well, did you guys see the thing with Sean Hannity today, where he admits in a disposition they didn't believe
deposition.
Deposition. They didn't believe the Trump voter fraud claims.
Oh yeah, and then like, well, why did you still do it? Because it gave them ratings. That's why they do it.
Oh yeah.
You can always rely on elderly people to buy into your shit because I don't know what the hell it is. Like my best friend's grandfather, all he'll watch is Fox. That's literally the entire time, except that the Packers are on TV. That's it. If the Packers are on TV, he's watching that. But most of the time I've been over there and the TV is on, it's on Fox News. He'll watch like Hannity and he'll watch Tucker and he'll watch, it's like, this is what happens when, you ingest this crap. It's like you believe it hook, line, sinker. And then when your relatives who understand that there's logic in the world try to tell you, hey, that's not how that worked. You're manipulated. You're a sheep.
Oh, hell,
Lord knows I've been called a sheep.
My dad and my brother-in-law
Mm-hmm.
damn near got into like a hardcore tussle a couple Christmases ago. They were both like talking about the same subject, like it was something to do with PA, and they were both saying the exact same things from like completely different sides of the aisle.
Oh God!
They damn near had a knockdown drag out, and my dad is pretty elderly.
Oh God!
Oh jeez. God bless us, everyone.
And I was tasked. My sister looked at me and went, "Nikki," and I went, how about them Bears? And luckily that broke it up.
Well, Trev,
so good. All right,
Trev, I won't begrudge you if you want to re-gift your Trump NFT to your folks. That's absolutely fine.
I will burn it, and I will burn the hard drive that it's on and the internet link that it came to.
I just love the idea. How do you burn an NFT? Do you have to like put it on a CD and then smash it or something?
Basically, yeah.
Sorry for the under 18s in the audience. A CD was what us old folks used to use to listen to music, play video games, and generally experience the digital world. It was replaced.
It's like a vinyl record, but a lot smaller, and you can listen to it in your car.
See, this is why I dread when our generation hits like our 70s, 80s. We'll just be in an old folks home going, and we had compact discs, which were like vinyl, but tiny and played on lasers. And the people will be like,
Heavy Vinyl's making a comeback. There's Heavy Vinyl's making a comeback.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. I mean, I've been collecting for like just over 10 years now. I started when I was in university. And I've got some great stuff. My collection is basically like a cross between one of the most pretentious musicians collections you've ever seen and Dr. Demento's record collection. It's like you've got the Beatles' Abbey Road, Lou Reed's Transformer, the complete works of David Bowie, and then next to it is Strictly Umpa Volume 6, Polka Party Volume 29, Come to Our Surprise Party Volume 6 through 8, Jive Bunny, 50s Megamix. And it's just like...
Do you have Roll Out the Barrel?
I do have Roll Out the Barrel. My favourite one is I've got the soundtrack. There was a BBC drama in the, I want to say late 70s, but it might be 80s, called The Singing Detective. I have the original soundtrack of that, and it's not made up entirely. It was set in the 1940s and 50s, and it's entirely 40s and 50s soundtracks. And there's some great stuff on there. I've got Marlene Dietrich and just loads of really nice sort of 20s and 30s style recordings, which is great. I've got the complete works of the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band, if that name is relevant to anybody. They did the Urban Spaceman. And I think they did a cover of the Monster Mash that was really good as well. Vivian Stanshall, very, very strange man. Ginger Geezer. He was a good guy.
Kieran says, I still own a couple Vista-compatible CD-ROMs.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
You want to double check them? They might have
turned... We're going to die!
You might want to check those. They might be dust now. Disc rot's a hell of a thing. Did you see those M discs they invented? They made a disc out of stone that's supposed to last 1,000 years.
Isn't that what all the teachings of L. Ron Hubbard are on?
No, they're all on like side 2 of Led Zeppelin 4 L. Ron Hubbard's teachings.
Yeah, if you
I think they actually are on stone.
I think they are.
Like, they might actually be.
I think they were actually laser printed on stone to like survive, the great apocalypse that's, been coming for, 1,000,000 years.
Jeez. Well, I suppose when people find it in 1,000,000 years, they'll probably, think it was a trading card game or something.
Yeah, my record collection's a hodgepodge too. I got like Weezer and Herb Alpert and Tijuana Brass and Neil Sedaka, Devo, a lot of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. My best friend gave me his dad's original pressing of Freedom of Choice by Devo.
Oh, nice.
That was awesome. Yes, the Electric Light Orchestra, the Moody Blues.
Oh, have you got Days of Futures Past?
Days of Futures Past? I don't think I have that one.
Cold-Hearted Orb that drives the night. Oh, love it. Such a great album.
Let's see. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Genesis, Goblin. I have the Dawn of the Dead soundtrack, an Italian pressing of the Dawn of the Dead soundtrack.
Oh, nice.
A lot of Rush, a couple Ramones albums. I have a Von Meter did he was a comedian in the 60s. He did an album called The First Family where he did an impression of John Kennedy and his family. It was one of the first political comedy albums, because before then it was kind of taboo to make fun of politicians, but the Kennedys loved it. So like Von Meter came to the White House and performed it, and it was hilarious. Dave Brubeck, Patti Smith, Kiss. I have the Kiss Alive album, the first Kiss Alive album.
Ooh, nice.
Toll, more Rush, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Cheap Trick, the Rolling Stones, Stephen Wilson, Zeppelin,
nice
the Police.
Collection going there.
Steely Dan.
Ooh,
Billy Joel.
What era Steely Dan? Now that's the deal breaker. We're talking.
They can't buy a Thrill Steely Dan. So
nice,
that awesome early Steely Dan.
See,
Johnny Cash.
I'm the other end of the spectrum. I've got Adja and Donald Fagen's
Adja's a great album.
Love Adja.
I love Adja.
Yeah, no, much the same.
Sabbath, Bob Dylan.
Vinyl stream.
Yes. This is the natural progression.
I'm gonna read you off my Styx. I have Kilroy was here. I have the Styx concept album.
Oh, I've got Kilroy was here as well. Yeah.
I think I bought that. That was one of the first records I bought when I started collecting vinyl when I was like 16 years old. That's when I started like I remember when I like turned 16, I just raided my parents' record collection in the basement. Like I got the Who and Rolling Stones and a whole bunch of just a couple Styx albums, but those I gave it back to them. It was like that's theirs.
See, I got Supertramp
and Mortal.
I got super lucky with my start of my record collection. When I started at university where I was, there was a tiny little record shop. It was previously a bank in the 1930s. But it'd been shut for years, and the guy bought the place whilst it was still basically a bank. Like, it had a vault upstairs. And he didn't bother to do any modernizations on it. He just packed the place with vinyl, like floor to ceiling vinyl. It was this tiny, tiny little place. It was probably no bigger than like a one-bed apartment, top, like, all together.
Gosh.
Yeah, it was really small, and it was piled with records everywhere. And the way he graded, as far as I could see, is anything that was like mint condition or was like really rare, he'd keep behind the desk, and that shit cost money. Anything that was not mint condition, he put in the vault room upstairs, and you charged you £1 for albums and 50p for singles, which is like $1.25 for albums. I got my sticks.
I'd kill for that.
Yeah,
I'd kill for $1.25 for a record.
The problem is, because it was so piled high and it was such a safety hazard, basically, there was like always a risk you were going to just break your neck, because you had to climb up like the steepest stairs in the world, and he stacked vinyl on the stairs all the way up. It was whatever you could find you could have, but like, he had Kilroy Was Here, and I think I paid £1 for it. He had a copy of Scary Monsters that had a scuff on one track that with a clean it played perfectly for £1, and like, you can get it now for like 20-30 quid. Yeah.
That's a friggin' bargain.
I cleared that guy out like every week. I went down there with 25 quid and just basically bought like a small stack of records, and the singles were fantastic as well. But yeah, that guy was amazing. I mean, he sold his shop about 5 or 6 years ago, and he opened a bigger shop in the middle of town that's really hard to get to now, so I can't really go there anymore. But
that's a buzzkill.
Yeah, but back in the day, if you wanted a broken neck and any Genesis album for like the equivalent of $1.25, he could hook you up. He gave me actually my most surreal moment, because we were in a shop one day, and this guy came in really shady, and he actually had like the full sort of aviator and briefcase scenario. And he sort of came in and he went up to the desk, and the guy was like, "Oh, what you got?" And he got, "I've got a record I want to sell." And the guy goes, "Okay, what have you got?" And he flicks it open. I swear to God this is true. He pulls out a first edition print of David Bowie's first album, signed by David Bowie, sealed.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And this bloke's response was, first of all, to kind of be like, "What the fuck have you bought this in here for?" And the second was, he went to this, you know, like in the cartoons where they pull up the big dusty phone book and just blow on it and dust just shoots off it. Well, he had a valuation guide, and he basically went through it, and he was sort of flicking through it. Me and my friend, who were massive Bowie fans, just sort of stood there like agog, just like, what? We are witnessing something special here. And he sort of went through the prices, and he went, "Yeah, I'll buy that off you for £1,500. And this guy was like, "Oh, I'll go and think about it and I'll get back in touch with you." But like, it was so just like, of all the places you could take like a first edition print of Bowie's first album signed by Bowie, just this run-down little record shop in the middle of town. It's just a non-starter. Sorry, as Triv rightly said, this started as a "let's murder small animals on the stream," then went to
research.
Then went to the opposite of InfoWars, and now we're talking about Adja. But yeah, whilst all of this has been going on, I've been trying to train up this bloody Mankey. I'm trying to get the team strong enough to fight the first gym, because I just got my arse handed to me when I was a bit weaker. But yeah, so Twitter's on its arse. That's good fun. I know that they're planning on basically putting in a robot CEO to sort of basically be Musk in everything but name, because I think he's got a bit bored of it now. But
well, that's not terrible.
Yeah, you know, I'd prefer Robo Musk over actual Musk.
Oh, Pokemon!
Yeah, we got one here. I'm going to murder this one right here. I need to talk... I have got some... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Triv.
I was just going to say, I'm trying to explain to Kieran what Scientology, what the basis of Scientology is.
Yeah, it's... You know what? If anybody was best suited for it, I think that you and Kurt could probably hash out the history of Scientology.
Honestly, I can't tell you a lot. I went and checked out Wikipedia, which I'm kind of just popping up here. So the basis of it is like L. Ron Hubbard wrote a lot of pulp fictions back in the day, which are sci-fi or noir or detective stories. He actually holds a record for the most words ever written. He started a religion based around the idea of Scientology, and people claim he's a god.
I always get the history of Scientology mixed up with the South Park history of Mormonism. Something about talking into a hat, I think it was, but...
Not far off.
But, yeah, I have got a few movie soundtracks down here. I don't know, Kurt, have you got many movie soundtracks, or...?
Kurt?
Oh no, Kurt has succumbed to Midwestern freeze.
Oh, he's muted presently, or he muted himself.
Ah.
I'm back. What were we talking about? I need to get myself something to drink.
Oh.
How dare you!
How dare you!
What were we talking about? Recycling?
We were talking about the news that Russia has just launched a nuke at the Midwest. I think they said something about hitting Kurt's house, but it was hard to really make out.
Well, they can't do that because my lap quakes have to hit there first.
You have not laughed? Well, we're not playing What the Dub. Normally you laugh like that when we play What the Dub or when we do a...
Yeah, this is a little bit more chill, but...
If we can get a laugh quake going, we might be able to blow the nuke up in midair.
Oh, good lord!
We could use that Reagan Star Wars missile defense system that he wanted to use. With the laser, like he wanted to use lasers that they so eloquently poked fun of in Spies Like Us.
It's such an 80s thing, isn't it? We'll solve the problem with lasers.
Hey!
We're certified, baby. This is an official stream. No, before you left, Kurt, I was just about to say, have you got many movie soundtracks?
Oh, I have the Star Wars soundtrack.
Ooh, very nice.
The original, the John Williams one. I have the soundtrack for the Ken Russell's adaptation of Tommy.
Oh, nice, nice.
Which I'd say that one's probably the cover is probably the worst condition I think of anything I have in my collection. But
their version of "I Can See for Miles" is really something.
Yeah.
I do love that.
I had mentioned the Dawn of the Dead soundtrack, Goblin's Dawn of the Dead. I have the soundtrack to National Lampoon's Animal House.
Oh, damn it! That's one of the ones I really want.
See that? Is it? Well, if you count The Song Remains the Same, the Led Zeppelin concert film, I have 2 versions of that, but one of them's missing a record.
I mean, if you own a copy of Pink Floyd's The Wall, you could technically have that count because of the Channel Awesome version of The Wall.
I do not have that.
Oh,
what else? Yeah, that's
that
like
was
over.
so terrible.
No, I do have one more. I have the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack.
Oh, snap! Me too. I have that one as well.
Yeah, that's probably my 3rd or 4th record I bought. We have in Fort Wayne. We have a small little chain of like 3. Technically a local chain, but it's like 3 shops called Wood and Nickel, and that's my mom took me there when I started collecting vinyl. And I came across them like, hey, I kind of like the Ramones.
Well, your music may be controversial and dangerous to mice, but you know what? You're okay.
I'm really hoping to get that Steelbook for Christmas. I love that Steelbook that Shout Factory put out for that movie.
Ah, it's such a fun film. Trev, have you seen Rock and Roll High School?
Yeah, I have. It's been a hot minute, but really good movie.
I swear it's probably one of the greatest intros to a college movie ever. Just the where they do the Sheena as a punk rocker, as the school basically falls apart, and you've got the dean in a straitjacket falling into his oatmeal as a portrait of Vince Lombardi spins 360.
Like some of those casting, like the one old dude who's like giving the speech at the beginning is like this actor named Gray Sutton who was like in a bunch of movies at like the Hollywood's golden era. It's like then at like towards the end of his life, he was like in the Hollywood retirement home. I can't remember what the name of it is. They still, I think it's still open, but they had a retirement home at one time for aging celebrities. It's basically just a nursing home for if you were in like Howard Hawks movies or something like that. But yeah, they like got this guy Gray Sutton out of this old folks home. So can you deliver dialogue? Oh, kinda. Just read the paper.
I think
Kieran says, I want to get the Death Smiles on a Murderer soundtrack, maybe the New York Ripper OST too, but I don't have a vinyl player, sadly.
That's a shame. I mean, you can get some pretty decent players now for under £100. I have a Audio Technica, what is it, AT-LP60? I think that costs 99 quid, so it's about $110.
Yeah, if you're starting, like, if you want to start out and I mean, Audio Technica does make a pretty decent product.
Yeah, no,
they do. Like, one of the other shops I go to, he sells turntables, but he sells. I mean, he doesn't have a lot, but he sells like old Technics turntables and stuff like that. And these really old, like from the late 70s, early 80s. Like they have like some with like the fake wood paneling shit on it and stuff like that.
Nice. Yeah, the quality's definitely there with them, and with a good stylus on it and a good amp, you can really get some decent sound out of these things. I mean, I was going to say on the movie soundtrack front, I've got a fair few. I've got Rock and Roll High School, as obviously mentioned. I've got Reservoir Dogs. I've picked up the House soundtrack from Waxwork Records recently. That's fucking incredible. The 1977 film House, the horror movie. I got Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. That's a really good one. Music by Ryuichi Sakamoto of YMO fame. Which is great. What else have I got down there? I've got the Rocky soundtrack, Rocky 4. Yeah, somebody's cut all the pictures of Rocky out of the album art, though. It's just loads of...
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like somebody bought this record and just went, well, I'm not much for the soundtrack, but I want this picture of Rocky on my wall, so...
They didn't want Burning Heart. They just wanted for the Burning Heart song, the Survivor song. So that's literally...
Yeah, well, this is the thing. The one track that I actually really like from Rocky 4 that isn't on the soundtrack is Man Against the World. Yeah, but no, they don't include that one. What else have I got? Literally right here. I've got Ken Russell's Listomania.
Listomania.
Love Listomania so much. I've got the soundtrack.
I remember we watched that. I remember we watched that on a Twitch live stream a few months ago.
Oh,
and
man.
That was that was bananas.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I recently managed to get a hold of a bootleg Blu-ray copy of it. Somebody's done AI upscaling on it to get it to 1080p. And it looks incredible. It looks really great. And it's such a shame that Warner Brothers are a bunch of bastards who would literally rather destroy the film than put it out on any format ever again. Well,
of course. It's Warner Brothers. What do you expect?
We're going to go into a first gym leader battle after what feels like an eternity. I'm going to ask Pikachu how he's feeling about this.
See if he turns his back on you.
Oh, he's smiling
back
now.
On me.
What else have I got? I've got a fair few down here. I've got Shock Treatment.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, I've got the Shock Treatment soundtrack. Love that.
I need to get the Blu-ray of that.
Oh, it's so good. Arrow Video have done a phenomenal job. A lot of people... Rocky Horror Picture Show obviously has its place. I won't dispute that. But for my money, I have so much joy out of Shock Treatment nowadays. I think I watched Rocky to death. And Shock Treatment's kind of still fairly fresh to me. It pairs up really well with... I don't know if you've ever seen Death Row Game Show. Mark Piero movie. A great double feature with that one. But yeah, love Shock Treatment.
we want to get into a conversation with Narcotic Casserole because he's a massive proponent of shock treatment as well.
Oh, nice. Now I'll absolutely have to chuck him a message at some point about that because, yeah, it's very underrated, and a lot of people basically just sort of write it off and go, well, it's nothing to do with Rocky Horror, and you kind of go, well, yeah, that's the point.
The thing is, it does. It takes place in Denton. It stars, I mean, they're not played by the same people, but Brad and Janet. I mean, it is their life. It's such a fun movie, and it pisses with so many of those like all-American tropes.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
And I forgot that Jessica Harper is the one who plays Janet.
Oh, yeah, she's so good.
But Jessica Harper just. Oh, because she never got. I don't think she ever got the fanfare she deserved.
No.
Oh no, and was it Brad or no, the guy that played Brad.
Cliff DeYoung.
Yes.
Yeah, and the fact that he did double duty, like starring in it, like doing a duet with himself. He played both of the himself and then his brother.
Yeah, Farley Flavors.
Yeah.
Or Farley Flavors, yeah.
The fact that he duetted with himself, I just amazed.
It's a very
Jessica
impressive
Harper doesn't get
performance.
that love.
What was his name? Who played Barry Humphries as well? Is surprisingly good in it as the doctor who's blind.
Oh yeah, he's excellent.
Yeah.
And the fact that they I did a collab with Narcotic Casserole on that a couple of years ago, and like just the stuff that went on, like they repurposed like the throne and the wheelchair and a whole bunch of other props from Rocky Horror.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it was because originally it was supposed to be this big, broad, sprawling sort of film about suburbia where they were actually going to have the town of Denton, but for some reason they couldn't realise it, and ended up.
I think it was writer's strikes or something like that, and it had to be cut back.
Yeah, so they sort of reinvented the film in a studio environment, which I think works tremendously. You know, it really does do the job. Yay, we did it. First boss down, guys. We're on the road. Woo! I'm just gonna give myself...
Kieran says the Devils has been royally fucked by Warner.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, absolutely. The Devils has been vetoed. From what I understand, there is we've got the Boulder badge, by the way, guys. We're on the board. We're officially part of the Pokemon League, and we can use Flash now, which means we're probably going to go to jail. But yeah, apparently there's like 3 very elderly Warner Brothers execs who are like really in powerful positions, who are devout Catholics who hate the Devils because it's like one of the most anti-Catholic films ever put to film, basically. And whenever it comes up,
didn't they say that about Life of Brian?
Well, yeah, but because
so we're talking, it was probably 3 of the original Warner Brothers. Then is what you're saying?
Yes, Yakko, Wacko, and Dot all disagreed strongly with Ken Russell's The Devils.
This is why you need to get Freakazoid to be the head of Warner Brothers.
then we get a 10-disc Listomania set. It'd be incredible. I mean, they were like that about Pink Flamingos, I think, though, as well, for years. They were just like, no, we're going to do the official release for it, and then they just never did. And they gave it to Criterion. But yeah, Warner Brothers hates the Devils and basically only ever talks about it as a way of shutting people up. They never actively want involvement, and we're going to have a boss battle in a second, so I'm going to move Ash Holy up to prime position.
It should be a crime if you own a movie studio and don't want to release a movie.
Well, I mean,
that's why we get so many weird, stupid movies, though. The reason that they made the Roger Corman Fantastic Four was to hold on to stuff. They never actually released it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
not
have you seen all that stuff that's been going on with HBO recently, where they've just been like...
Yeah, that's just pissing me off.
Yeah.
That stuff makes me so mad.
An awful situation. I mean, it's one thing to, take a thing off a streaming service that hasn't got a physical release, just because it's another to write it off for tax purposes, meaning it can never actually be re-released again.
Yeah,
some serious bullshit going on there.
The thing is, at least with stuff back in the before streaming, you could at least like have a VHS, or it could still be put around in other ways. There's so many ways that they stop people from being able to stream shit. Like a lot of that stuff's just gonna disappear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And people don't want to realize that specific. I'm talking as an American about this, but movies are so ingrained into our culture as Americans. For as long as there's been moving pictures, there's been movie palaces, Nickelodeons.
Oh yeah.
Here. So movies are so ingrained in our culture. So like when I hear like these people talk about the stuff with Batgirl in particular, about how some of these people don't understand like how much of a big deal this is. It's like you're taking this labor that these people have had for years. This movie I don't know how long they've been developing a Batgirl movie. Probably for a long frickin' time. So you're telling is that you make all this effort, you write the damn thing, you shoot it, you edit it, you score it. You're literally at the last step, and then this giant conglomerate comes in and says, we're not doing this. We're just going to take the tax. We're going to take this as a write-off. And we're going to take this as a loss or whatever they did with it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that is the most insulting thing I can ever think of a company doing for movie-wise.
Well, they did it to Scooby-Doo as well. That Scooby-Doo, was it Christmas movie?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's a terrible situation, really, for all involved.
It is.
I feel sorry for the creators as well, more than anybody else. Because imagine spending like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even years of your life putting something together like that, and just have a company go, yeah, we're going to write it off. You can't release it ever again, and no one will ever see it again unless they illegally stream it.
Well, and then you don't even own the rights to your own thing, so you can go take it someplace else because of all the things you've got to sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it's...
people don't want to understand how we're losing this part of our culture to...
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. Like, look at a lot of the early Who. How much was lost there? So many... Like, what do they say? 10% of stuff made before 1920s?
Yeah, it just never gets lost, and no one will ever know. Like the only people who will see it.
Yeah, like 90% of what was made is lost because of the type of used, or it just wasn't held onto.
Yeah, and movies were just thought of back then. Movies were just thought of as novelty. They didn't. Those people just didn't think anything about They couldn't see they obviously couldn't see the future of movie theaters or streaming or physical media. But I think people don't understand how much we're losing of like with movie theater closings and stuff like that. That's with the
that's terrible.
This emphasis on streaming only. Again, during the pandemic, it made sense to do that. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't go to the movie theater. I wasn't gonna go. As much as I would love to have seen Dune on the big screen, I wasn't gonna go to the movie theater and watch it because of COVID.
Right.
But people don't realize how much you lose when you stream it at home versus when you stream it at the theater. I'm not I'm not against you streaming at home. If you want to stream it at home, that's your prerogative. I'm totally fine with that. But the movie theater is such an experience. It's this crowd. It's a shared experience. I can go see a movie. Like if I went to go see It's a Wonderful Life. I have the Blu-ray right next to me right here. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I can go see that. I can watch it here, and I can get a nice reaction out of it. I can go see it in a theater with a bunch of people, and we all get a different reaction out of it.
Oh yeah.
And I love that. That's what I love about going to the movies is that reaction, and we've kind of lost that because streaming has made everyone's life so easier. Yeah, it's easier, but you lose something. You lose this sharedness, this sense of community.
Yeah, I agree. It's like and there are movies that are made for the big screen. Like I don't care if you're talking Star Wars, Avatar, even Gravity. Like I think Star Wars translates down well, but movies, at least personally, movies like Avatar or Gravity, they just don't have the same someone can say, "Oh, I can go home and watch that on my, however big your
4K.
TV is and surround."
I'm on
Yeah,
4K, yeah, and just
that's great.
yeah,
But you
yeah,
still
it
don't
does look
have.
great, but
That's not the point. It's like
yeah,
going to the town I was born in has this incredible opera house theater, and it reinvigorates everything that was awesome about movies. Even if the seats aren't perfect, it is such an experience to be in that space.
yeah.
See, I was going to say I had the exact opposite experience to that the other week when they did a screening at my local multiplex of Black Christmas, the original Black Christmas. And
nice.
Whereas, as you two have just rightly said, seeing a film with an audience is, a completely different experience. And I have had the pleasure of seeing films like Jaws in a completely rammed theatre, where there were people who weren't expecting things like the Ben Gardner's boat scene. So when that head popped out, you saw popcorn flying. It was quite wonderful. It was great, and it's a very immersive film as well. But with Black Christmas, I booked into this multiplex, and when I got there, there was one other person there, and that was it. And as you know, Black Christmas is a very atmospheric horror film that kind of deals in distance. So there was nothing more terrifying than being sat in a multiplex theatre with one other person in complete darkness watching this film about a killer who's picking people off one-on-one. I was kind of like, okay, well, if this is how I die, at least I die watching Black Christmas. So I'm going to mark that as a win. But yeah, it was an example of where the theatre experience was enhanced by being in a big empty space with almost no one. But yeah.
Kieran says watching a movie in the cinema forces a sense of attention, where streaming turns movies into background entertainment.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
Absolutely. That's my biggest issue when I'm watching something, is I get distracted by my phone. Like if my phone blows up or whatever, and I can't, if I've seen the movie, it's not a big. If I've seen the movie so many times, that's not a big deal. But if I'm like watching something I really want to watch, like if I want to watch, if I haven't seen Dune or I want to watch Dune, I have to either like turn my phone off or just flip it, to where the backside's up, because otherwise I'd just be distracted, and I don't get that at the theater.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to that, though, like I don't care if you're talking about being at the movie theater or like at a live event. But the people that are sitting there recording the whole fucking show or on their phones with the brightness up in a theater, those people can go eat a freaking dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, eat a bag of them.
Yeah.
There was
Speaking of... oh, sorry.
I was going to say, there was a good film critic over here, Mark Kermode, who did a video not too long ago about the etiquette of how to act in a cinema environment. And he played it for laughs, but it was like this 5-minute film where it was like, these are the golden rules of cinema, and if you break them, you are not a true film enjoyer. And it was like, make sure you turn up on time. Do not eat crisps in the cinema. This is strictly a silent food situation. I'll try and pop it in the Discord after the stream, but yeah, it's such a funny little video. He's like, turn up on time. No, do not come 10 minutes late and miss the ads. That is heathenistic talk. We sit through the ads, we sit through the movie.
No, Kurt, what I was going to ask was, I randomly picked up a theater version of the Dune poster.
Uh-huh.
Would you be interested in it?
Maybe. I may have some...
Awesome.
Okay, I will shoot you my address, and I will hopefully I can find space for it.
Okay, as long as you can find space for it. It's the one that has like the Star Wars type, like where everybody's got their face on it.
Oh yeah, I want it. I definitely want it.
Okay, cool. And it's cool because it was in a theater, like, so it's the same on both sides.
Oh.
Like poster.
Okay. Yeah, I am very interested.
Cool. All right. Sweet. I also have Death on the Nile for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't think the people who paid money to see that movie wanted the poster.
Wait, that was a real movie?
Yeah.
I thought it was one of those tax dodge things where they just said they were making a movie and then never actually put it out.
You know, the movie itself wasn't like the worst.
Yeah.
I saw it back to back with Nightmare Alley, which is fantastic.
Oh god, that movie was awesome.
Oh, and it's got that same feel as the original. Like it keeps a lot of that going. I was impressed as a remake, but yeah, it wasn't anything compared to Nightmare Alley, but it wasn't good, but it wasn't like the worst like thing in the world.
Kieran, those are all good movie posters to have. Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Pulp Fiction, Suspiria. Especially, I love that original Suspiria poster.
Oh, is that the one with the double exposure in green and red?
There was one like that, but I think like the Italian one had the ballerina on it that had blood dripping off her feet.
Oh yes, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pulp Fiction's also Pulp Fiction's a great poster. I have the original Star Wars trilogy, British Shaun of the Dead poster, a poster for John Carpenter's Halloween, and a poster for The Thing.
Nice.
And
What is Diva, Kieran? I'm not sure about what that is.
I don't think I've ever heard of Diva.
Could it be a typo? Could it be Devo? Yes, I too enjoy Devo.
Or Dove, the Devo Christian band when they were getting booked into some of these other positions, like these clubs.
Oh, good lord.
They would perform as like a Christian band called Dove, the Band of Love.
Oh, hey, Hellbound, welcome.
Hey,
and thanks so much, man.
Love the series. Congrats on 1K.
Oh, thanks so much, man. I really do appreciate it. And congrats on getting so close to 4K watch hours. I know that you're pretty damn close at the minute. I hope you get over that pretty soon and get into the partner program. Start making Benjamins. You know.
Absolutely. Nice. And Kieran says Diva is such an underappreciated movie. Early 80s French crime thriller sort of flick. I'll have to look it up.
Sounds solid enough to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need more French cinema in my life.
I'll give it a go.
I need more of all kinds of cinema in my life.
Good, because I've got
amazing to me, like
I can 2, so we'll get that rolling shortly.
I will say I've been catching up on Shudder and Tubi a whole bunch of Christmas horror movies. I've found a bunch that I liked. The Christmas Creep Show that came out a couple years ago. That's really fun.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that to me in passing the other day. I've got it on my to-watch list on Shudder. I'm going to hopefully try and give it a go in the next couple of days before it becomes unfashionable to watch Christmas films anymore.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say there's sort of like a statute of limitation. I think once you get past like the 27th of December, people start looking at you funny if you're still like, putting on a Christmas Carol or something. It's like 28th of December, 29th. People are like, Christmas is over. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But
I reviewed Elves after the first of the year because I couldn't work myself up to do it before then. So I'm definitely in that faux pas area.
Well, I was going to say, have you seen that Elves has had its soundtrack issued on cassette and vinyl?
Seriously?
Yeah, you can go and pick it up. It's the same company who've done the recent Things vinyl, which I've very kindly had reserved by Triv, who's going to post it forward to me at some point. But I'm so looking forward to that. That's going to be so awesome. But yeah,
I loved Cecil from Good Bad Flicks' his take on how it's time to stop hating on things.
Agreed. It is elevated horror at its finest, and I shan't hear a bad word said about it.
When they're in the basement and the lady isn't wearing a shirt but a devil mask, and you hear no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong part. When they're doing the operation on the guy and he's like, "Hold on, bitch! Hold it closer, bitch!"
Your Rudy Ray Moore impression is really coming along, Triv.
I'm doing what I can,
Oh god, I gotta find Dolomite again. Oh god, I freaking love that movie.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, so good.
Can definitely recommend the Vinegar Syndrome releases. They did Dolomite, The Human Tornado, P.T. Wheatstraw, and Disco Godfather. And they're all really cheap at the minute. In fact, they're doing another sale on the 1st of January. So if you're so inclined, next week you could probably jump in and get them for a steal. But they're so fun. Nice. Such good movies.
Have you seen the Netflix the movie about Rudy Ray Moore, the Dolomite Is My Name?
Oh, with Eddie
Murphy.
Murphy
movie.
Yeah.
Oh god, so good.
So fun.
That was so fun. That was Eddie Murphy returning to form.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. What I particularly liked was the fact that even though they only cover the first 2 films in that film, they do reference his other movies. Like I remember there's a scene where he's like pitching basically an Exorcist knockoff when the director goes, yeah, I don't think we'll do that. He goes, well, we'll save that for one of the sequels after we've done Dolomite. That's basically P.T. Wheatstraw, but yeah. He apparently had a quite interesting life. He's got an unofficial official autobiography that's been written by somebody else, but it's been sort of authorised by his family that you can pick up from Grindhouse Releasing, and that's on sale as well until the new year. I would say was definitely worth picking up if you're so inclined and learned about him. He was a very interesting man.
Sounds like it. Even when on the DVDs when he was doing like tours of like where they shot, the way he describes them is so intricate. It's really weird.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He seemed to have a real knack of speaking in a very distinct way. And I don't think we've ever had anybody really kind of match him. He comes from the Wasso brand of very unique ways of talking.
So I will also say, and I don't know, and I know the basics of why, but I can never like unpair Dolomite and Guy from Harlem.
I think there is a connection there somewhere. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure there is some link.
I don't think there is.
Very low budget blaxploitation. That's the connection.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. And they're very they're kind of similar ladies' man type characters. But because I was gonna review a Guy from Harlem, but the trivia on it was literally non-existent, and I couldn't get into trying to review it. So, well, I love the riff track, but
that riff tracks is absolutely great for that one.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I really need to get into newer riff tracks. I listened to them like massively about 5 or 6 years ago, and I got like tons of them. And then I sort of, once the channel sort of got underway and I started sort of writing stuff, I just sort of stopped having the time for it. And then MST3K obviously came back and had a couple of new seasons, which sort of took my attention. And now the Mads have pretty much got my full undivided stuff while that's going on.
Have you guys ever seen the Mads live?
I
have not seen them live. I want to so badly though. I've
gotten to see them a couple of times up in Minneapolis.
Oh,
nice!
Like it's a bit of a jaunt from here, but they kind of for the MST3K live shows. They kind of built their live shows around the MST ones. So like in a weekend or in a 2 or 3 day spread, you could catch a couple of Mad shows and then catch MST.
Oh, nice.
But when they were doing live stuff, they did the one time at an Alamo Draft House, which was like that was really cool. And then they did one at an old school movie theater as well, kind of out in the suburbs of Minneapolis. It was so cool.
This is the
I've been wanting to get to watch those guys riff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. They've only been over to the UK, I think, once, maybe twice. And I wasn't an MST fan the first time they came around, and the second time, I didn't know they were coming until the day they were there. So I couldn't get in.
People don't necessarily come on demand unless you really have honed your skills.
Well, are you saying that they need to be masters of their domain?
They need to be master haters of people. Yeah.
You know what, Triv? That was a good effort. I'm going to give you a C+.
C+? See, yes.
Okay.
I watched that movie today.
I
I had to watch that.
tribute-
I did
Okay.
watch that one, and I watched the Charlie Brown Christmas and How the Grinch Stole Christmas today,
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
and the Riff Tracks live holiday short extravaganza.
I have not checked that out yet. No, I do weekly trivia, which, believe it or not, is a thing that I do is bar trivia. But
No.
What?
I know, right? It's crazy.
This
Totally,
changes everything.
And I'm pretty fucking good at it too, surprisingly.
I think, didn't we have a joke that you always come second place? And I was like, well, second's the real cool place. You don't want to be first. First is for losers.
Oh, we actually came in first place. It was 4 rounds, and it was split between A Christmas Story and Home Alone.
Oh, damn.
So here's a random question based on that. For Home Alone, so John Candy shows up and does his whole thing with Kate O'Hara. How much do you think he made for his role?
I knew the number. I knew the number at one point. It was... Oh, shit.
Rough guesstimation, obviously, don't expect it
Oh,
to be.
crap. $15,000?
No, 414.
Damn. He just did it for the
Oh,
love.
shit.
Absolutely.
I think he just wanted to play a Del Griffith type again.
Possibly.
It,
And okay,
was,
how
uh,
old? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
His scenes with Catherine O'Hara were really nice because those are, they're SCTV alum and stuff like that, and they knew each other for a long time.
Oh yeah.
So they had that great. They always had great chemistry together.
Well, and John Candy seems like he would be the type of
Oh,
guy
he
who
was-
could get along with almost anybody.
Yeah, as I said, the guy seemed like a sweetheart.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. There was a story. I think it was mentioned on the new Planes, Trains Blu-ray that just came out. But one of the stage crew, whilst shooting a film with him, I can't remember if it was Uncle Buck or something like that. It was around that time. When the filming wrapped, it got nominated for an award, and John Candy sort of came up to him, sort of when things were doing reshoots, and basically said, "Hey, we know that it's been nominated for this award. Do you want to come and watch it in our hotel room? We're going to order some pizza and we're just going to chill and take it easy." And the guy was kind of a bit like, "Oh, well, I don't, as much as I appreciate him asking, I'm not sure if I should go because it would just be me and him and it would be a bit weird, so I wasn't sure." But in the end, he decided to go, and when he turned up, it turned out that John Candy had basically invited the entire of the crew for the film, like all the lighting rig guys, all of the catering people, everybody, to this little hotel room in the middle of nowhere, and he'd paid like $300 for pizza and just flooded the room with beer and pizza. And yeah, it was just rammed, and everybody was just having a bit of a party and watched the awards. And at the end of the night, this guy went up to him and was like, "I want to, it's not fair of you to have paid so much money for us to kind of just have this nice night with you. Let me put some money towards it." And before he even finished the sentence, John Candy sort of slapped him on the shoulder and went, "Guy, don't worry, it's been taken care of. Have a good night." And sort of actually sent him out the room. And he said that was like one of the nicest things that's ever happened to him in the entirety of Hollywood. Not only to just be invited to this guy's room, like, completely ad hoc, but then to have it all just be taken care of and to have him just refuse any money for it was just,
Wow.
But yeah. So we're heading to the second gym now, by the way, just to...
Wait a minute. Enemy clarify uses pound.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, Clefairy will pound you. This has now become a
Kieran,
erotic stream for those at home.
Oh, absolutely. Kieran says Cobra is clearly the best Christmas movie. That too had a good chase sequence. Now that I think about it.
Cobra's got a good chase sequence in it. Remember, that's a script that they were going, because Stallone was supposed to be in Beverly Hills Cop, but he wanted to play it as more of an action base instead of a comedy base, which is not what the studio wanted. So they went with Eddie Murphy. But yeah, that's the Cobra script is pretty much what he wanted, what his envisionment or what he envisioned to be Beverly Hills Cop, or his version of Beverly Hills Cop.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Blimey. That being said, I
Would have
suppose
been
it was
very
around that
interesting.
time that Arnold Schwarzenegger started doing sort of comedy action movies. So I suppose maybe they were thinking, well, Stallone, you could kind of give him that sort of thing. But I think he did a good turn in Demolition Man.
Demolition Man's Demolition Man's a fun one.
I like to double feature it with Total Recall.
I've actually heard people say that Demolition Man and Judge Dredd are based in the same universe.
You know,
I hate that Judge Dredd movie.
Allah!
Now the Carl Urban Dredd movie, on the other hand, I friggin' love that movie.
Oh, that one's excellent.
You know, the
I
sequel for
wish I
that's
would've
still
saw it
in
in the
production
theaters.
hell, you know.
They're actually looking at a second one.
Yes, they're still kind of shopping it around, but yeah, hopefully it'll be made.
We can only hope. They might put the second one back
Yeah,
in,
we
like
got-
what they did with Avatar. Get it
Where you
back in
spend all that
theaters.
money.
So I was looking up news the other day, and for some reason, like, you know when you pull up Google and it gives you, like, news stories, like, just random ones? For some reason, there was one that was from a website called We Have It Covered, and they said that, so it came out, like, 3 or 4 days ago, and they were like, oh, Captain Marvel has outdone Avatar at that point. And it's like, are you kidding me? It's not even close.
See,
As far as box office.
the thing with
my
Avatar, and it's the only thing I can really say about it, is whilst I am perfectly fine with the film, and I don't have any major issues to sort of say about it, I just find it amazing that there's a film that can come out and be so successful whilst simultaneously leaving such an unremarkable sort of statement on the public conscious. You know, it's like when the first film came out, everybody sort of went to see it, and when everybody came out, the general response was, yeah, it was alright. And then, like, you'd think if it was like one of the highest grossing films of all time, people would have more to say about it than, yeah. And that's about it, you know.
You know, I kind of felt that way about Titanic too. Like, it was okay.
Yeah.
That was one of the top grossing movies of all time.
Yeah.
I think as well, I'm a little bit annoyed that, like, every week now since it's come out, James Cameron's been like, yep, Avatar 26 is already in pre-production. And I was like...
Ongo's review on Rocky 5,000.
Oh, great. Now you got the Rye or the Kaiser stuck in my head. That's going to be a while.
Yeah. Oh, SR95 says they left too much of a gap between movies, which led to a huge loss of interest.
Agreed.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Could very well be. Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
already it's on task to be at I think they said $1 billion by Christmas Day.
Blimey.
oh my gosh.
I think I might be wrong on that. Let me double check here.
That's a
You know, it should
spicy
be
meatball.
it should be almost criminal to spend that much money on a movie, to make, you know, how much money he spent to make Avatar Way of the Water.
See, this is the thing. The Hollywood system now is doubling down on its losses because it knows that it needs to make hits in order to survive. In the old days, it was really more of a case of they sort of spread the money out more, but now because of economic situations, they're kind of dependent on making sure that things don't, like, collapse horribly. Basically approaching a Heaven's Gate scenario again, where
Yeah.
films are just stupidly expensive, and if one fails, the studio dies.
But that situation, the Heaven's Gate situation, led to really amazing, like, kind of like this minimalist style filmmaking, very inexpensive indie movie wave, which hopefully, you know, if that system maybe collapses, and that could lead to a new wave of that kind of minimalist movie making.
Well, you see, this is the only issue really between then and now. Is back then what happened was the studios got so desperate with losses that they were left with no choice but to sort of scout out film schools to find people with crazy ideas. Whereas now, in the age of
looking
AI,
at my Star Wars poster,
in the age of sort of AI and mainstream things, there's sort of a split consensus of we can either, like, pay computers to do our jobs, which is not going to work out well. I mean,
oh god, no, that's AI animation is gonna destroy. It's gonna implode.
Yeah, basically. Or they're just going to double down and go, well, people like familiar territory, because before, when pre-Star Wars, there wasn't really a Star Wars for people to kind of congress around, and now that we live in a society where there's so many franchises, it's just like... Well,
yeah, until 1977, literally the biggest, I think the highest grossing science fiction movie was 2001: A Space Odyssey, and that's just a standalone movie, but you also have like Planet of the Apes, which was a kind of a franchise. But they were very kind of, in the terms of like, you know, what franchises are now in terms of production value or production cost, was like apples and oranges. I don't think the Planet of the Apes movies were really particularly expensive to make. I think the most expensive stuff would be the makeup, the monkey masks that move. That's probably the only thing that eats up your budget.
I'm going to call this the fairy I just caught Dr. Zaius in tribute.
Who the hell is Dr. Zaius?
But wouldn't you also say that, like, so say the Marvel animators strike, like all the stuff that's come out about that, don't you think that impacts, like, what a lot of people are going towards, too? Like, the fact that the CGI has been so kind of mediocre with the past couple of, like, big movies? Like Avatar.
Yeah, I mean, the issue there though is more to do with creator burnout than anything else. I would say. I think it's more down to the fact that you've got a lot of very talented VFX artists who are being pushed well beyond their reasonable means, being asked to do stupid hours for stupidly long periods of time.
Well, of course, because they gotta pump the movie out because they need to make more money.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you have these big corporations like Disney or Discovery or Amazon buy. It's like when, like, in the 70s when like Gulf and Western Oil or Coca-Cola or some of these other big corporations bought these film studios and they had no freaking idea how to run it. Like Amazon bought Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. They literally just bought it for like the Bond franchise and that's it. Because there's a product to be made, or there's money to be made in James Bond. James Bond's a very popular franchise. Oh, it has been since Dr. No came out, or since the all the way back in the 60s. There's money to be made, and they know it. So there's this notion of we gotta force the product out as quickly as we can, so we can get it in the theater, so people can give us money.
Yeah, but it's
this wrong mentality, in my mind at least.
Yeah, but it's a step further than that as well. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say on the other side of that, too, the fact that you do have, like, and not everything by any stretch, but you look at some of the things that's put out by Netflix or bought by Netflix and brought to life, or Amazon or whatever, there have been some pretty amazing things that came out of that wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
I absolutely. I'm not arguing against that. That's I'm
just saying, it's another. Yeah, no, I get it though. I get it.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating.
I mean,
it
is. They don't respect the movie going public. I mean, there's an audience for Fast and Furious, so let's make like 9 of these movies, okay? Superhero fatigue's still a thing, but we're still gonna pump out Avengers style movies.
Well, I mean, you never know what DC's just been through, where they basically just sacked off half of the people making the movies because James Gunn came in.
Is that why they want to fire James Gunn? Because I keep on seeing some people on my Twitter timeline wanting to fire James Gunn, and I have no freaking clue. Oh god,
that's so annoying. It's like,
oh, I know. Just leave the guy alone. It's like that guy's a good filmmaker. He knows what he's doing.
I mean, he made Romeo and Juliet. He can't be bad.
Oh god.
Hey, you joke about that, but that's like working for Corman in the 60s, man.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Well, and everybody starts someplace. Nobody starts as Steven Spielberg or any of the rest of them. They all start as little nobodies, and they work their way up.
Oh yeah.
Well, in the case of Spielberg, you just sneak yourself on the Universal lot and act like you belong there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a couple things in chat. So Kieran says modern studios are suffering like crazy due to this modern studio system. Budgetary limitations force filmmakers to be more creative. That's why budgets should be cut right down, especially for bigger productions. Actor fees be damned. And SR95 says, don't even get me started on the Fast and Furious franchise.
I think they're all very valid points, and I think another thing as well I was going to bring up as well is this wouldn't be such a big problem if it wasn't also for the fact that these massive monopolies, and we're ending up back in a situation that was in the 1930s and 40s where 3 studios basically own all the film industry. And kind of the next step of that is just wall-to-wall distribution, and sort of packing out cinemas with just their movies, which, you know, I could easily see Amazon opening a cinema in the next few years or something like that that only plays sort of MGM and Amazon exclusive titles or something to that effect.
Do you think they'd use the theater setting for that? I don't feel like they would do theaters. They'd probably close them all down.
It's difficult to say. I don't know whether they would either consider buying out a franchise, like, you know, AMC is currently on its arse. Like, I could easily see Amazon scooping them up and then just being like, we're only showing Amazon exclusives at these theaters, or something like that. But the biggest issue that's currently plaguing the Hollywood system, outside of the fact that the corporations are all buying up the studios, so there isn't really an independent voice there, is the fact that they're still in that mentality of being so protective over intellectual property that they have no intention of using in any way, shape or form. Like, you know, stuff like, for example, Ken Russell's films. Like, Warner Brothers have sat on that movie for nearly 40 years. They aren't going to release it. They have no intention of releasing it, but they're so terrified that if they sold the rights to that film to a different company who did distribute it and it did well, that they would rather nobody had it than risk losing money on it, which is just hilarious. They buy properties to not use them. I mean, look at what's happened with the Fantastic Four over the last, like, 10 years, 20 years. Every single time somebody's bought them, they've sat on it for 5 years, shut out a film that's no good, and then sold it to somebody else.
Well, the fact that the Corman one is probably the most conducive and decent Fantastic Four movie that exists.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says.
Oh, exactly. I mean, this is the thing. I think intellectual property laws need shaking up violently, and I know that a lot of people were very kind of apprehensive about it. Particularly Disney are one of the biggest ones, because they don't want Mickey Mouse to go into the public domain by any sort of stretch. Well, yeah. I mean, in some ways it's understandable, but at the exact same time, it just completely stifles the industry when, you know, even characters from the 1950s and 60s that are never going to be used in any meaningful capacity still can't be used by anybody else. It's just like, you know, it's ridiculous. It really is. But
Disney's the worst.
Oh yeah.
Well, the fact that they're getting rid of, like, it would be one thing if you allowed for multiple versions, but the fact that they're deleting stuff, like even dumb crap like, you know, removing the nudity from Splash.
Which they did reverse that finally.
Did they? Oh, thank God.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did.
But how many other movies are they going to try to do that for? Or, you know, to not allow, you know, those things out into the public. Again, it's down to, I don't know if you call it censorship or not, but for God's sake.
Yeah, no, completely agree.
You know, they got it. You know, you got to protect your image as a squeaky clean company, even though you're about as terrible as any other company that's ever existed.
Well, you aren't. The thing is, you aren't just, and not to say like, okay, DreamWorks. Like, look at Shrek. That was able to talk to multiple generations of people, make it enjoyable for everybody. There's nothing wrong with having multiple things.
And it also gave a middle finger to Michael Eisner.
Very, very true.
Welcome back, Mikey. Welcome back.
Michael Eisner, cover your heart.
You know what's super funny though? So back in '40, Disney came out with a like girls having their period. They made like a piece on women having, or girls having their period for the first time.
Oh, good God.
Oh, I remember that. Was it animated?
Yeah, it was really, it was actually, so it was kind of done in the style of like, well, I mean, their animation at that point was kind of the same, but It looked like something out of Cinderella.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
had
Oh, really?
like it not the mystical or the magical elements of it, but like the character design. I'll pop it in chat on the Discord.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
It's actually surprisingly like realistic for the time. Like they actually talk about stuff.
See, this is one of the
Yeah,
things
very
that...
progressive time, 1940s America.
Yeah. Bullshit.
This is one of the things, though, I always assumed when Disney split off their more teen and adult-based stuff into Buena Vista, that was going to be the sort of clean dividing line, and that Buena Vista stuff would be adult and that Disney stuff would be for kids. But it doesn't seem like that's happened. It seems more that basically they just sort of have kept things exactly the same and want to censor both sides. I don't know. It's just a very weird
some of that
situation.
is on at Hulu too. Like they're more quote adult stuff. It's kind of more on Hulu than anything.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, and this is what surprises me, is that like streaming services like Netflix are able to be so much more. I don't even know where I am anymore. Where am I in this cave? Oh, I found a potion. Okay.
You're in the Pokemon universe.
I am in the Pokemon world. Streaming services like Netflix are able to be way more graphic than Disney would ever dare to be. But, you know, if they just, made Buena Vista a bit more mature, they could probably get away with a hell of a lot more than they currently do. I don't even know where I am anymore. I got lost in the cave whilst we were talking good stuff about movies. Let me just blue skidoo this thing. Did I just get an escape rope? Oh, thank God, right.
Now let's talk about Star Wars, shall we?
Oh, fuck that.
The prologue. Should be less that and more Dawn the First Day, 72 hours remain. Yeah. Star Wars is an interesting one with Disney. I don't...
Not a fan of the new Star. Not a fan of those sequels.
Not even Andor?
Andor's. I was gonna say the series are some of the series like the Book of Boba Fett's meh. Mandalorian was really good. Andor, I haven't finished watching it. I've liked so far what I've seen. I mean, the only thing I've actually liked that Disney has put out movie-wise was Rogue One. That was because that felt more like a Star Wars movie than I think some of the sequels did.
I think the only
It definitely cared for the source material a lot more because you had to care for the source material more because it needed to fit the continuity of Star Wars.
Very true.
And I don't think, and I hate throwing Kathleen Kennedy like under the bus because she has literally been a part of most of the movies I've watched as a kid, from like the Indiana Jones stuff to Back to the Future to basically anything I've seen I saw as a kid that Spielberg did. So I don't know. She just doesn't. I don't think she has the. She definitely has the experience of how to run a studio, but I don't think she. I don't know if she could do Star Wars very well because she does have final say over creative decisions, and some of the creative decisions that they have decided to make with the sequel trilogy, like with some of like the Palpatine coming back or Space Leia or stuff like that, just kind of didn't seem like they had a grasp on what the. They don't even think they understand what the Force is.
I particularly love how in The Last Jedi, they spoilers, by the way, for The Last Jedi. I'll give 3 seconds.
Yeah, nice. Major spoiler alert.
I like how at the end of The Last Jedi, they basically teased that, like, anyone can be Jedi, and then they just completely ditched that. They were just like, that's done. No, we're not dealing with that. That's... we'll pick that up.
That's what George Lucas should have done when he did the sequel or the prequel trilogy, was that anybody can be a Jedi if they train to be one. It doesn't have to do with anything in your blood.
Yeah. I mean, what do you want to see? Do you want to see another Luke Skywalker recycled sort of vehicle? Or do you want to see Jar Jar Jedi? I know what I want to see.
But what I hate the most about, like, if you say you didn't like the sequel trilogy, is people think, well, you don't like it because you're a sexist. Like, I'm not sexist. I don't blame any of the people, and I don't blame like the actors or any of the actors involved, male or female. They're just reading dialogue. they give good performances. Daisy Ridley was really good as Rey. And Kelly Marie Tran did not deserve the crap that she got from those neckbeard assholes. Those were yeah. That was horrible. It's like, what the hell are you guys doing? It's like, you guys are being neckbeards about this shit. Look at you, the quartering.
Well, that's not saying much. That's like Geeks and Games or Tyrone Magnus or any of those guys.
Oh god.
Yeah.
They're all that same bullshit, just assholes. I'm not gonna call them misogynist because it's not even that. They're doing it for views.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Trev, you've mentioned Geeks and Gamers, and now the stream's dead.
I'm sorry.
It's no good. I'm going to have to give it the kiss of life, but it smells like a moldy sandwich now.
I mean, you have 5 people watching.
Do I? Hey,
you
welcome
do.
to you 5 guys. I try to avoid looking at the view counts because when I used to do these streams years ago, and like no one would turn up, I'd get a bit disheartened. So now I just play for me, and having this kind of nice chill chat environment is always quite nice. So I'm glad that somebody's watching. That's nice. I'm just enjoying the nice conversation with you guys.
Kieran says he's got a feature-length draft of a gangster action movie he hopes can get the mid-budget treatment.
Nice.
Excuse me. He needs to better refine the script, though.
Hey, I'd say go for it, man. Follow your dreams with it. If you think you can get it off the ground, and you think that it's a goer, pursue it. To be completely honest, budget isn't everything. Some of the best films that have ever been produced have come out on a low, no budget kind of deal. With barely any resources, and it's usually because they've taken a look at the script and made it fit what they can do with the budget they have.
Look at you, basket case.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, So, don't be afraid to pursue what you're looking at, and don't be afraid to, work on a few bits beforehand to cut your teeth on it. If you feel like you need a bit more experience behind the camera, or a bit more experience with editing, or a bit more experience with script writing, don't be afraid to do a few shorts in the first instance as a kind of warm-up. It's usually the best thing you can do. But yeah, no, absolutely go for it, I would say.
Yeah.
He also says he doesn't have anyone in his life to properly critique his work.
Hey, send it my way. I'll give it a go. Yeah, sure. If you actually do end up making a movie and you want it genuinely and honestly critiquing, and I will be very honest about it, for everything that goes on, feel free to send it my way. I will happily take a look at it for you, man.
Ooh. There you go.
There you go.
All right, so say of the past, I don't know, 15 movies that you've watched, what was your favorite of those 15 or so?
Oh God, what was? Let me get.
Yeah, both of you guys watched quite a few movies.
Let me get my letterboxd open. Let's see what we have here. Triv, honestly, I'm shocked you don't have a letterboxd because, it's.
I actually do, but I'm really fucking awful at keeping it updated.
Oh, just get the app, man. I mean, this is the thing. All I do now is. Oh,
I'm terrible about updating stuff.
Well, let me see what the last 15 films are.
You notice I haven't, the video that I just did was the first one in a solid month.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so...
Okay, Kieran, real quick, Kieran also says, mate, I'd send you my first draft if you'd have time. I've started a second draft and I'm looking to change it quite a bit, but man, it's slow work.
What I'd probably do is get your second draft complete, but then, yeah, absolutely send it my way. Because the thing is, I wouldn't want to critique a rough draft of it. I would much rather you refine it and get it to somewhere where you're happy with it before I start looking into it and sort of picking at it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, no, absolutely. Do feel free to send it my way. You can either, send it me through the Facebook page. I have a Facebook group page for TYTD Reviews. You can ping it on there, or I think there's an email contact available on my YouTube page's front page now as well, a WordPress address site. But yeah, what I'd suggest is refine it and then send me the second draft, and I'll happily take a look at it. Not a problem. I can't guarantee I'll be quick, but I will absolutely take a look at it. So my last 15 films, there's some good ones, I'm not going to lie. I've got Donnie's Bar Mitzvah in here. I've got the original Black Christmas, Christmas Evil. I've got Scrooge 1951 with Alistair Sim. I've got all the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies. They were great. There we go. That's done it.
Oh crap, the plaster's starting to crack. Oh shit. Alright, gotta get under the desk.
Pretty grip a table.
I'm about to crawl under my desk. I hope I can fit.
Kurt, if your internet goes off again, I'll know what happened.
Oh man. Kieran says, sure, buddy, if I can send it via my Gmail, that would be good.
Yep, sound. Not a problem at all. I think my favourite...
I got mine.
Do we include repeat watches, or do we just include first-time watches from the last 15 films?
That's kind of your call. Whichever way you want to roll.
If we're including repeats, I'd be inclined to maybe go for... To maybe go for Christmas Evil, possibly.
Always a good choice.
That's a good. I do enjoy that one. Although the Alistair Sim Scrooge is surprisingly good fun as well. I think I'd probably go for Christmas Evil because I really enjoy that.
Night of the Hunter.
Oh
so
man,
the Charles Lawton, Robert Mitchum movie.
Nice.
Oh god, that's a great friggin' movie. He is such a menacing person in that movie.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh man, it's powerful movie.
Charles Lawton is just good at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely agree. Seriously, that's a fine choice.
I watched the Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds Spirited.
Oh. Yeah.
I actually really enjoyed that.
I imagine it's got all the right parts, so I imagine it probably would be a pretty decent watch. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything that'd be too sucky in there. Just gonna add this in while I'm here.
How about you, Kurt? What was your favorite of the past couple, or was it the Charles Lawton one?
It was probably, if we're going with repeat viewing, it'd be Night of the Hunter. What's the other I watched recently that I haven't seen? I don't think there's anything in the last 15 days. Well, no. I watched The Son of Kong.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Wasn't not my favorite, but it was enjoyable. I mean, it was definitely a giant monster movie, so I got my money's worth, and it was only 70 minutes, so it wasn't like it was fun. I mean, I liked it. And, it was nice to see Robert Armstrong back as Carl Denham.
Nice.
Yeah,
Greatest name based on fans ever.
Yeah, I can get behind that. That sounds like a winner in my book.
Yeah.
If we're talking new films, ones I haven't seen before, let me have a look. Donnie's Bar Mitzvah was definitely up there. That was a weird film, but I enjoyed it.
Isn't it the weirdest thing ever?
It's an incredibly horny movie. It's a dangerously horny movie. There is so much horny in that movie. I honestly wasn't expecting as much horny as I got in that movie.
Oh, it's so good. It's on Tubi. Highly suggest it. It is like crazy.
So much horny.
What was the question again?
Best first time movie. So one you've seen for the first time.
See, if I had to go past the 15 days, what did I watch? I watched on the 5th of this month. I watched The Bad and the Beautiful, which is it's a was it Vincent Minnelli, Liza Minnelli's father directed it, as Lana Turner, Kirk Douglas, Walter Pidgeon, Dick Powell. It's about like these three three people in Hollywood. Like Lana Turner is an actress who's an alcoholic, Walter Pidgeon's a screenwriter, and Dick Powell is, I think one of them's a film director and the other one's like a screenwriter. And how like Kirk Douglas just like steps over these people's lives to like advance his career, and screws them out of the process. Like he leaves Lana Turner like just destitute and an alcoholic, and she goes and leaves his like small little studio to go work for a big studio, and she makes all this money. And it's basically like It's a Wonderful Life, but instead of like how one person can have a great impact on someone's life, it's if one person has the freaking worst impact on your life, just such an abusive, manipulating piece of shit. It was a great movie. But like new wise, with The Unbearable Weight of was it The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Nicolas Cage Pedro Pascal movie.
That one was interesting.
I love that movie. I freaking love, because it was fun to watch. Watch Nicolas Cage just. It's always fun to watch Nicolas Cage just ham it up, but like him being self-aware about it, and they just have great chemistry. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's got great comedic timing too. He should do more comedic work.
No, absolutely.
Oh, he was fantastic.
He was hilarious in it.
It was fun.
Okay,
I watched that back. Well, the thing is, I watched that back to back with Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, that's another one I need to see.
Oh my god, so good. Like, I bought it, and I just, whenever I'm like out of sorts, that's the movie that gets me rolling.
Okay, guys, so we have a minor dilemma here. We have to pick a fossil. We can have the dome fossil or the helix fossil.
They both look the same.
But they both contain a different Pokemon. Whichever one we pick, we get that Pokemon. So
I go with Helix.
I was gonna say the same.
Helix it is. Carried. May God have mercy on us all. Fantastic.
Alright, this one's mine!
What do you reckon to the new Nick Cage Renfield movie?
I'm excited.
I'm kind of interested. Yeah, I'm interested in that one.
Yeah, I reckon
that's a great Nick Cage role, I think.
I think it could be interesting. I'd be happy to see him. Oh shit, it's gonna kick off. I have like a level 3 Pokemon left, and they're gonna send out like level 20s, and they're gonna murder me, and I'm gonna die horribly. This is gonna end well.
We shall die in great company.
Oh yeah, doing the thing we love. Talking about Nicolas Cage films on the internet.
I will say, like,
Embrace the Cage.
Nick Cage does. I think that he does what Johnny Depp does, like, as far as really interesting roles without the need to, like, be in crazy makeup and stuff. So I think to an eccentric character, I think that's right up his alley.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, with the IRS being on his case so much nowadays, it's... he's got to pay back that dinosaur skeleton somehow, you know.
I will give the guy... go ahead. Sorry, Trev. No, go ahead.
Kieran says, to jump in on this question, I really like The Last Train from Gun Hill. John Sturgis, Western... Oh, sorry. It's all one thing. I really like The Last Train from Gun Hill. John Sturgis, Western with Kurt Douglas.
Ooh.
I've heard the name. I haven't seen the film, but it sounds good.
I've seen a lot with Kirk Douglas. Never that, though. Glad you enjoyed it.
There we go. We'll pop that one on Letterboxd, guys. We'll get that one watched before the year's out. Everything will be Will be
Kirk
great.
Douglas, Anthony Quinn, Carolyn Jones.
Sounds like a who's who.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you guys watch Dragula at all?
No, but I know somebody who does a Discord that they'll watch episodes of that.
I just was curious what their thoughts, what you guys' thoughts were if you saw that with the season finale, if either one of you saw it, but never mind.
I have not.
Oh, no worries.
Again, it's one that's on my Shudder to watch list, and I keep trying to get around to it,
Yeah.
just seeing it, but
I
yeah. I was going to say, have you got? I still argue the greatest Nick Cage film that no one has ever seen, and every time I bring it up, people either go, "Oh yeah, I remember it vaguely coming out," and then they've completely forget about it, or they've never seen it. Is Drive Angry?
Oh,
yes, I remember. I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
I love that film so much. I picked it up for £1 in like the UK version of Dollar Tree. It always makes Americans laugh when I tell them the UK version of Dollar Tree is called Poundland. You know, taking the missus to Poundland. That's gonna turn out well. But yeah, I picked it up from there just on a whim, and it proceeded to blow my mind across the 90-minute runtime. I literally was not expecting it to turn out even a fraction as good as it did. It's just so silly. It's just so daft, and it's got Tom Atkins in it as well, playing a rowdy sheriff. So what's not to like, you know?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, Kieran also says, don't forget to watch Diva.
Diva, we'll make a note. We'll get it on. I need to update my watch list on Dropbox. I need to show you guys my to watch pile at some point. I keep threatening to take a picture of it, because it's frankly like eye-watering at this point.
Mine's a very small one. I think I have let's see, 6 movies in there.
Oh damn! Like,
Shallow Grave, To Live and Die in L.A., the 80s remake of Cat People, Paul Schrader movie.
Oh, nice.
Not Okay, which is that Hulu movie that came out about that woman who faked her faked going to Paris during a terrorist attack, and then she tried to take advantage of that by trying to grift people or whatever.
Was that the sequel or the prequel to Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris?
Sequel. A documentary that Julie Cohen and Betsy West did about Gabby Giffords called I Won't Back Down, and the movie X, the Ty West horror movie that came out this past year.
Oh yes,
the 70s, that one in the 70s, like the filmmakers are making a porno in rural Texas.
Yeah,
that's one I wanted to see. Yeah, I wanted to see that so bad.
Yeah, I wanted to go and check it, but like the cinema that we had it at played it for 2 days in one screening at 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was at the height of like basically in the UK COVID levels have kind of just basically been like oscillating, sort of just going up and down like a wave.
Yeah, same here.
Sort of the height of that wave. So I was like, look, as much as I want to go and see the Ty West porn movie, I unfortunately am going to have to decline because I don't want to be stuck in bed for 2 weeks trying to cough my literal lungs out of my face.
Oh, don't worry. If I can survive it, you can survive it.
Yeah, well, you know.
But I had that OG variant.
Oh, you a gangster. Nice.
Oh, yeah. I got it in February 2021. Knocked me on my ass for about 2 weeks.
Jeez.
Wow.
That was not fun.
I know.
Like a cold, a flu, and a sinus infection had a love child.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Like, I was so just sicker than I've ever been in my whole life.
Yeesh. Sounds rough.
Yeah,
that was
it was horrible. It was terrifying.
Were you fully jabbed up on it, or?
Oh no! This was before this. In Indiana, about a week after we got it, my parents qualified to get the COVID vaccine, and up until late April, you had to be like over 30 you could get it. But I was 29 at the I turned 30 in May of 21. So I was like literally on the cusp of getting a COVID vaccine. And then like 2 weeks before my birthday, anybody who's over the age of 18 can get a COVID vaccine now. So I'm like, yep, I'm going to get my COVID vaccine, and yep.
Jeez, that is
that was
terrible.
I was gonna say I had to fight that shit without a vaccine.
Yeesh. Not good.
Karen says it's 2:30 in the morning here. Gonna wish you happy holidays and good luck with any potential future projects.
Hey, absolutely, man, and
Right.
thank you so much for supporting the channel. Like I say, it's always great to see you drop by, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas. And we'll probably do another one of these in the weird sort of gulf between Christmas and New Year. So hopefully I'll see you then. So take care and have a good one. But yeah, so far, I mean, on the COVID front, I've, touch wood, I've been kind of lucky in the sense of I haven't had any confirmed instances of it. I've tested whenever I've had coughs and colds, and it's always shown up as negative. But yeah, I've had a few close calls with stuff like that. My family have had it a couple of times, but I've always managed to sort of steer clear of it, luckily. Again, touch wood.
Yeah.
Especially with Chris. No, my luck, I'll come down with something tomorrow, and then that'll be it. But yeah, it's been interesting. How about yourself, Triv? Have you succumbed to the deadly death virus of death yet?
I don't think I have. Like last Christmas, or leading up to last Christmas, I got kind of sick, but it seemed just like a normal cold, and I didn't test positive, so I'm assuming not.
See, that's the big thing, especially around winter. There's so much stuff going around that you can never really be sure unless you just I mean, even when you test, the margin of error for the tests is still quite wide. And nobody's doing it anymore because you have to pay to buy tests now. So it's just...
Well, now that the government, the president announced that they're going to send out free COVID tests for those who ask for one, because COVID rates are getting high again because of the winter. I mean, COVID's rising, flu cases are rising, respiratory virus, especially among kids, respiratory viruses are climbing. Well, actually, no, the respiratory thing's kind of peaked a little bit, now
we've got polio back over here, so.
Well,
Serious?
Oh yeah, my mom sent me something about in Florida, vaccine rates among young kids has hit a low because they make fun of people who get vaccinated. It's like, yeah, you ever seen pictures of people in iron lungs?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want your kid to die from a disease like that?
It's all fun and games until you end up in the iron butt.
Yeah. Well, my family is very much split between medical, hardcore medical, and very holistic, which is a weird place to be. But so half my family, they don't do vaccines, even though one of the people in my family used to be a public health nurse and administer vaccines. Which makes it odd. My family is weird, but yeah, it's I don't know. I've got a relative that's got cancer right now, and she's doing kind of a weird mix of traditional medicine and holistic stuff.
Oh,
and
boy.
It seems like it's the thing is, all that stuff is some of it has merit, and it seems to be helping. I don't know. It's a hard situation because she's really anyway, so I don't know. I hope for her sake it works, because that's what she believes in, both, but she believes hardcore in the holistic stuff, so as long as it does what it needs to do, I don't give a fuck. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's a
we have now entered the medical portion of the live stream.
Yeah. We're putting the world to rights. We just need a religious section.
Mehmet Oz.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Oz can go eat a bag of dicks, but
What was it? Oh, the other day, my mom and I were at the grocery store. I posted about how chaotic it was, but we were at the grocery store, and before we went in, I said, well, all right, we need to get crudité, which is a vegetable plate. There's a video that Mehmet Oz made before the election in Pennsylvania, where he went to a grocery store and bought the crudité and the freaking thing of tequila. And it's like, well, the crudité costs $10. Yeah, Mehmet, it's expensive. That's why you buy the vegetables, chop it up yourself, put it on a platter, and you can even make the sauce yourself, for probably very inexpensively. Don't cost you $10 for a freaking crudité of tequila, Mehmet.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember seeing that video. It was hilarious. It was so nonsensical. In chat, Raymond says, I live in the South. I live in America in the South in a food service job. It was impossible that I didn't have it.
I was gonna say. One of the things I love about Raymond, he works as a sort of chef and line cook in it, and at this bar. And one of the things that always makes me laugh is whenever they do karaoke nights, one of the people always does the. I can't remember what it is. It God Bless the USA, the song? And I'm proud to be...
the Lee Greenwood song.
Yeah. Whenever that song plays, he always runs out and grabs me just a snatch of whoever's performing it on karaoke doing it. And I love it to pieces, because it's almost like every other night, basically, I get a video of it. I'm just like, this is great. We did say one year we were going to do a live stream where we did like a sort of star search where we sort of ranked the top 10 best karaoke performances of God Bless the USA. But I'm not sure how GDPR will work around that, but we'll figure something out. Well, data protection, we'll figure something out.
He also says, I'm originally from upstate New York, and my Facebook is riddled with people complaining that the state is going to force them to vaccinate their kids.
Oh God, I hate that. I hate that theory. That none of it's based on any truth. They never have said that they're going to force parents to vaccinate their kids against against COVID. It's literally just a bunch of bullshit that Tucker Carlson ran with.
Well, and that's the thing. People automatically believe what he has to say, and it's just like, what? There is no basis.
He is the biggest idiot on the planet. Like, the guy literally has never said anything intelligent. It's like, he literally just has that. His one thing he does is he does that stupid derp face.
Alright.
Yeah, my Facebook feed used to be full of that anti-vax stuff. Like, my cousin is a big she's a big COVID denier. Like, after I got better, she's like, well, you didn't have it as bad because you got a mild case of it, and da-da-da-da-da-da, and I got sick of it.
Understandable.
Because it was I gotta tell you, it was probably the scariest moment of my life, because I didn't know if I was gonna get sicker and die at the age of 29. That fucking scares the shit out of you.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. This is it. A lot of my family members are critically vulnerable, or classed as critically vulnerable. So even now, if I caught something and gave it to them, they would still end up in the hospital, despite having 3 or 4 vaccinations at this point. It's still.
You guys still have hospitals after Brexit?
No, well, this is the thing. We have private hospitals for the elite, and we have what's known as the work hospitals. Where regardless of your situations, you're made to work at the hospital as well. So, you might have like dysentery, but you've still got to do open heart surgery. It's kind of complicated, but...
Alright, give me a scalpel. Oh God, I gotta go. Still trying to figure out how the hell people thought that was a good idea.
The results will surprise you. Oh God!
Alternative entertainment. What does alternative entertainment mean?
I'm gonna say strippers. Is it strippers? I'm hoping it's strippers.
Strippers who stripped to God Bless the USA.
Wow, now that is patriotic.
I hate that song. I was 10 years old when 9/11 happened, and every freaking time you went to a public place, like they played music on a loudspeaker, you heard that song at least 5 times while you were in. I remember vividly being in a Kmart with my parents, and I swear to you, I think I heard that song play 5 times in a row.
Really?
I'm not even kidding. That freaking song, I hate that song, because I had that shit crammed in my eardrums like every damn time I went out after 9/11 happened. Proud American by Lee Greenwood is the name. Oh, okay.
Jeez. In the UK, they remixed it and had George Bush dubbed over the top of it. Basically, like, just they recut his words to make him basically say, like, you know, we know the Iraq War is bad, but but we need the oil money and stuff like that. It was, yeah, they did this. I'll have to share it in the chat at some point. There's a bit where they recut George Bush to say, we've discovered recently Saddam Hussein has a large nuclear weapon in his arse, which is just you know, talking. And we're back to World War II mortars in the rectum. This has been a very cyclical night. Better just do a periodic save, otherwise the world will go to hell. There we go. But yeah, no, it's alternate entertainment. Mini golf, maybe?
Ooh.
That'd be good. Mini golf and strippers. That could work.
You know, you could always pull the Jenna Jameson thing and fire a ping pong ball out of your hoo-ha.
You could hold a competition, see how big you can get the thing that gets fired, you know. I saw somebody punt a 3-year-old, swear to God. Guy behind the bar caught it with a catcher's mitt. We had to wash the mitt. Kid was fine. God. So yeah, we've put the will to rights on all fronts barring religion. So
let's talk about Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Yeah, the film they didn't really ban, but they nearly did, but they didn't. In the UK, they did.
What's it? What? I remember watching something about like religion, like a compilation of religious people freaking out. And one of them was for Life of Brian, like these, like some stuffy British man who's like a part of one of the Catholic, or it was part of one of the Catholic organizations that tried to ban it. Have you seen Life of Brian? No, I have not seen Life of Brian.
Oh yes, have you guys seen the interview with that priest and Michael Palin and John Cleese?
I have. I love that interview.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like the one dude's like a philosopher who's like I can't remember the one dude's name, but he was like a famous philosopher who became like born again in like the late '60s. He's like this guy who like I think like Michael Palin and John Cleese were like talking about how they liked this guy's work up until he became born again. And it's like, oh, you're making fun of Jesus Christ, and it's like, no, they're not. That literally, guess what? Guess what? One of the biggest forms of capital punishment was in biblical times. It wasn't, you know, one of them was stoning, but the other one was crucifixion. They don't poke fun and bless you.
It's all right. Triv's Catholic is trying to escape its body to fight you, Kurt. You better start getting prepped for this.
I'll kick its ass.
That's not very nice.
She's going to transubstantiate a foot up your ass if you're not careful.
That's not my foot, by the way.
For you see, Jesus' foot appears in many forms. Sometimes a sneeze. Sometimes a thing on the window.
I'm sure back in the day, being female, they'd look at me sneeze and go, "Ah, the devil!"
Prepare the exorcism, and
exactly.
Then we go into devil's territory. It'll be very scary, but we'd be okay.
Exactly.
Raymond Smith, it's not very Christian.
But what is honestly like what? How do you define Christian? Like the definition by today's standards, if you talk to some of these assholes versus 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it's so different. I mean, people make of it what they will, you know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know people who are Christians. Like my best friend's a Christian. He's a good person.
Yeah.
You know, his grandfather's an old school Baptist who believes that gays groom children. So.
Yeah,
so I guess.
Oh, that was a spot of good news. I don't know whether you guys read today. Did you see the verdict that happened in Scotland with trans rights?
Kinda.
Yeah, so basically there was a law that was going through the Scottish Parliament to basically codify trans people's rights to identify their gender on their things like birth certificates and other documents and be able to select their ID.
Wow.
And it had a strong pushback from, people like J.K. Rowling and Graham Linehan of classic names popped up against.
Why can't that woman just be cast into the fire?
I can't remember. I read someone on Twitter put it best. They said something like, every time J.K. Rowling tweets, the first line of her obituary gets shorter and the second line gets longer. I was like, yeah, actually, that's kind of true. But yeah, no, they were all sort of, standing out, going, "This is a dark day for womankind and the end of an era," and it passed unanimously.
Yeah.
So they're all now sort of gearing up to appeal this vote and sort of, stand against it in every possible sense. But for now, at least, it's legal in Scotland for people to choose how they wish to identify, and I think that is only a good thing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, talk about a nice Christmas present. Anyway, far-right fundamentalist Christians.
Most of my family.
Now, what came first? Was it the biblical hatred or Fox News?
Biblical hatred.
Right. So is it Fox News feeding that biblical hatred then?
Absolutely. If you look at the kind of Tucker Carlson puts out a bunch of anti-trans stuff. Like he pushes Christopher Rufo gave us the mass hysteria behind critical race theory in the United States. He's pushed a bunch of anti-trans stuff
This shit goes back. This stuff goes back as far as America. I mean, the thing is, right now you have that we've moved about as far away from 1950s America as you could possibly get. The people that are most for this, and the people that believe it that are younger than them, are they're caught up in the nostalgia of, oh, the 50s was so awesome. But you talk to them on an individual basis, they're gonna say, oh, it sucked. I mean, my mom will outrightly say, because she was in that era, and she'll outrightly say, it was, she didn't, there were things that she should have known that they just weren't taught, and it's basic shit. And
yeah,
you wouldn't have been able to work the way you worked, and all this other shit, and the guilt and all of that crap, but they never remember any of that. It's just, oh, back in the day, blah blah blah, this, that, the other thing. And not to say there wasn't good stuff to come out of it, but honest to God, it's that they panic because it's so far from anything that they know, and that's what they want to return to because it's all they know.
But what they want to return to never existed. Because they have because American culture has romanticized the 1950s with Leave It to Beaver and Father Knows Best, where people think that everything was nice and cheap, nice and cheesy and wonderful within the 50s. It's it really wasn't for. There was for some people. But race relations were, yeah. But race relations were horrible. It's people want to romanticize. The 1960s. Well, I'd be for civil rights. No, you wouldn't. Most white people who were around our age in the 50s or in the 60s hated Martin Luther King. They hated his guts. They thought he was a communist.
Yeah.
They do this nice little this whitewashing of Martin Luther King, and it's just I'd be in favor of civil rights. It's if you were in favor of civil rights in the 60s, if you were white, they looked at you as you were this communist, and they would freaking kill you.
Well, the thing is, a lot of those. I mean, even go back to the 20s. The people that were immigrants were often considered in those groups.
Oh yeah, Italians and Irish and.
You want an interesting one? A lot of Irish of that era were kind of at first go Nazis because they were going against the UK, who did all the shit to them. That's not to say that they were Nazis, but I mean, they didn't know what was coming with everything else.
Yeah, they had some justification to hate the British.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
potato famine. Yeah. Potato famine, telling them they can't practice Catholicism, splitting the country up.
As somebody with a very strong Irish heritage, I am completely in favour of this anti-British rhetoric.
Next we get Andrew Neil in here to toe the Tory line.
Oh God! Please don't summon Andrew Neil. Please, anything but that. Let me sing in the Internationale before sundown.
Yeah, it's just this blind nostalgia bullshit. Like the people who talk about like the romanticize the '80s. Oh, the '80s was this great time. It kind of wasn't. You know, the United States spent itself into debt because of Reagan. Economic ruin was for a lot of people. The rich got richer, the poor got poorer. Gay people were treated horribly. Yeah, Loving v. Virginia wasn't until 1967. Yeah, Raymond brought up a good point. Yeah, if you wanted to interracially marry, you had to move to a different state, and they just passed that. They just passed that Respect for Marriage Act in the Congress, and Joe Biden just signed it. But like Mitch McConnell voted against it, and it's like Mitch McConnell is literally in an interracial marriage. His wife his wife is Chinese. It's like
look at Clarence Thomas.
Also yes. He is in an interracial marriage, and he's very much against. Well, he's against a lot of things because he's a piece of shit. Clarence Thomas will be against anything that Democrats or anybody left of center want. Hell, even moderate Republicans want, because he's such a far right fascist.
Dude, I remember when his confirmation hearings were on TV, like him versus that Anita Hill.
Oh yeah. God. Yeah, that shit was
crazy.
Oh, I know. And then they Joe Biden and a bunch of these other white Democrats how did you do? Why would you do that? And da 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 da. Like, listening to some of this, like some of Clarence Thomas's co-workers, like when he was clerking for, I can't remember what politician he was clerking for, out of law school, said the same kind of shit. He would show them all this disgusting crap, and he was a pervert. Like, he literally lived in a one room, almost like a shack, kind of in a tenement or whatever, just a mattress on the floor and porno mags around, like just disgusting, and living in squalor. And he's a disgusting person, and this guy is on the Supreme Court for the rest of his life, and he's going to make the lives of all of us miserable for as long as he and the other conservatives are on the Supreme Court.
You know, and that's what kind of gets me. And I know, like, everything, term limits is a really good thing, but like the fact that they've weaponized the Supreme Court the past couple of presidents, I hate that. That is the last thing that should be weaponized.
Well, I mean, Republicans they'll always weaponize, well, not just Republicans, fascists in general will always weaponize the systems of power to favor them. I mean, the Nazis did it, the Italians did it, they've done it. I mean, they still have the opportunity to overturn Obergefell, which is the gay marriage legalization. They still have the chance to overturn that because that marriage bill that the president just signed isn't strong enough. The states can still challenge it.
Right.
And you also have a judge. You just had a judge in Texas challenge birth control, saying, "Oh, you can't get birth control." It's like, what are we doing? We're literally doing the one thing that the founding fathers didn't want this country to be, which is ruling using religion. That's literally why the separation of church and state was a thing. That's why the founding fathers, one of the reasons why the founding fathers broke away from the United Kingdom is because it was ruled by religious people.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is that they'll be the ones that'll say the founding fathers were religious, that they were like,
Well, they were. I mean, they were Christians. I mean, nobody denies that. But
according to because I have people in my life that are like this, they will claim that George Washington and every single one of those guys was hardcore religious.
Well, I mean, maybe in terms of like the death, like if you look at it from today's standpoint, but yeah.
I'm just saying that they say that because like perspective and all that stuff. Like they're like, oh yeah, there's no way. And it's like, well, have you read up on them? They weren't. Yeah, they were human, you know.
Yeah.
They did dumb shit.
Yeah, they started this country.
Oh, there's a lot of good here, though. I mean,
Yeah.
all that aside, there is a lot of good here.
There is some good here, but it's I think that good's kind of disappearing because the fascists are taking it away from us. They'll take away our speech and they'll take away our ability to live our lives. But the minute you become a white Republican male, they'll freaking roll out the red carpet for you.
I mean,
look at that Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, look at that Kyle Rittenhouse. The piece of shit murders 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and he gets the red carpet rolled out for him at Turning Point USA events. Like, this piece of shit should be behind bars. He was 17 years old playing G.I. Joe in a city he didn't live in. It's like, and these people have to, and then he has the audacity. Oh, I'm the victim. My life is ruined. It's like, your life is not ruined. You are due to a life of cushy right-wing speaking gigs. Your life is set. You're going to get paid millions of dollars by shithead right-wing grifting assholes, and you're going to be just fine. You don't have to go to college or anything.
I do think that he does have a stigma on him for most normal society. Like, if he introduces himself to someone outside of those very, very isolated type of speaking gigs, he's gonna have a lot of shit to answer for, more so than not,
Yeah, it's oh god, I'm just so sick of that. I'm so sick of that. It's like people like posting it, like retweeting him. It's like, just stop retweeting him. You don't stop retweeting him, he'll go away.
Yeah.
Just don't look.
Well, it's like
just
Trump and everybody else.
You just don't look. Mr. Paul Anka.
To stop those monsters, 1, 2, 3. Here's a brand new tip with a guarantee. It's got Paul Anka's guarantee void in Tennessee.
Void in Tennessee. Just don't look. Just don't look.
Oh, by the way, Dan, you have been streaming for 4 hours and 11 minutes.
I know, it's a new record. We've got a new thing going. It's pretty good. You know what? I've just genuinely been enjoying listening to this. It's almost like I've got a podcast on. But a really good one, like a really fiery political podcast, and I am missing one of those in my life right now. You two should actually do something like that.
I'm not informed enough, honestly, to be able to do it properly, though.
Well,
I don't have it. I don't have the proper atmosphere for. I want to start a podcast. I really do, but I don't have the equipment or the recording atmosphere to do one. I seriously want to start one.
If you saw my setup, like, it's good for editing, but for podcasting, like. Yeah, it's not even remotely like doing Fifth Dimension. I love doing it, but I look at like Nick's setup and Jake's setup, and I'm just going, oh my god, I'm so amateur.
I don't know, since Nick moved, his setup might not be so good.
Actually, he's working on it, but he's got a standing desk now, or like a
does
desk
he?
Nice. Down. He's starting to do green screen stuff too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. But no, I've just genuinely enjoyed the conversation. I mean, it didn't have to be well researched, if you know what I mean, but just the way that you guys were passionate about what you were talking about, it was accurate and felt good to listen to. So I wouldn't say that just because you don't feel confident in what you're saying doesn't mean that what you're saying isn't right, if you know what I mean.
I get that. I guess I was raised in such a hardcore, like, I'm not gonna say like alt-right, but I mean, I was going to pro-life rallies as a 14-year-old. I did all that shit, and I was there to do it because my family was there to do it, more than anything. And I mean, I myself am kind of a kid of. I was an unexpected kiddo, and my parents were told that they should get rid of me. So it's a hard balance of one thing versus the other. Like, where does that balance lie? But the older I get, the more left I turn, and it's hard to go to family stuff because you do get that, like, what the hell's wrong with me? I don't believe as my family does,
Yeah, I get that too. My parents when I was a kid and my brothers were kids were Reagan Republicans, like a lot of people in the Rust Belt were. I'm in high school, like my senior year, I was kind of like libertarian, and then I'm like, I don't like the libertarian stuff's all right, but I don't know. It's just
Is libertarian farther right than
libertarian as a whole, like libertarian as classic libertarianism, like before like these right-wing shitheads took over it and made it just because they didn't want to pay taxes. Like classic libertarianism basically was like, we shouldn't even have borders. Like this is how extreme, like libertarian liberty or liberal in general, like very far left kind of stuff, like anarchist kind of like far left libertarians. Like they didn't believe in borders or any of that crap. They wanted people to just be themselves and just not even have countries, that kind of stuff. Then it became like this party of these right-wing shitheads who just didn't want to pay taxes because they think property tax or income tax is theft. Those people I don't like. But then like when I went to when I was trying to go to college, and the first year of college was like when Michael Brown was murdered in Ferguson, Missouri.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The BLM, like when Black Lives Matter started emerging, and I'm like, kind of woke me up out of this weird libertarian thing. I'm like, what the hell's this? It's like, why is this happening? Why is this? So then I became kind of left, and then like as further it went down, I became really left. I can't really call myself a socialist, but not really a socialist, but like, you know, I have socialist tendencies and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like my parents were Reagan Republicans. My dad's still conservative, but my mom's a liberal now because she saw Donald Trump for what he was.
Yeah.
My family's like that. My eldest brother is a big Trump guy, an NRA guy, and you know, we could talk as long as we don't talk politics, because we talk hockey or we talk baseball, that's fine, but we talk politics and we want to kill each other. I don't like family gatherings anymore because one of my uncles is a big conservative, and I don't like talking to him about it because he, you know, tries to make me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm a liberal.
Right. He shoves it down your throat.
Yeah, and you know, he tries to make me feel like I'm not a man because of this and this and this and all that crap.
Yeah,
You want to know where I get some of my insecurities from? It's because of my family.
Oh, I hear you. The same boat. I'm just looking at chat. I apologize, Raymond. I didn't mean to miss your question. So Raymond asks if we had sex ed as a kid. In my school, in his school, the girls had 1 hour class in 5th grade, and that was it.
Oh my God! What? You can't learn anything in an hour. It's a very the reproduction's a very complex.
Yeah.
Very complex. Not something you can learn in an hour.
No.
When I went through it, it was they put the boys and girls in separate classrooms and taught them all the stuff. It was probably a 2-hour thing, I think twice. But I went to religious education like right after like school, and everybody else was guys in my class, and I got the whole bullshit. Oh, you know, you bleed all over the place and all this shit, and it's just like, dude, just shut the fuck up.
You bleed more than any person in Evil Dead 2.
Basically, well, yeah, I mean, it's not wrong, but still, it was kind of hurtful. It's like, well, you can't control your own dick, so fuck you. Not literally, of course, because you're ugly.
We got the very, very literal interpretation of sex ed, and that was it.
So like the meaning of life, where they show you how to have sex like with two people.
Well, basically, like the girls got taken out and had the usual period talk, and that was about it. But for us guys, we basically got a 30-minute animated video about nocturnal emissions, which was great.
Oh my God!
For one of the best of the worst, the Red Lantern Media guys said, Where Did I Come From?, which was supposed to be like this animated sex ed thing. And it's the funniest. That
was it. There wasn't anything like about sexual hygiene or anything like that. It's the complete your breakfast at Denny's this week with the sperm and eggs place.
You want to talk crazy? I remember hearing a story about someone that they did the splits on the ice back in the 40s. Or maybe early 50s.
This story.
and they got their period the same day, and they had no idea what happened. They thought that they broke themselves.
Oh, jeez.
Can you imagine?
Oh, that is just terrible luck.
Ugh.
Yeesh. But
I
that
don't
being
remember
said,
how many.
you only have to look at
Sorry,
like
Dan.
I was going to say you only have to look at how sexual health is treated nowadays. Even now, it's considered quote controversial.
Well, of course it is, because you're teaching kids too young. It's like kids kids develop and they don't know what the hell to do. What are you gonna do?
Right.
You teach. I was taught that abstinence bullshit because I live in Indiana.
I was taught the same thing. Well,
Guess what doesn't work?
Or it works for 1 out of like 150,000.
It worked for me, but because I'm ugly.
Oh man.
Wasn't that John Oliver joke when he's discussing sex ed in America? Yeah, abstinence only is all right, it's something about abstinence only, but it only works if you look like this. And it shows a picture of him like in his primary school days, like just this dorky looking guy with like a mullet and a acne and a dorky pair of glasses. Yeah, I don't remember. I think I was like in the 5th grade when I got the sex ed stuff. I don't remember how long they did teach us about like the egg and the sperm, but they did also teach us that we have to have sex during marriage, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of marriages in the 6th grade in your
Shapiro
place.
Only in the North by geography. Man, Raymond, you are not kidding. They are literally about to pass. They want to pass in the state legislature Indiana's version of the Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. But they're literally working. They're literally working on this right now during their holiday break. I wish I was. I'm telling you what. In northern Indiana, it's bad, but in southern Indiana, it's even worse. But yeah, it's like my school, the high school I went to was only about. It was about like 2,000 students. Like it's a very small school system it's made up of 4 small towns.
2,000 students?
I'm not even kidding. It is a tiny freaking school system. It's made of 4 towns.
Wait a second. Your town is 2,000 or the school?
I think the school was like 2,000 or something like that.
My school, like that I went to, 400 kids between 7th and 12th grade.
Oh my gosh.
I had a graduating class of 24.
I had over 100.
Yeah, exactly.
My high school had a population of 1,300 students.
Wow.
So you guys will be like, oh yeah, 400. Wow, it's jeez,
That was 7. That was 5 grades though.
Oh yeah, that was across 5 grades for us as well. This was 7th to 11th. Yeah.
We got about that. My hometown is made of about 1,000 people, but not everybody who lives here goes to the same school district or same school. But it's a very small like rural school made up of 4 rural communities. But like it had dipshits, like these dipshits who would wave the Confederate flag in the back of their pickup trucks before that became the hip thing to do.
Before Confederate was cool.
The
pretty much. It's like do you idiots not real? Like go read a history book. Guess who decided Indiana was on in the Civil War? Sure as shit wasn't that side.
Rebels, man! You gotta have the rebels. Yeah!
Oh God. I experienced so much like not like me personally, but like there was like 4 black people that went to my school. And I remember one time I was walking with my friend Paul, who's black, or half black. He's half black. But we're walking down after school. We're walking down the hall to get to where we parked our cars. And we're talking, and one of the rednecks called him the N-word.
Oh, shit.
And that was that. I'm like, oh, shit. So this because Paul played football and Paul wrestled and Paul was an athlete, just a general athlete. Like he would mess your shit up.
Good.
And the kid who called him was this fat redneck asshole. And like the next day, I remember I was in metal shop And that fat redneck was in there too. Well, my dad said I should have beat him up, and we should drive him behind my pickup truck. And it's like, oh god, it's like you freaking people. Yeah, God, I hate. My parents don't understand why I don't want to go to my high school reunions because I hate most of those people.
Oh yeah, high school reunions.
There's only like two people. There's only like two people I actually give a shit about, and I can talk to them on Facebook. I don't need to.
Go ahead.
I don't need to talk to somebody who thought I was a loser in high school because I like Star Wars.
I will say this as someone that I like went back to the first like high school reunion that my class had, which was weird. Like it was like the 5-year reunion. It's like, why are we having a reunion? We're literally just at a college or whatever. And like they were all sitting there saying stuff, and half of them were already married, and it was the most boring thing. And for every class reunion since then, like they try to add you to like a Facebook group. I've deleted myself out. I keep getting added, and I keep deleting myself. It's just like I want no part of this.
I'm in mine, but that's just because I don't know. I think it's just to make fun of these people.
No, absolutely. If that gives you pleasure, then more power to you.
Hey, if they made fun of me, I'm gonna make fun of them. This time they just don't know it.
No, absolutely. Raymond says my hometown is so small. If you Google a picture of my town, my house is in it.
Same here with mine too. Like it's weird.
Oh yeah. I mean, in many ways, when it comes to the sort of reunion stuff, the UK kind of got lucky with that. We don't really do reunions, or if we do, it's not a reunion of the class specifically, more a reunion to commemorate the school.
Oh, cool.
So, like, we've had it previously where I think there was a college I went to was celebrating like its 50th anniversary of being built, and they were just welcoming anybody back who had been to the school in the last 50 years. But we don't really do, like, class of, 1983 or anything like that. It's not really a thing over here particularly. What we have instead is very odd, where basically we'll just have random friend requests from people we haven't spoken to in 20 years, who will then be like, hey, yeah, I just saw you were on Facebook, and they try and add you as a friend, basically just so they can see whether they're living a better life than you. And then after they've sort of scoped through your profile and, found out that you've been engaged for 7 years and you're working in a reasonable job, they then unfriend you for another, 10 years and then re-add you again 10 years from now to see whether anything's changed.
Maybe this time he's divorced and unemployed.
Yeah, yes! I'm finally moving up the pecking order. But yeah,
that's fault, but the charges didn't stick. Everything's coming up, whatever my name is.
But yeah, that's like most of the kids in my class were getting, they're now getting married and having families. It's like, oh God. Like I wouldn't mind having a family, but it's like, they start doing this stuff in their 20s. It's like, why would you do that? I wasted my 20s.
I watched the entirety of classic Doctor Who in my 20s, and I had a really good time.
I can't really say I wasted my 20s because I just lived my life and had fun, so I can't really say I wasted it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and I think it's one of those things, too, that people, like, if you don't do a specific kind of thing, people look down their nose at you. Like, I know. I traveled a fair amount in my 20s. I worked abroad. I did a lot of that stuff, and you know what? I don't really see myself with a family, but I've got people that care about me. I love what I do. I've got YouTube. I've got friends. All I need.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the best way it can be, as long as you're leading a life that makes you happy, other people's expectations and, the sort of general expectation of life doesn't really matter. It's what makes you happy, ultimately,
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Raymond says, back to movies. Has anyone seen Mating Habits of the Earthbound Human? It's a comedy made to look like a sex ed film and stars Carmen Electra.
I haven't seen it, but I heard of it.
I haven't seen or heard of it, but I am intrigued.
Same.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never seen it, though.
No, absolutely. I'll have to have a look at that post-stream and see if we can dig it out. We've had some good film recommendations tonight. It's been...
Hey, the snow stopped. And it's 14 degrees outside.
Hey, that's almost warm enough for you to go outside for like 2 seconds without literally turning to stone.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, dude, you've got, what did you say, 14?
Yeah.
We got -9 here.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's supposed to be in the negative starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning and going through the morning until, well, hell, during the afternoon it's supposed to be in the negatives, like -1.
For reference, -9 is -22 Celsius.
Oh, God. Damn, that's cold.
Yeah.
The coldest it's been over here is -8 in this entire run of winter. Is there a crosswind?
Oh, yeah, let's see here. Let me look. So it's -9. It feels like -34. So let me see what that
Oh, my
equates
God.
to.
Jesus. That's
Feels like
she'll look at
-3
it
here.
later, Clark. Her eyes are frozen territory.
So that's interesting. And -36 in Celsius.
Yeesh. That's rough.
Yeah. Well, they
Well,
opened up a bunch of warming centers here because it got so cold.
They did in Indianapolis. Indianapolis, and I think probably Fort Wayne, I imagine, probably did too, but there ain't a whole lot of warming stations, I imagine.
So I've actually, I've got a sister in South Bend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's where my grandfather was born there. It's actually nice. Well, when you get around the university, it's nice, but when you're not around Notre Dame, it's not very nice.
Oh no, agreed. It's a cool town though. It's got some interesting stuff. My sister always sends me chocolate from their chocolate, like their South Bend chocolate place.
Oh man, they used to have a kiosk for that at the Glenbrook Mall in Fort Wayne, and man, oh god, we used to get that all the time because we don't go to South Bend a lot because it's about 50 miles from here.
Right.
But yeah, we used to get that from a mall kiosk, and those are good chocolates.
Dude, they
don't have the
fucking awesome too.
God, that's good stuff. Oh yeah. What time? It's 10:30 here.
It's getting on.
10:23. 10:23. We've been streaming for how long now? Almost 4 hours.
4.5 hours. We're going for a record tonight.
We're doing the Jerry Lewis Labor Day telethon for muscular dystrophy.
It's great. I've started a bake sale. It's 3 a.m. where I am. So far, no takers, but it could change any minute.
Oh, Raymond, I noticed that too. So it's -40 is the same in Celsius and Fahrenheit.
Real? I did not know that.
Let's hope it doesn't get any worse.
I think the wind chills here are supposed to hit about -39 Fahrenheit.
Oof.
But the governor has declared activated the National Guard just in case power goes out because we're expecting 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow.
Yeesh.
And -39 degree wind chills.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a great situation.
No,
I would almost rather have a shit ton of snow and not the cold temps.
Yeah, the snow. Yeah, the snow is the nice part. The temperatures are the bitch.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, is this going to impact your guys' Christmas plans at all? Because I know that people usually travel around this time of year, but if there's like so many drifts you can't physically open your door anymore, it's going to be a bit of a problem, isn't it?
I luckily live at home with my parents, so I don't have to worry about that. But my eldest brother, and my sister-in-law were going to travel up towards, basically almost to Chicago to where her family lives at, but they may not. How bad it's supposed to be.
The Indiana Toll Road is kind of a bitch to start with.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy to take the South Shore when I want to go to Chicago.
My nephew plows the Indiana Toll.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's seen some doozies.
I believe it, man, because it's just every damn winter we always have at least a couple interesting stories from the toll road.
Oh, no doubt about that. Raymond says a guy at work canceled his Christmas visit up north because of the weather, so I don't have to cover a shift on Saturday.
Hey,
Nice.
silver lining there.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
everything worked out great. Stay at home, have a couple of beers, enjoy your, I don't know.
Enjoy your Christmas.
Yeah, get some EGAR
Put some red,
on.
put some Red Sovine music on, and you know.
That's good Red Sovine. Honestly, it isn't Christmas unless there's a depressed 50-year-old man singing about dying children. It's. I like to think if I've done nothing else with my YouTube channel, introducing the world to Red Sovine has been worth it. Just a beautiful situation. I was going to say, everybody got to do their political story, and then we got distracted. I'm going to tell you guys my political story of how I came into this world and became a dirty lefty that everybody hates. I don't know.
We love you, Dan.
Me as a dirty lefty. I'm a nice lefty. I try to be at least. So
Love you asshole.
I had probably had the nicest situation out of all of you guys. Like my parents were both Labour supporters, both left wing, hated the Conservatives with a passion, and basically they weren't like active socialists, but in the north of England, at least, there's this very strange mix of political opinion where you can be very left-wing in terms of not wanting the Conservatives in, but not necessarily very left-wing in actual policy. It's very strange. It's like, basically, the Thatcher years cut through us so harshly that you can be a fairly centrist representative but still be staunchly Labour, and Labour's like the left-wing party of the country. So my parents were both kind of in that camp where they were kind of, I would say, centre-left, you know, not particularly strong feeling enough to want to be like an ardent lefty. But it was my uncle really who got me more and more into politics over the years, and I was always kind of left-wing, left-leaning, and gradually as the years have gone on, I've just kind of gone more and more to the left. And at this point, I'd kind of say I was somewhere between a socialist and a social democrat. You know, I think that democracy is an important foundation of a society. And, you know, I don't really have any fallings out with my parents occasionally. My dad's a bit of a climate change denier, but that's about as far as it really goes. He always subscribes, it always makes me laugh, he subscribes to the idea that the Earth rapidly heats up and cools every few thousand years anyway, and that it's a way for icebergs to release sediment. And that's why we're currently experiencing, you know, unusual weather. It's just a natural part of the Earth's kind of cycle, and that, you know, the idea is that the icebergs all melt and it releases trapped condensation into the atmosphere, and then it'll all suddenly refreeze and temperatures will just randomly crash down again. We've had many fun discussions about how that is literally not the case, but you know.
No.
Other than that, it's been pretty fine. We can bash the Tories as much as we like, and you know, my grandparents are horrifically conservative. They are right-wing Christian Glass family, if ever there was one. Church elders, which is great. But no, I'm a
Is that like normal for like elderly people in the UK to be like staunch conservatives?
Yes. Basically, if you look at the sort of the polls for voting, Conservative voters are 60 plus, and it's by such a strong margin. It's one of those ones where it's like basically every election is a 49-51% split, and if you look at age demographics, the 51% split is exclusively 58 years and plus. Anyone under 58 is left. So
yeah, it's a lot like ours, where like a lot of elderly people vote Republican. Because like a lot of elderly people think like the Republican Party was like the party of Dwight Eisenhower or something like that, or instead of it being like the party of Donald Trump or the party of Ronald Reagan, where it's just like extreme right wing evangelical nuts running the government. I mean that goes back to like, I mean, people think Trump is like this. Is the catalyst for the far right movement.
Oh no, not
It goes, but it doesn't even go back to Reagan. It goes back to Barry Goldwater in 1964, who ran against Lyndon Johnson.
In that, I mean, it's rooted in so like everything everything is long game in that respect.
But like with Goldwater, he got John Birch Society stuff, so he got a lot of these like anti-UN, anti-global, right-wing fascists to support him, and they have basically like the John Birch Society has basically supported every Republican candidate from Barry Goldwater to Donald Trump, and they'll probably support if like Ron DeSantis gets to be the Republican nominee in 24 because it's looking like that. But yeah, it's he courted like a lot of these like Ku Klux Klansmen, and these Barry Goldwater just courted these far right people, and Donald Trump is he's a symptom. He's not the disease.
Yeah.
He's just one of these many extreme right wingers.
Well, and all the conspiracy bullshit too over the course of time. Like, my parents are conspiracy nuts. Like, the most recent one was that what was it? That Biden is a Mason, and the White House is covered in Mason symbology, and Masons are communists.
I don't know about that, because I know some Freemasons who live in my little town here who are Republicans.
Oh, but no, we're talking. I mean, they know. They hear all the undercover stuff that no one else wants to hear about, and yet somehow their computers are filled with viruses, and they can't figure out why.
This is the thing. I just never thought I never thought I'd see the day where communism would re-enter the American vernacular as a shorthand term for someone we don't like at the minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like with like
Nazi.
Yeah, I don't throw Nazi out like liberally. I will literally only use that word to describe like actual Nazis. Otherwise, I just call them fascists because.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
no,
it's
absolutely.
But communist is somebody they just don't like.
Oh, by the way, your lucky number is definitely a communist number.
Ah, yes, the great communist number 150.
150. I've been lucky enough to introduce my mom to Knowledge Fight, so she's all knowing about like the shit Alex Jones puts out, and knows how to critically diagnose. I mean, luckily they've never fallen for the conspiratorial shit. I did know somebody at my school who tried to convince me that Barack Obama was the Antichrist.
Jesus.
Oh, God, everybody is a fucking Antichrist.
I'm the Antichrist.
Yeah, but he's like, he was but he tried to unify people. Well, you mean every other president has tried to do since George Washington?
Well, that's the same thing with you could say the same thing about Donald Trump. He has a cult of personality.
Yeah. Trust me,
no, but that's a different cult. That's a different cult of personality. They are good people. They're good guys. We don't want to pick on those guys. They're the right guys.
There's two people down the street from me here who have one has a Trump 2024 flag out, and the other one has a Trump 2020 flag out. There's a gentleman who lives down by the Presbyterian Church about 4 or 5 blocks from my house that had one of stupid Let's Go Brandon flags.
Oh God.
Oh, that can go eat a bag of dicks.
No kidding. I saw one as I posted this on Twitter last night when my parents and I were going out to look at Christmas lights. I saw one in the Toyota Tacoma in front of me, and I'm like, man, I just feel so owned. Like, this ruined my Christmas.
Jesus. I mean, I suppose that's one thing. I mean, we over here, we don't really have that. That's quite nice. We just have the Union Jack. The Union Jack is shorthand for, we believe a lot of very abhorrent things. And that's a shame because, a flag really like that should stand for more progressive things. But if somebody's got a Union Jack on their house, there's 9 times out of 10 you can guarantee that they're basically some gammony flag shagger who basically thinks that England's full and that benefits are the reason why people are lazy and all that kind of shite. And it's horrible, really. But at least we don't have to put up with the Trump 2024 flags or the Let's Go Brandon shit. We just have that one unifying flag that we can go, oh, they're a wanker. Okay, fair enough.
I just laugh at them. I mean, you have to, because they're literally the world's biggest dorks. They think that just say F Joe Biden. It's not illegal. You can say it. I mean, you are protected.
But that would not be Christian.
Ah, shit. These people. I have heard them say the most abhorrent shit imaginable. Like shit I can't even think of. I don't want to hear these people talk about what's Christian and not. But yeah, you could say it. It's not illegal. You're not going to go to jail for it. If you post it on Facebook, you might lose your job if your boss sees it because you're a total jackass. But that's about it.
I've just realised, by the way, underneath all of this tonight's conversation, we've had really happy Christmas music.
By the way, Dan, happy Festivus.
Yes, happy Festivus. It's the best of us for the rest of us. We've already done our airing of grievances. We're going to have to move on to wrestling shortly. We've got the Festivus
I
poll
don't want to
set
vote
up.
Democrat. Yeah, Raymond, I get that shit too. I get those bumper stickers. Yeah, when I die, don't let me vote Democrat. Yeah, because the Richard J. Daley one time used dead people to his names to vote for him because he was a corrupt piece of shit. It's not hard to call out corrupt Democrats when they do that kind of stuff.
Well, and here's the thing: you have Tammany Hall going back in the back when, what was it, early 1800s was Tammany Hall?
Yeah.
I mean, they'll call out shit on the other side, but nothing has changed. There is still, I guarantee you, every single polling place has probably had at least a couple of fake votes. So to call it out on one side, but to not call it out on your own, that's ridiculous. It's
Absolutely.
such black and white thinking. And not to say there aren't some things that are black and white, but it's just like, fucking hell. What the hell's wrong with you? Get your head out of your ass.
Get your shit together.
The thing that kills me is you talk to some of them, and they'll agree with you on the principle of it, but yet they'll turn around and be like, oh, well, the veil drops, and they go back to all the parroted bullshit rhetoric. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
Like, my mom actively made arguments that, she'd say, brought up one time some guy, slapped my ass, and I'm like, that was so disrespectful. And she's like, oh, yeah, absolutely, you shouldn't put up with that. And then I brought up Trump and the whole grab her by the pussy thing, and she goes, well, that was taken out of context, and people don't know all the good stuff he does. And it's like, no.
What?
No. You cannot condone it in one case and say boys will be boys in the other. I'm sorry, you can't.
I hate that crap.
Yeah.
Boys will be boys. Yeah, I've heard that shit my whole life. It's like, yeah, I don't go around. Yeah, boys will be boys. I don't go around slapping girls on the ass because it's horrible.
Right. Well, the thing is, we're all guilty of some hypocrite or some being a hypocrite.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, thank you. But it's just fuck.
Yeah.
It's just an awkward situation. I mean, like I say, at least over here we kind of have a bit of a cleaner divide. You can usually get a measure of somebody pretty quickly with this kind of stuff, but you guys take it to a whole other level in terms of just the assholism that can come out of these situations.
I was gonna say, you can definitely tell when someone's an asshole. If they have a red MAGA hat on, I can automatically assume you're just a giant asshole, and I should probably not talk to you.
Oh, my parents have hats that say "Make America Holy Again."
Oh, nice.
Oh, God.
Is that in relation to shootings, or?
Holy shit.
That was dark. Gonna reel it back in.
Dark but fair.
I was going to say meant in a religious context, but I could be wrong. Raymond gives up a good point. Wrestling, a woman named Mandy Rose, who was who was in the WWE, posted multiple pictures wearing only a championship belt, was fined for having an OnlyFans.
Oh, damn. I don't know.
Technically, was FaceTime at OnlyFans. But, that's the thing. It's like, yeah. I mean, there's teachers that happens to, and it becomes a case of, okay, where does that balance lie? If it's in their personal life and they don't talk about it amongst their kids, is it like a teacher going to a bar in their hometown? Like, they're still human.
Well,
I don't know.
You only have to look at the fact that, like, Markiplier, for example, recently opened an OnlyFans and got, like, literally hundreds of thousands of subscriptions within the first couple of days of it being live. And you've got to imagine his target audience is 18 to 24-year-olds.
Right.
Presumably younger because, you have to be a certain age to sign up to a YouTube account. But, the idea that he was celebrated for doing that, but people like our woman here lost her job as a result of it.
Yeah.
It's double standards.
Well, we have these weird, like, we have this weird kind of like association with sex, or like this weird, like, we make sex and being sexy taboo, and it shouldn't be that way because a female, or I mean, speaking as a heterosexual male, boobs.
That is all.
Yeah, that is all. But we have this, we're taught to view sexuality and being sexy as like this taboo thing, or you shouldn't do that. You should only be modest. And like when we hear like when a girl gets assaulted, oh, what was she wearing? Or you shouldn't wear that. It's like,
oh, that's so stupid.
It's like, why would you say that? It's like, why would you say that? It's like, this woman just experienced a trauma. She will probably never be over. Get over. No matter how much money, how much therapy she, you gets, she'll never be over may never be over the trauma. And you're literally telling her, oh, you shouldn't have wore that dress, or you shouldn't have been there. It's like, that guy shouldn't, maybe shouldn't be on the streets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's an education thing, and that takes us back to the sex ed talk, where a lot is discussed around the physicalities of it, but things like consent and decent levels of respect are frightfully omitted.
Yeah, we're not taught to respect women for whatever. We're just taught that women are there to be sperm dumpsters for our children.
You can say
it. They're just taught to be receptacles, like like people like Ben Shapiro. That's how he views women. If you listen, like, he wrote a book about he thinks that we pervert culture by talking about sex, and it reads like the kind of shit like he would read on incel forums. Like, it was like, women shouldn't be this, and women should do this, and you should be this and this, and it's like, what are you doing? It's like we're taught, we're as boys, we're taught women are nothing more than objects to be looked at and admired, and that's about it. You don't respect them for.
Oh, that's right.
And I hate that. I hate that shit.
Oh no, absolutely. He was upset that women get wet.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that. That's what happens. That's basic human biology.
Right.
It's like, Ben, your wife is a doctor. Well, we already know that because he freaking talks about it all the goddamn time. But yeah, it's like, Ben, she's supposed to. That's how women are aroused. It's like if a man gets aroused and he doesn't have an erection.
Exactly.
That's just how it's always been since the beginning of humanity, and he doesn't want to understand that because he views women as objects to be to have babies, and that's it. He views sex for the procreation aspect and not the recreation aspect. He doesn't understand people just have sex. people can have sex. People had sex before the sexual revolution,
Oh, yeah.
recreationally, not just for.
Like, well, yeah. And how many of these people that are, this, that, the other thing, how many of them are the ones that were like sneaking out back and doing the thing?
Well, I don't think Ben has ever had sex. I don't think he's only had sex like to have kids. So I don't think Ben's had any sex for a while.
Are you implying that he's been loomed?
Raymond says, unrelated, but the Pokemon Raymond just got knocked out and it makes him sad.
I'm sorry, Ray. I'll try not to get you killed too much in this game. I'm hoping to get you evolved soon.
So, Raymond, what do you think your next Pokemon evolution will be?
Pokemon go to the polls. Sorry, that old Hillary Clinton thing just always sticks with me. That was her "How do you do, fellow kids" moment.
Oh no, jeez. But yeah, it's an interesting time to be in politics. There's a lot of the concerning thing is there's a lot of first times. It's the first time turnout has been this low, or the first time turnout has been this high, or the first time a majority have voted this way. The amount of states that have flipped over the last 8 years, it's like, I think, isn't there something stupid like that more states have flipped in the last 8 years than have flipped in the last 100 combined, barring the last 8.
Like, when you look at Indiana used to be Raymond gonna turn Spanish. Raymond, no.
That's like an excellent evolution. We fully support your evolution to that.
Right on, man. But Indiana used to be a purple state. We elected Democrat representatives to the House and the Senate. Birch Bayh, who was Indiana's, I think he was a senator in Indiana when my parents were kids in the 60s. He was loved, and he was I don't know how many times he was elected to be representing Indiana in the Senate. Now, since Barack Obama won here in 2008, the Republicans in the state legislature have gerrymandered Indiana so much that Democrats the only areas that Democrats win are in Indianapolis and up around Gary and Hammond and the predominantly black area, because Gary and Hammond and the old steel mill cities are predominantly African American.
Right.
So those are the only areas really. Allen County, where Fort Wayne's at, kind of does, but not like those two areas do. But yeah, they gerrymandered Indiana so much that Republicans can't win.
Ray brings up a good question. Dan, do you know what gerrymandering is?
Yes, it's where you get Jerry Lewis and you mander him.
You will have him.
Please don't mander me with the burning and the twisting and the eyes full of glass. We've... Oh, God.
It will hurt the eyes if I go through it.
Oh no, the laughing is loud. She's coming at me with the screaming and the laughing and the hilarity. And
why are you laughing?
Lady!
Lady!
Freund Leven.
Maybe from the lady!
Trev, your laughing is very contagious and obnoxious, and it's making me laugh even harder.
Please stop laughing. Please stop laughing, Mr. Captain Marcia Tyson. Yeah, we broke Trev with our Jerry Lewis.
I just think it's cabin fever after being trapped with us for 5 hours.
Oh, shit.
But seriously, when are you... going to Woody Allen territory. But seriously, when are we going to get started with the next thing?
You did this to me! I blame you!
I can't do Woody Allen, so...
See, the problem is these Fujiyama rice crackers, they make your insides go bananas. Oh, God. So we're up to hour 5 of the stream. Thank you, everybody who's joined us so far. It's very much appreciated. You've all been awesome. It's been nice. going to keep going for a little bit longer, I reckon, because it is coming up to 4 a.m. where I am. But I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying the political discourse. It's very nice to actually have an adult conversation with a lot of very angry people. It's nice to feel this. It's nice to feel passion in a conversation. So
yeah. And I try not to because of like how things have rolled. I try to avoid talking politics as much as possible because it gets brought up and has been brought up so much with my family. I just shut down with that. It's not worth my time.
Yeah. No, I feel that. And I suppose if you're limited in conversation with who you can talk to about it, it just kind of becomes one of those things you just try not to think about really too much because, you don't want to...
I think about it, I just can't talk about it.
Yeah. So it's nice to, just have a nice conversation about it. Raymond's just said back to gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering, if you don't know, is the practice of drawing district lines on a map to give a certain political party an advantage.
Oh yeah, we've got that at the minute over here. They're currently in the UK, the Conservative Party are currently trying to redraw the electoral map for the UK, the whole thing. And basically
nothing but Tories. Everything's Tory.
Basically, that's what they're doing. They're redrawing the lines so that all of the main boundaries kind of fall into large Conservative majority areas, so it waters down the left vote.
Are they that afraid that because they have screwed up everything since Brexit that the masses are going to come for them?
Oh yeah, they're terrified of it. Currently, they've already introduced ID laws to they're learning from us. Yeah, basically they've put ID laws in because there were 6 cases of electoral fraud in the last 20 years, and that can't. That's a serious problem.
There was like 5 cases of fraud in the 2020 election, and a bunch of people trying to overthrow our government. So
yeah, that is a typical response, honestly.
Yeah, so they've done that, but the next step is they want to make accessing polling stations harder, so they're removing... Oh, and they've also limited the types of ID that you can use. So, like, the weirdest part is they'll allow bus passes that are owned by 65-plus-year-olds because they have a different bus pass to everyone else, but everybody else's bus pass isn't allowed as a form of ID.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, because guess what? 65-year-olds vote conservatively.
Yeah. So that's a thing. I'm just gonna... We got another badge, guys. Boop. Very nice. Right. 2 badges in. We're 5 hours in, but that's good. So yeah, they've done that. The next step is they're going to start redrawing the boundaries to sort of water down the left vote. It's because currently they're predicted to lose by, I think it's 50 seats. So they're not just going to lose, but they're going to lose 50 seats on top of drawing neutral. And the best thing is, even if they brought Boris back, which is currently considered their best tactic at this point.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's their best solution.
How is that your best?
Their best predicted solution if they brought Boris back was that they'd only lose by 15 seats. But that's terrifying to us because what that means is they're now Conservatives with nothing to lose. So they're just pushing through everything they can. It's the equivalent of the fat kid with the big plate of chocolates knowing that the teacher's going to kick the door in a minute and sort of basically murder him for like stealing all the chocolates. So he's just cramming as much chocolate into his fat little face as he can before the teacher opens the door and drags him away for a severe beating. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at, really, is they're just like they're doing so many legislative like swindles to try and get as much money out of the economy as possible and into their friends' pockets because they know that once they're out, it could be another decade before they're back in. The problem we've got is a similar problem to you guys in that the person currently set to replace them, Keir Starmer, is centre-right, if anything. He's the leader of the Labour Party. We've jumped from a I'd say a moderately far-left leader with Jeremy Corbyn to a centre-right candidate with Keir Starmer, who in some political positions actually is currently out-Torying the Tories. His immigration policy is harsher than the Conservatives. He wants to tag some immigrants because he believes that would be beneficial. It's a terrible situation to be in, really. And basically, I think we're going to end up in a similar situation to what happened with you guys and Biden, but just even more shit, where basically, like, there is no solid progressive change coming from the left. It's just kind of seat warming until the Republicans manage to get back in again, and then the chaos begins again. So,
I'm scared shitless to see if Ron DeSantis becomes the nominee for the Republican Party. Because unlike Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis is a smart fascist. He knows how to, because he was a JAG lawyer in the Navy, so he knows how to get around. He knows the law. That's scary. He's not very charismatic, but he is intelligent.
See,
that's what scares the shit out of me.
The big question will be whether, because Trump is running, the big question will be whether the Trump crowd will move over to DeSantis if he gets nominated.
Some will. There's going to be I think there's already a big fraction going on with the Republicans, with Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. Like, there's a massive civil war brewing in the Republican Party, which I'm loving because
it just like Perot or Nader in previous elections. It'll divide that party.
Oh, we will vote for a third party candidate. Go ahead, throw your vote away. Just Ross Perot punching a hole in his hat.
Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos.
But yeah, it's gonna be a kind of an interesting primary season coming up this upcoming year because they both. I mean, Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump have kind of traded barbs back and forth. I think Donald Trump called him Ron DeSantimonious. And it's gonna be like two. I think Ron DeSantis is just gonna be like two children just like on the playground, just like hurling names at these childish names at each other, and calling like one of them a boogerhead or some shit, you know. I mean, there's gonna be some other Republicans who are gonna run. Yeah, there always is. Whenever the Republicans are going back or trying to come back into power, there's always a big field of them. But most of those people would drop off by the summer, before like the Iowa caucus and shit like that.
I was gonna say, is Kanye still running?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
The funniest story I heard in the last 2 weeks was when Kanye went for dinner at Donald Trump's place, and Kanye asked Trump to be his running mate, not the other way around. It started a massive argument, and Trump kicked them all out. It was just like,
it was Kanye West, Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, and Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh God, not him.
He lost relevancy in the right wing, and now he's trying to get that relevancy back.
See, the thing is,
so he's pounding around with these shitheads.
He fails on every level because he's not charismatic enough to lead with his charisma. He's not intelligent enough to lead with his intelligence, and he's not witty enough to lead with, a suaveness. He is only famous because he is openly gay, and he doesn't support the Republican Party. He knows these people are stupid enough to give him money. Yeah,
they are like, these people are literally just grifters who have found they're grifters who just found this market of people who they've tapped into and just said all the right shit to get them to vote or to send them money. Yeah. Candace Owens does it, and
what happened to Carrie Lake? I know that she was running for a while, and she
is filing a lawsuit.
Really?
Crazy.
She is filing a lawsuit for Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is at, trying to get those votes thrown out because she lost by 17,000 votes in Maricopa County. So Phoenix is there. So automatically, I'm very popular in Phoenix. It must be voter fraud. She is about to get sanctioned by the court. Her and her lawyers are about to get sanctioned by the court. One of her lawyers is a gentleman by the name of Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz became relevant in 1994, when he was one of O.J. Simpson's defense lawyers.
Was he?
He absolutely was on. He was absolutely on O.J. Simpson's defense team. He's taught at Harvard Law School. He was one time a very respected. He was a respected defense lawyer. He didn't take the best.
At one point.
He didn't take the best clients in the world, but he was good at what he did. Then in 2020 he got involved with Donald Trump's attempts to stop him and Robert Kardashian. Yeah, Robert Kardashian was Kim Kardashian's father was O.J. Simpson's friend. But Al Dershowitz was involved with a lot of the Stop the Steal stuff. He got sanctioned heavily. But yeah, he got involved with Kerry Lake in Arizona, and he's about to get sanctioned and hopefully disbarred. Rudy Giuliani's in the process of getting disbarred. Norm Pattis, who represented Alex Jones in Connecticut's possibly on his way to getting disbarred because he literally yelled. I watched the entire Connecticut trial for Alex Jones. I watched every day of it. He literally yelled at these parents saying that they had they had lied about their grief. That they had made everything up about their grief. That, Alex didn't cause their grief, and how dare they say that? And, your grief is exaggerated. Which, that's not good for a person to say on the street. When you're a defense lawyer in a court of law and your client has already been found guilty by default and has to pay, and this is a hearing to determine how much money he has to pay, it's probably not a good idea to say that stuff. Not only that, he also unveiled private medical records for some of the plaintiffs in the Sandy Hook cases, and sent them down to Andino Ranal, who was Alex Jones's lawyer in Texas, for a case with two parents in Texas, Neil Hessler and Scarlett Lewis. He sent medical records, I think, for those two down to Andino Ranal, the lawyer, and didn't disclose it. And that's a big no-no in legal ramification.
Yeesh.
So he's screwed.
Well, I was going to say, there's some breaking news that's just come out in the last hour. I enjoy. This has turned into a news channel. This is great. I am loving life with this right now. Let me just tell you. The January 6th panel have just released their final report, and there's been a digest on it. And according to them, the congressional panel investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol have accused Donald Trump of a multi-part conspiracy to thwart the will of the people and subvert democracy. Across an 8-chapter dossier. They recommended the Justice Department start a criminal investigation on him. Which will be
nothing
fun.
will become of it, but nothing will become of it, unfortunately, I don't think. But one can hope.
It would be nice. The worst thing is, though, the worst case scenario is he'll just end up in one of those nice prisons that's basically just the equivalent of a Holiday Inn for a couple of months.
He's going to end up in the same prison as Sam Bankman-Fried is going to end up when he gets eventually arrested.
That guy is a piece of shit.
Those of you playing at home who don't know who Sam Bankman-Fried is, Sam Bankman-Fried founded the company FTX, which was a cryptocurrency scam.
Oh,
he literally scammed billions with a B of dollars from people.
He wants some really good videos on him. CoffeeZilla did a whole investigation, caught him in Twitter Spaces, asking him questions.
Oh jeez.
It's a well put together series. Highly suggest it.
There's also a good the Behind the Bastards podcast last month did a 2-parter about him, which was really interesting. I recommend that one as well. But yeah, he's just got released on $25 million bond from the Bahamas.
Yeesh.
$25 million, everybody.
See, the worst part of it is, give it 15 years, there'll be a Wolf of Wall Street type movie about him. There just will.
He literally had the guy who wrote The Big Short, the book. That guy was literally following him around for about a year. And he did not think, and Sam Bankman-Fried did not think twice about it.
Oh, jeez.
He's like, hey, this guy who wrote this book about the 2008 financial collapse is following me around. I don't know why. I want to talk to this guy. It's like, yeah, maybe go read The Big Short, bud, because guess what? It's not going to be a very flattering portrayal of you.
No.
That's like if you're a president and you commit a scandal and you have Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein following you around. That's not a good sign.
No.
It literally means I'm about to be taken down.
Oh God.
Hey, James, I'm gonna jump off for the night. I gotta work tomorrow.
No,
Yeah,
not a problem at all. I was going to say I'm going to wrap things up. I'm just going to get to the next town on this and then sort of save up. I've just got 2 more battles and then I'm in.
I got to jump off here too.
No trouble. Well, thank you so much, guys. Like, tonight has just been genuinely really good fun. We'll have to do it again sometime.
5 hours of live stream. Yeah. Oh, shoot,
we more than made up
great.
for your internet troubles, man. We more than made up for it.
Oh, yeah, we did. All right. Well, I will see you guys whenever we have our next live stream. Have a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, stay safe, stay warm.
And the same to you guys.
Stay warm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll try. You too.
I absolutely will.
You
Night,
take
guys.
care, man. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
Take care.
Dan, I can stay on with you until you finish up.
No trouble, like I say. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, maybe 10 at a push, and then we'll wrap up and do a proper wind down.
Are these sex ed numbers or are these honest numbers?
These are good numbers. These are the best numbers. I had my accountant run the numbers. They're the good numbers, the best numbers. I refuse to release my numbers to the public. The court will have to make that happen if they want to see it.
Oh, God.
But yeah, we're not too far away. Oh God. But no, I think it's been a really good night. Like I say, it's nice to hear people talk with a sparkle. There's so many sort of conversations that kind of feel a bit like motions, but to actually have some passion and some fire thrown around, it's been nice tonight. I've really enjoyed it. It's fresh, a bit different.
Glad. Well, I'll get you in the spirit and the fighting mood for when you go to Christmas.
Well, I was going to say, I'm hoping that all of this really aggressive conversation tonight means that, you'll be tuckered out by the time it comes to sort of dealing with your folks or anything. You can just sort of be like, yeah, Trump, whatever, yeah, fine. It's alright, I got all this out of my system 2 days ago, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I doubt it. There's always at least 1 or 2 conversations, even offhandedly, that have to come out because reasons.
Yeah, I've heard about that, yeah. No, fair play. I mean, I'm hoping for a quiet one this year, just keeping it pretty low-key. I've got the missus round for a few days. We're going to take it easy.
Well, that'll be nice.
Yeah, plenty of boozy cocktails. We're going to try and play some Jackbox, maybe, and just enjoy a couple of days of quiet. And then, like I say, hopefully in the weird golf, I might do another one of these and see whether it can get some stuff done, or we might do a Jackbox session in January. But yeah, it's all go. It's all go.
Nice.
Right, let me just...
I was actually thinking, because I'm depending upon how things go. Would you have time to join me for What the Dove game tomorrow night or Saturday?
I can absolutely do tomorrow night. Well, when you say tomorrow night, do you mean the 23rd or the 24th? Because it's the 23rd where I am at the minute.
Right, sorry, 23rd.
Yep, I could absolutely do that tomorrow night. That wouldn't be a problem at all.
Nice.
Yeah, 24th, 25th, 26th get a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, no, 100%. I didn't even think about the fact it was Christmas.
Yeah. But no, I would be...
Oh, Raymond says he might even upload a video for you to watch.
Oh, nice. I look forward to it. That should be good. Raymond, you really should get on Discord. We'd love to have you on for one of our games nights. You just need a mobile phone and a desktop. I mean, obviously, if Triv goes ahead with a stream tomorrow, you're more than welcome to join that. But we also do a couple of others that are just pretty straightforward and nice to play on. We'd be more than happy to have you on. So do feel free to join us.
Yeah, if you watch Dan's Twitter or something, yeah, we'll figure it out one way or the other. But no, you're most certainly welcome on.
Absolutely, Raymond's good people. I like Raymond. He's
yeah. Well, anyone that reviews those kind of movies, you have to be good people.
Oh, absolutely. I think. Oh, excellent. Yeah, well, I'll send you an invite on the Discord to our group page. Like I say, we do this voice chat channel, and we just sort of hang and have a nice time. If you're free, we'd love to have you on. I love the fact that Kurt had a Scarface moment. He tried to get out, but we pulled him back in. Right, this should be the last battle. With a bit of luck, we won't die horribly. And we died horribly.
With a little bit. With a little bit. With a little bit of blue and love.
We've got like, oh, this isn't gonna end well. That's okay. I can really quickly get back to where I'm at. We don't have to do any of the bollocks we did to get up here, and I'll have a full team so I can take them out in a couple of seconds. We're out, but it's okay, guys. I'm going to revise my 5 minutes to another 3 minutes longer, but that's just because I'm a slow-ass bastard.
Yeah, bastard, how dare you?
I can't... Sorry, Gav, I tried my best, I really did. I tried my best.
I don't believe it's right.
But you see, the opponent's Pokemon was too strong, you see, overwhelmed me. I got confused.
I am nothing but a flag shagger, you flag shagger.
Gotta go in a bit, the missus has made a gammon, it's lovely. Time of year, you see, time of year. See, I'm trying to do a bad English accent, and even I'm struggling. I just end up sounding like I'm doing Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins.
I mean, I could pull out the Wisconsin accent there if you'd like, Derry. It's like that hot dish that, got going on and stuff.
Oh, right.
Oh, what time are you agreeing to there, Raymond? Probably, 5 Central Time, give or take a few minutes. Perhaps 5:30 Central Time. That's a terrible Wisconsin accent there, don't you know?
Very professionally handled, I might add.
I try. It's one of those things that my mom always used to tell me that, hey, if you're going to try and do an accent, you gotta at least get it a little bit right. And that's terrible. The worst thing is I will continue to talk, and even though I'm not doing a Wisconsin accent, I will feel like I'm doing a Wisconsin accent. Because of the way that I talk, don't you know?
And a very fine job you do of it too.
Oh, I think that's really nice. You didn't have to say that.
Well, we should be, if the stream takes place, Ray, it should be taking place on the 23rd, which if you've got it off. What time is it normally? We normally do is it midnight we normally start on yours, or slightly later? It's been a little while.
5:30 or 6.
Yeah. So,
like my times, 11:30, 12.
Yeah, so if you want to join in that one, you can do. We'd love to have you on, and like I say, I'll chuck you an invite after this stream to the to our Discord page, and we normally chuck up links to that on there, so you can just hop straight over. You don't have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. We normally play with the dub on my streams, or we could do Rift Tracks, the game. I normally keep it pretty straightforward in that respect, but yeah, it tends to be a good time. Lots of people show up.
It's a pretty good and pretty nice night, and if you like dodgy movies and the likes, it's a good way to kind of up your knowledge of those films, because there's a lot of them included in that.
Right, but why would Raymond be into dodgy movies? I mean, what in his repertoire would make you think that?
It's just a hunch.
Wow, is that a good hunch or a bad hunch? I'm not sure.
It's like a hunchback.
Oh, You know, consistency is important. Well, Raymond, even if you join us later on, we'll probably go like normally it's 2 to 3 hours that we go.
Yeah.
So feel free to stop by if it's still going. Awesome. If not, you know, you're in the loop about future ones, both for Dan and for I.
Yeah.
Sorry, me. God's sake, my brain's not working.
It's past our bedtimes, Triv. We need to get into our big comedy bed and go to sleep for the night.
Yeah, well, my cat woke me up at like 4 this morning, and yeah.
Not good. Not good
That's
at
okay.
all. But we've made it to Vermilion City. We have 2 badges and a ragtag team under our belt. What I'll probably do off screen is a little bit of leveling up, just so that we're in a bit of a stronger position and we're not dying quite as much.
That's okay.
But we'll jump on another stream probably in future, and we'll try and get a couple more badges under our belt. Triv, thank you so much.
We don't need no stinking patches.
I've seen your papers. We don't need no papers.
Yeah, exactly.
Triv, thank you so much for joining me tonight throughout this mammoth 5.5 hour stream. I honestly didn't think we'd go this long, but it's been so much fun just catching up with you guys and just chilling out and having a nice time. And thank you so much to everybody who joined us in the chat. Raymond, Channel 83, Hellbound, Kieran.
There was SR95 was in chat.
SR95. Hellfire turned up very briefly. Yeah, it was good to see her as well.
Everything was in the top or the voice channel for a little bit. I don't know if he stuck around, but
yes, Stefano, it was great to see you as well. I mean, I know you didn't speak, but it was always nice to have you here. Everybody who's watched tonight, thank you so much. It's been a fantastic time. Thank you so much for the 1,000 subs. Again, it's just such a monumental milestone for me. I still can't quite comprehend it, but I really appreciate that we're here, and I thank you again so much for your support for it. Triv, is there anything you'd like to say?
Go Bears there, don't you know? And congrats on the 1K. You know that's a big accomplishment, and I think Mike Ditka would be super proud.
Well, we've got him live here now, which is why we were holding it for 5.5 hours. It was because he didn't get off work until 10 o'clock, but he's here now with us.
Oh yeah. Well, I got kicked in the balls, so my voice is a little higher than what it would normally be. You know, massive congrats to you, man. I mean, if anyone deserved the 1K, it definitely was you.
Now I just need Gene Shalit here and I'll have the full set. But thank you so much again, Kurt. Thank you, Raymond. You're both awesome people. And yeah, have a great Christmas if I don't speak to you guys before then. New video is out tomorrow, Saturday, the 24th. For anybody who's stuck around this long, I'm going to spoil what it is. We're going to be covering Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. Right? I know, right? It's going to be Garbage Day on the channel this Christmas Eve.
Garbage Day!
Garbage Day! So yeah, be sure to tune in for that.
That was scarily good, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, thank you. It's the years of being tormented by that bloody film. I love it to pieces. It's such a weird thing.
Were you tormented by 3 through 5 as much as you were from 2?
Yes. 2 is nice. I like 2. 2 makes me feel comfortable. 3 through 5 have various issues that stop me from ever truly loving them. Whether it's being boring, disgusting, or incestuous.
Or sweaty. Don't forget sweaty.
So sweaty. I don't need sweaty Clint Howard this Christmas. Please, take him back to the store. Please hold the receipt in arm's length. I do not want to touch that thing.
But would you prefer sweaty Clit Howard?
I'd probably use a wet wipe first, I'll be honest with you. But Triv, do you want to tell people where they can find you?
You can locate my goofy ass here on YouTube at Trivial Theater. I do a wide array of random, obscure, and straight-up bad movies. I just released the He-Man and She-Ra Christmas special. I don't 100% know why, but I did. And coming up next, hopefully next week if I can get my ducks in a row and actually edit it, is a collab on The Never Ending Story Part 2.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice. And I do recommend you guys all go and check out Triv's channel. She is also on Twitter, under is it at Trivial Theatre?
Yep.
Absolutely.
And Instagram as well.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. And I do recommend you go and check her out. She's got some fantastic stuff, and I'm not just saying that because I am in a lot of her videos. She's great. She does some... She's great. She does some fantastic stuff, and I really do recommend you go and check her out. Raymond is going to start some beef with you, Triv, because the Bears are playing the Bills this week, and he's a Bills fan, so...
Oh, well, fuck you, Raymond, and your Bills, too. I tell you what, I will take you out back and beat you with an ugly stick within an inch of your damn life if you're not careful.
Is this where you start doing the Bears dance from Saturday Night Live?
You're damn right I am. Oh, Bears up, Bears up, Bears up, Bears up.
Oh, God. And on that bombshell, at 5 hours and 30 minutes on the dot, it is time for us to go to bed. Thank you so much again, guys. Genuinely, just thank you so much. Have a great Christmas, a fantastic festive period, and if I don't see you this side of the year, I'll see you on the next one. So take care and have a great time. Bye, everybody.
Adios.